7 Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
वाला है। देखिए ये सब इसलिए हो रहा है कि किसी ने प्रेडिक्शन नहीं करी कि वेस्टर्न साइड का सर्कल बनेगा एंड दैट इज व्हाई एक-एक करके टीम्स आ रही हैं और थर्ड पार्टी, फोर्थ पार्टी, फिफ्थ पार्टी में उसको तब्दील करा जा रहा है। सीबी की बात की जाए, प्लेयर्स गवाते आपको साइबैक्स नजर आ जाएंगे इतनी शानदार पोजीशन होने के बाद, बट व्हाट जस्ट हैपेंड देयर? 4 मैजिशियंस का जादू फीका पड़ता नजर आ रहा है क्योंकि शॉट को यहाँ पे नेट से नॉक करा जाएगा और अब एक और नेट उनकी तरफ आने वाला है। क्या फिनिश उनको मिलेगा? हल्का सा चिप डैमेज शॉट को जरूर मिला, स्मोक करके पीछे जाने में कामयाबी उन्होंने हासिल कर ली है। बट क्या ब्रूटल के बाकी प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे अटैक करते हुए नजर आएंगे? रश किया करा जा रहा है, किड सीधा गाड़ी निकालते हैं आगे जाने की कोशिश, रश करने की तलाश में। क्या प्लेयर को फिनिश कर पाएंगे?
एक प्लेयर ऊपर की साइड पे मौजूद जरूर है, बट एज की बात करें वो थोड़ा सा पीछे है अपनी टीम से, को फायर प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं बट वो कुछ नहीं कर सकते, वहां पे खड़े रह के बस देखते रहेंगे क्योंकि इस वक्त एक डिप है जहां से वो प्लेयर को स्पॉट नहीं कर सकते और इसी के साथ ब्रूटल के नाम और फिनिशेस जुड़ते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे।
देखिए यहाँ पे और भी काफी सुरक्षित है क्योंकि उनके पास एक कंपाउंड का एडवांटेज है और कोई भी मेरे ख्याल से अभी रश नहीं करने वाला उस कंपाउंड के अंदर। सभी के सभी प्लेयर्स बस एक ही चीज की तलाश में है कि किस तरह से वो होल्ड कर पाए। बट अभी के लिए AEC बहुत देर से रुके हुए थे वहां पे और ब्रूटल के खिलाड़ियों को बैक टू बैक नॉक करते हुए आपको नजर आ जाएंगे। बट क्या उनको यहाँ पे रिटायरेशन में नॉक करा जाएगा? उससे पहले ओबे के शैडो भी यहाँ पे फाइट में हिस्सा लेते हुए 3 फिनिशेस ये टीम निकाल चुकी है और अभी के लिए डेमिगॉड को भी स्पॉट कर चुका है। एंड हियर यू गो, टीम नंबर 15 यानी कि टीम ब्लिजार्ड अब बैकफुट पे जा चुकी है, जोन के बाहर भी फंस चुके हैं और बैक टू बैक नॉक्स भी उनके प्लेयर्स होते हुए अभी भी शैडो को बचना पड़ेगा। शॉट्स उनके ऊपर भी आया ने की तरफ से लेकिन बच गए हैं प्रोन होके।
बट लास्ट प्लेयर बचेंगे अपनी टीम से, देखते हैं वो सरवाइव कर सकते हैं या फिर नेवर। मैं उन्हीं चीज की बात करता है, एज अकेले बचे थे अपनी टीम से, द 4 मैजिशियन से। लग जरूर रहा था कि पीछे से कुछ तो वहां पे करेंगे और वो चीज उन्होंने करी भी, 2 प्लेयर को डाउन किया बट ज्यादा देर तक उसको बचा नहीं पाए और वहीं के वहीं वो एलिमिनेट हो गए। अभी भी ब्रूटल के चारों जो प्लेयर है वो सर्वाइव करते हुए आपको नजर आएंगे। सर्कल की अगर बात करी जाए, मात्र एक टीम है जो आपको सर्कल के अंदर दिखाई देगी, बाकी सारे के सारे सर्कल के बाहर। पीक स्क्वाड उनको ज्यादा फायदा इस वक्त मिलने वाला है। ब्लिजार्ड के 2 प्लेयर सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। हल की बात करें, गॉडफादर हल के एक बार फिर से डाउन होते हैं। गॉडफादर अकेले बचेंगे अपनी टीम से, इस वक्त उनके पास स्मोक नहीं है, किया नहीं गया है। ओबे की बात करें, 5 फिनिशर उनके पास भी आपको देखने को मिलने वाला है। एक और बढ़िया ग्रेनेड को करते हुए आपको शैडो दिखाई देंगे और मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इसी के साथ ब्लिजार्ड का अंत होता हुआ आपको दिखाई दे जरूर सकता है, बट हल खत्म हो गए और इसी के साथ जो गॉडफादर थे वो भी ब्रूटल के प्लेयर के द्वारा स्पॉट किए गए, उनको खत्म किया गया। व्हीकल ऑलरेडी उन्होंने उठा ली है, तो आरबी के जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो भी मोस्ट प्रोबेबली जल्दी निकलते हुए नजर आएंगे। ओबी उनको भी पता है कि ये सर्कल बहुत ही ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है और जिस तरीके से ये सर्कल बना है कोई चांस ही नहीं है कि वो ऊपर वाले आइलैंड पे जाए और इसी चीज की मैं बात कर रहा था। सीबी के प्लेयर अगेन उनके लिए मुश्किलें बहुत ज्यादा खड़ी होती हुई। पी की स्क्वाड उनको फिनिशेस चाहिए थे, उनको प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट चाहिए थे, उस पर वो काम कर रहे हैं। पहला नॉक उन्होंने निकाल लिया, सामने से प्लेयर और इस वक्त मौजूद रहेंगे बट पी का कुछ इस तरीके का स्प्रे। बट आप डैडी को देखें, वो भी मोस्ट प्रोबेबली फंस चुके हैं।
जी हाँ, मैं देखना चाहूंगा उनके पास क्या कोई वेपन है या नहीं। सची कवर देने की कोशिश यहाँ पे जरूर करते नजर आए बट इतना बेहतर कवर यहाँ पे मिल चुका है कि अब शायद साइबैक्स ऑफिशियल को पता ही नहीं है उनके अपोनेंट की पोजीशन। गाड़ी लेके बताने की कोशिश करते हैं, बहुत गलत मूव यहाँ पे उनकी तरफ से आता है। शशि के सामने चले गए, ओपन में से डीपी का शिकार होते हैं और साइबैक्स आई हैव टू से मेजी दे आर लूजिंग इट राइट नाउ। अभी भी अगर लोफी बॉय की बात करें बचे हुए हैं, उसी के साथ एक हल्का सा चिप डैमेज वहां पे जरूर दिया गया बट एक क्लियर विजन अब यहाँ पे मिलने वाला है। लोफी बॉय की मुश्किलें बढ़ चुकी हैं और क्या वहां पे वो सर्वाइवल दिखा पाएंगे। अभी के लिए उनके ऊपर सबसे पहला प्रेशर जो आएगा वो डैडी डाल लेते हुए शायद नजर आ सकते हैं और डैडी अगर रश करते हैं उनके ऊपर तो शायद वो वहीं पे खत्म कर दिए जाएंगे।
जा भी रहे, वो आगे जा भी रहे। अभी थोड़ा सा उनको और आगे जाना पड़ेगा। बड़े आसानी से मुझे लगता है कि प्लेयर्स को वो स्पॉट कर सकते हैं। उनके जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो भी बता जरूर रहे होंगे कि यहाँ पे ये प्लेयर है, यहाँ पे ये प्लेयर है। डैडी को आप देखें थोड़ा सा ऊपर आए जरूर हैं बट इसी के साथ रेंजर पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो जाएंगे शशि के द्वारा। शशि ने 2 फिनिशेस यहाँ पे निकाल लिए। लॉफी बॉय अभी भी अंदर मौजूद हैं, एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड खत्म होते हुए नजर आएंगे। जो इनका आखिरी प्लेयर है उसको भी आप देखें कि वो भगते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। सीबी की स्क्वाड ये करने की वो क्या कोशिश कर रहे हैं आप देखें, इतना ज्यादा ओपन में वो आपको दिखाई देंगे। चलिए इसी के साथ डैडी शेन को डाउन करते हुए नजर आएंगे। लॉफी अकेले बचे हुए और इसी के साथ मुझे लगता है सीबी का जो सफर था iQOO बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज में बस यहीं तक था।
जी हाँ, बट अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है। जब तक खत्म नहीं होता तब तक कुछ नहीं कह सकते मेजी, क्योंकि लॉफी बॉय अभी तक है, एक प्लेयर को नॉक कर चुके हैं और अभी भी उनके पास एक रश करने का मौका बन सकता है। डैमेज देने की कोशिश लॉफी बॉय की तरफ से, जंप शॉट आएगा यहाँ पे डेडी की तरफ से एंड मुश्किल में फंसती हुई टीम साइबैक्स ऑफिशियल पहली टीम बनती हुई जो यहाँ से एलिमिनेट हो जाएगी।
तीन आउटलॉज छठा पायदान और 2 फिनिशेस। मुझे लगता है इतना उनके लिए काफी होना चाहिए। पिछला मैच भी उनके लिए बढ़िया था। ब्रूटल की स्क्वाड अभी तक हमने उनको देखा नहीं था, बट आप देखें 8 टोटल फिनिशेस अभी अली की स्क्वाड थी। एक बेहतरीन ग्रेनेड लाइन का, तीनों प्लेयर इसी के साथ खत्म 1v3 विद अ ग्रेनेड।
बिल्कुल स्पार्टा यहाँ पे रश करने की कोशिश करते हैं। एक बहुत बड़ा बोल्ड मूव था उनकी तरफ से, सीधा यहाँ पे अपोनेंट के कंपाउंड के बाहर जाके रुक जाते हैं। और जो हिस्सा यहाँ पे हासिल कर रखा है एचसीएल ने वो बहुत शानदार है। क्या यहाँ पे टीम ओआरबी कुछ डिफरेंस कर सकती है? एक नेड, व्हाट वाज दैट नेड? एक नेड, कितने शिकार वहां पे हुए? ब्रूटल का एक नेड आता है और पूरी की पूरी हेल्सियन ई-स्पोर्ट्स विनाश होती नजर आती है। C9 UI, What a beast nade that was!
एक बार लाइन थे, उन्होंने 1v3 करा ग्रेनेड से। दूसरी बात दूसरे प्लेयर आए, उन्होंने कहा हम भी कर सकते हैं। एक ग्रेनेड, तीनों प्लेयर खत्म होते हुए नजर आए। बट निंजा वो दोनों तो नॉक रिवाइव खेलते हुए नजर आएंगे। आईएनए फर्क नहीं पड़ता क्योंकि आपने अपनी टीम को टॉप 3 में पहुंचाया है। 12 फिनिशेस ब्रूटल के पास है। वहीं पे ओआरबी की बात करें, 5 फिनिशेस उनके पास होने वाले। टोटल अगर बात करी जाए तो 7 प्लेयर सर्वाइव करते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। बट आईएनए जिस तरीके से इन्होंने यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करा है टॉप 3 में अपनी टीम को, वो लेके जरूर आए। बट आप देखें फिनिशेस ही हैं जो उनके पास आपको देखने को नहीं मिलने वाले। 4v2v1 का जो सिचुएशन है वो हमें देखने को मिलेगा। स्कल आखिरी प्लेयर सर्वाइव करते हुए, बट इस ग्रुप को कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं। सर्कल उनके पास है, सामने से प्लेयर आने वाले हैं। फिनिशेस निकाल के 12 को 15 करने की कोशिश जरूर रहेगी। देखते हैं कितना ज्यादा और फिनिशेस वो निकाल सकते हैं। निंजा को एक बार फिर से डैमेज पड़ा, वापस से वो रिवाइव किए जाएंगे, वापस से डाउन होंगे, फिर उनको रिवाइव किया जाएगा।
देखिए जितनी है आईएनए की टीम, ये तो क्लियर देखने को मिलता है। भले ही फिनिश नहीं निकाल रहे हैं बट प्लेयर्स बार बार एक दूसरे को रिवाइव करते हैं, आपको नजर आ जाएंगे और जोन का शिकार होंगे। ये भी बहुत शानदार है, अभी भी फिनिश नहीं दिया उन्होंने किसी को, जोन का शिकार होते प्लेयर्स दिख रहे हैं। और भी किसका सभी शॉट लेने की कोशिश, एक अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है क्लच करने की। क्या यहाँ पे एक 1v4 देखने को मिल सकता है स्कल की तरफ से? देखिए काबिले तारीफ प्लेयर जरूर है बट सामने जो ब्रूटल है नेड की वर्षा करते हुए आपको नजर आते हैं। शॉट लेने की कोशिश, एक प्लेयर को नॉक करा जाएगा। और भी स्कल्स अभी हारने का उनका इरादा बिल्कुल नहीं है, तो अपने आप को हील करेंगे। बट अभी के लिए क्या टाइम उनके पास है? मुझे नहीं लगता टाइम उनके पास इतना ज्यादा बचने वाला है। क्या फाइनल फिनिश वो जोन को देने वाला है? जी नहीं, फाइनल फिनिश वो देके जाएंगे।
100 सीसी बहुत ज्यादा लेट कर दिया उन्होंने रोटेट करने में। अब देखिए उनके लिए दिक्कतें ज्यादा हो गई। एक तो वो खुद भी फंसे हैं, सामने वाली टीम को उन्होंने फंसाया जरूर, बट आप देखें उनका एक और प्लेयर को डाउन हो चुके हैं। किरू तो नीचे की साइड पे मौजूद है। ग्रेनेड उन्होंने किया बट खुद पे भी ग्रेनेड आता हुआ। मैडी की बात करी जाए, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली वो यहाँ से निकल चुके हैं। कैप्टन प्ले जोन के बाहर डाउन हुआ, बट नहीं, मैडी निकले नहीं है। वो अभी भी आपको जस्ट पीछे दिखाई देंगे। वो सर्कल के बाहर रोटेट कर रहे हैं, ऊपर की साइड पे गए जरूर। और जहां तक मुझे उम्मीद है ओटीआर के जो प्लेयर है उन्होंने देखा भी है कि उनके पीछे कोई प्लेयर आया है, उन्होंने कॉल दिया होगा जतिन। इसी बीच खत्म हो गए। मुझे लगता है अभी भी 16 की 16 टीमें यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करती हुई नजर आएगी, बट नहीं, एक बढ़िया स्प्रे आता हुआ मैडी का। एक प्लेयर को उन्होंने डाउन किया, सामने की साइड पे एक और प्लेयर मौजूद रहेंगे, उनको भी यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया। एक अच्छा स्प्रे आता हुआ मैडी के द्वारा। बैक टू बैक 2 नॉक्स उन्होंने निकाले जरूर, बट क्रीतो अब इनको अपना काम करना पड़ेगा। एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड और वहां पे जो हेडीज हैं उनको यहाँ पे पूरी तरीके से खत्म किया जाएगा। और ओटीआर की जो स्क्वाड है सबसे पहली स्क्वाड बन सकती है जो एलिमिनेट होगी, क्योंकि ग्रेनेड आप देखें बहुत ज्यादा करीब, बट थोड़ा सा शॉर्ट रह गया। बट बग्गी आती हुई आपको दिखाई देगी। मैडी उन्होंने बग्गी निकाली जरूर थी, बट हेडीज वो भी यहाँ पे डाउन होते हुए। एक आखिरी प्लेयर ओटीआर के इस वक्त सर्वाइव।
अब यहाँ पर जो टीम हमें देखने को मिल जाएंगे स्पेक और टीम, अगर हम बात करें क्रेजी गैंग, तो इनकी डिसाइडर फाइट देखने को मिलेगी।
और भी 2 का सिचुएशन होने वाला है। चलिए इसी के साथ एक पहला प्लेयर डाउन किया गया। सेनर की बात करें वो भी डाउन हो जाएंगे पेगासस के द्वारा, बट एक और प्लेयर बचेगा। सेना लीडर लाइव, आखिरी प्लेयर बचेंगे अनफेयर अपनी टीम से। 1v1 का सिचुएशन, बट अंदर घुसने का मौका तक उनको दिया नहीं गया। इसी के साथ क्रेजी गैंग की जो स्क्वाड थी वो एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। आईएनएक्स की जो स्क्वाड थी वो भी 5वें पायदान पे यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट हो गए। शाकवे वो गाड़ी ब्लास्ट हुई, वो खत्म हो गए।
लेकिन वहां पर टीम लेबर गैंग को जरूर से पता है इनकी पोजीशनिंग भी ओपन में अगर जाएंगे तो मुश्किल वक्त आपको पाएंगे। बीच यहाँ पे टीम 100 सीसी की जो फाइट है वो फाइनल इनिशिएट हो चुके हैं। क्लियर जो इनका वो डाउन जरूर हुआ है, लेकिन इवल सूर्या ने एक बढ़िया ट्रेड यहाँ पर लिया है। मैडी ने यहाँ पे स्पॉट जरूर से किया, एक खिलाड़ी को क्या नॉक निकालने में कामयाबी उनको मिल पाएगी। कवर में नहीं थे बट स्टिल वहां पर नॉक जो है वो मैडी नहीं निकाल पाए। ये कितना महंगा पड़ेगा ये तो फिलहाल वक्त ही बताएगा। कीरी तो कि अगर मीनवाइल बात करें वो क्लोजिंग करने के लिए जाएंगे। सूर्या वहां पे काफी ज्यादा एक्सपोज थे, थोड़ा सा उनके ऊपर स्प्रे आएगा, लेकिन गोस्ट को भी यहाँ पर डाउन किया जाएगा। और अब मकावेली जो है वो यहाँ पर हमें मौजूद नजर आएंगे। मैडी बहुत ज्यादा ओपन में आया तो उनको स्पॉट करके डाउन किया गया। एक 1v2 में कन्वर्ट हो चुका है सिनेरियो। टीम 100 सीसी अभी के लिए ड्राइविंग सीट पर जरूर से देखने को मिलेगी, लेकिन सूर्या काफी ज्यादा एक्सपोज है, उनका एक बेहतरीन स्प्रे आएगा और डाउन किया जाएगा। 4 फिनिशेस टीम 100 सीसी के पास और एलिमिनेशन टीम डेथ लेवल। बात करें उनको हल्का सा भी जोन के अंदर जाना है। अभी के लिए मैं कहूंगा कि टीम O7 थोड़ा मुश्किल में आ सकते हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने शैलेश को स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया और वहां पर फिनिश जो है वो जरूर से कैपिटलाइज करने के लिए जाएंगे। तो अब मुश्किलें यहाँ पर थोड़ी बढ़ सकती है टीम क्रोनोस की, लेकिन मैं कहूंगा कि टीम सेक्शन 302 जो है वो अभी काफी ज्यादा खुश होंगे इस फाइट से, क्योंकि अब उनको यहाँ पर वक्त मिल चुका है कि वो सर्कल के अंदर आए, अपने आप को अच्छे तरीके से पोजीशन करें, और जितनी देर तक ये O7 एंड क्रोनोस की फाइट चलेगी उतना ही ज्यादा बेहतर रहेगा। ग्रेनेड यहाँ पर सेक्शन 302 की तरफ से भी किए जा रहे हैं, वो भी कह रहे हैं कि हम क्यों यहाँ पर शांत रहें, बट अगेन मुझे ऐसा लगता है मेजी टॉप 2 में सेक्शन 302 जरूर से आ सकते हैं।
बहुत आसानी से मुझे लगता है विनर चिकन डिनर भी निकाल जरूर सकते हैं अगर वो थमे से रहे। आप देखें इसी के साथ उन्होंने शुरुआत कर दी, डिमाइस को उन्होंने डाउन किया और मोस्ट प्रोबेबली एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड, ओह वो जो फिनिश था वो फिनिक्स ने जरूर चुरा लिया। भी इसकी बात करें, चलिए एक और ग्रेनेड करते हुए आप देखें जतिन को उन्होंने डाउन कर दिया, बट कैप्टन की बात करी जाए, एक रिटर्न फायर आता हुआ कैप्टन डाउन होंगे, 20 आखिरी प्लेयर बचेंगे अपनी टीम से। और इसी चीज की मैं बात कर रहा था, अगर सेक्शन 302 वहां पे एक बार के लिए रुकी होती तो शायद उनके पास मौका बन सकता था, बट अब मौका नहीं बनने वाला। बट आप देखिए 07 जिनके पास विनर चिकन डिनर आ रहा था, दोनों प्लेयर उनके डाउन हो गए, एक फिनिश हो चुका है, एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड वहां पे गया जरूर है कैप्टन का, दोनों प्लेयर वहां पे डाउन हो सकते हैं। जतिन जो पहले से डाउन हो चुके हैं फिनिश हो सकते हैं, बट नहीं, पेड़ के जस्ट सामने वो ग्रेनेड फटा, थोड़ा सा दूर और गया होता तो दोनों प्लेयर जोर जो वहां पे रिवाइव कर रहे हैं उनको भी फिनिश किया जा सकता था। 07 मुश्किलें ज्यादा बड़ा, भी सेक्शन 302 इस मैच को जीतने के लिए सबसे आगे आपको देखने को मिलने वाला है, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट सर्कल उनके खाते में जाता हुआ।
बिल्कुल उनके पास नेक्स्ट सर्कल जा चुका है। क्रोनोस जो है वो अब यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा आगे की तरफ जरूर से जाना चाहेंगे। ग्रेनेड्स एक बहुत ही ज्यादा क्रूशियल रोल यहाँ पर प्ले कर सकता है। मैन एडवांटेज टीम O7 के पास आ चुका है, एक 3v2v2 का यहाँ पर सिनेरियो हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। बात करें जोर की, वो थोड़ा आगे की तरफ जरूर से जा रहे हैं। कैप्टन अभी के लिए लीड कर अपनी टीम को, सबसे ज्यादा फिनिशर्स उन्होंने निकाले अपनी टीम के लिए, और वो भी धीरे धीरे जा जरूर से रहे हैं। पर मेरे को अभी भी लगता है कि अगर सेक्शन 302 ने वहां पर उस फाइट में दखल अंदाजी नहीं की होती तो वो एक बेहतर ऑप्शन उनके लिए होता। जोन का जो श्रिंक है वो अब यहाँ पर फाइनली स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। एक खिलाड़ी वहां पर खड़े हुए, उनको बैठने पे मजबूर किया जाएगा, नॉक किया जाएगा। जो फिनिश है वो भी हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। ओमेगा की तरफ से एक मॉलोटॉव आया जरूर से 20 के काफी करीब, लेकिन कनेक्शन बनाने में कामयाबी नहीं। और अब टीम O7 जो है वो यहाँ पर काफी बढ़िया एरियाज में आ चुके हैं। सेक्शन 302 अगर फाइट लेने के लिए जाएंगे ओमेगा से तो एक सही वक्त देख के टीम O7 जो यहाँ पर धावा बोल सकते हैं।
जी बिल्कुल, आप देखें 3v2v1 का सिचुएशन होता हुआ अभी भी O7 इंतजार कर रही है फाइनल सर्कल का क्या, बट ग्रेनेड बचे। मॉली एक अच्छी आई, शॉर्ट मॉली, थोड़ा सा और 20 इंतजार कर सकते थे, थोड़ा सा और प्रोजेक्टाइल का इस्तेमाल कर सकते थे, बट ओमेगा वो स्पॉटेड है और इसी के साथ ओमेगा खत्म होते हुए और अब 3v2 का यहाँ पे सिचुएशन होता हुआ। और मुझे लगता है कि अभी भी मौका है कि सेक्शन 302 जो पिछले मैच में चूक गई थी विनर चिकन डिनर से, इस मैच में वो निकाल की जाए। बट 07 उनका भी पिछला मैच उतना अच्छा नहीं था, इस मैच में उन्होंने कोशिश करी, कामयाबी हासिल करी, 5 फिनिशर, सेकंड पायदान, और अब विनर चिकन डिनर के बहुत ज्यादा करीब, बट मात्र 2 सेकंड और फाइनल सर्कल चलने वाला है। मुझे लगता है आज के दिन का ये पहला मुकाबला जहां पे हमने फाइनल सर्कल भी जाते हुए देखा है इस वक्त।
बिल्कुल, टीम सब देखते हैं क्या करते हैं। टीम O7 जो है उनके पास हाइट का एडवांटेज नहीं है, तो वहां पर अगर मैं कहूं सेक्शन 302 है उनके पास एक बढ़िया एडवांटेज रहने वाला है। एक एक खिलाड़ी को वहां पर नॉक किया गया और अब कैप्टन जो है वो 1v1 के लिए जा चुके हैं। जोर फाइनल जो हम बात करें जोन की तो पूरी तरीके से एक नदन शिफ्ट हमें देखने को मिलता है। वो व्हीकल के साथ क्या कुछ ले जाएंगे? जी हाँ, यहाँ पर जो देखिए मैच शुरू होते ही एक्शन हमें देखने को मिल रहा है।
वेल, साइपर पोल्स के पहले खिलाड़ी आते ही शिकार होते आपको नजर आ जाएंगे। एंड मेरे ख्याल से ये बहुत खराब शुरुआत हुई है, बट लुक एट द नंबर ऑफ टीम्स जो यहाँ पे एक साथ आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। बहुत सारी टीम्स है जो कार क्लैशेस का मेरे ख्याल से एक हिस्सा बन सकते हैं, बट कुछ टीम्स है जो अवॉइड भी इस चीज को करना चाहेंगे। यश की बात की जाए, बीलाक के आई थिंक वो थोड़ा सा बैकफुट पे जरूर है, तब में अटैक करने की कोशिश करते हुए क्या यहाँ पे कुछ मैजिक करके दिखा पाएंगे, स्कैलर के साथ भेजने की कोशिश। फ्री फायर दोनों टीम्स की तरफ से यहाँ पे, दोनों प्लेयर्स की तरफ से यहाँ पे देखने को आपको मिल जाएंगे, बट प्लेयर अब अंदर जाएंगे शॉटगन के साथ अटैक करने की कोशिश। एंड फाइनली क्या नॉक निकाला, तन्वे को यहाँ पे नॉक कर दिया जाता है, एक और प्लेयर को यहाँ पे नॉक करते हैं। सोलो मैन शोइंग हिज क्लास वंस अगेन। यश ना उनके पास हेलमेट है, ना उनके पास वेस्ट कोई ढंग की है, बट फिर भी अपने वेपन M16 के साथ वो यहाँ पे मैजिक करते दिखा जाएंगे। दोबारा से फ्रंट शॉट लेने की कोशिश, बट इस बार नॉट लगी फॉर द थर्ड टाइम, एंड इसी के साथ उनको नॉक करके फिनिश कर दिया जाएगा। बट साथ ही साथ कहना पड़ेगा कि जो मैच की शुरुआत हुई है वो लाजवाब तरीके से हुई है।
बिल्कुल, B-Lack यश यहाँ पर क्या बेहतरीन खेले, M16 उनके पास मौजूद थी और उसके बाद 2 खिलाड़ियों को उन्होंने डाउन किया काफी बेहतरीन तरीके से। टीम साइबर पोल्स 9 चलिए एक फिनिश इनके पास जरूर से आया, लेकिन अब आ चुके हैं टीम B-Lack के बाकी के खिलाड़ी भी बदला लेने के लिए। और टीम साइबर पोल्स की बात करें, बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल में अपने आप को पा सकते हैं। जैक की बात करें, वो थोड़ा पीछे जरूर से रहने वाले। जब एक खिलाड़ी 4 खिलाड़ियों पे भारी पड़ा तो बाकी के जब खिलाड़ी आएंगे तो वो देखने में बड़ा मजा जरूर से आने वाला है। शॉटगन्स अभी हमें इनके पास देखने को मिलती हुई, एक SLR जो है वो यहाँ पर हमें एक्शन में आती हुई नजर आएगी, लेकिन आप देखिए जो हेल्थ है वो ज्यादा हमें देखने को नहीं मिल रही है। ग्रेनेड जाएगा क्या, यहाँ पर खिलाड़ी नॉक हो सकते हैं। अगर वेल कुक्ड होता तो जरूर से वहां पर नॉक आता दिखाई देता है। एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया, लेकिन खुद भी यहाँ पर डाउन हो जाएंगे। स्कार ओपी जो है वो भी यहाँ पर आ जाएंगे इस फाइट को ज्वाइन करने के लिए। वाइपर यहाँ पर एक बार फिर से क्या सेवियर का रोल अदा कर पाएंगे, वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहती है।
जी हाँ, यहाँ पे अलग ही गेम प्ले यहाँ पे चल रहा है। B-Lack जो थोड़ा सा मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे सेफ खेल सकती थी, थोड़ा पैसिव खेल सकती थी, नहीं उन्होंने यहाँ पे अटैक करना सही समझा। और अटैक का फायदा क्या मिलेगा, नहीं मिलेगा। एक प्लेयर को नॉक करते हुए वाइपर दोबारा से यहाँ पे सेवियर बनने की कोशिश। B-Lack के स्कार भी नीचे आने की कोशिश करे जहां पर उनके पास थी, बट उनको भी नॉक कर दिया जाएगा। क्या वाइपर आज एक सुपरस्टार बन के जाने वाले हैं इस राउंड 2 के दिन तीसरे से, वो देखने वाली बात होगी। B-Lack के जग 2 ओपी आ तो चुके हैं, बट ये 1v1 की फाइट, ये सब कुछ डिपेंड करता है। ये पूरा टूर्नामेंट शायद एक फाइट के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है इन दोनों टीमों का।
बिल्कुल, वाइपर यहाँ पर अभी के लिए तैयार जरूर से हैं। जैक की अगर हम बात करें तो वो भी शायद रिवाइव ही एग्जीक्यूट करने वाले हैं। कातिल को वहां पर रिवाइवल मिल जाएगा। टीम B-Lack बॉयज एक चीज की दाद देनी पड़ेगी कि अभी भी फाइट में इन्वॉल्व होने के लिए जाने, रिट्रीव नहीं कर रहे इस फाइट से। इसी के साथ जैक की बात करें, उन्होंने रिवाइवल दे दिया है। वाइपर भी यहाँ पर रिवाइव दे देंगे एक बार फिर से। यहाँ पर 2v1 का सिनेरियो कन्वर्ट होगा, बिकॉज वाइपर एक बार फिर से सेवियर के रोल अदा करने पे मजबूर हमें देखने को मिलेंगे। स्कार जो कि नॉकआउट, उनका फिनिश यहाँ पर सिक्योर कर दिया जाएगा इजी। वाइपर वंस अगेन बीइंग द सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग। बात करें जैक 2 ओपी की, वो ऊपर की तरफ मौजूद है। वाइपर उनको चेज करते हुए नजर आ रहे। कॉन्फिडेंस इस खिलाड़ी का बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन। यहाँ पे फाइनली उनको स्पॉट किया जाएगा, डाउन किया जाएगा। पहली टीम जो यहाँ से एलिमिनेट होती हुई वो बनेगी टीम साइबर पोल 9। टीम B-Lack बॉयज अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए 4 फिनिशेस, लेकिन 2 खिलाड़ी अपने खो चुके हैं।
इसको मैं
बिल्कुल, और मेरे ख्याल से थोड़ा फंस की भी चुके हैं। देखते हैं कि क्या निकलने में इससे कामयाबी उनको मिलेगी। सूर्य यहाँ पर मौजूद व्हीकल लेकर के जोन के अंदर जाना चाहेंगे। वॉर गॉड के बब्बू फिलहाल यहाँ पर अभी एक और फिनिश को एग्जीक्यूट कर देंगे। टीम पैनिक को थोड़ा पैनिक करना पड़ सकता है, बट वहीं बात करें टीम 0 डिग्री की, अभी भी चारों खिलाड़ी इनके सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। अच्छे फिनिशेस है, जोन के काफी करीब है। मेरे ख्याल से ज्यादा मुश्किल उनको होगी नहीं जोन के अंदर जाने में, अगर कुछ अच्छे स्मोक्स वगैरह इनके पास मौजूद है। एक व्हीकल का कवर वहां पर बनाया जा जरूर सकता है, बट टीम इन्फ्यूज को आप देखिए कि करके वहां पे खिलाड़ी डाउन है। सूर्या यहाँ पे क्रॉसहेयर पे आ चुके हैं, बट थोड़ा देर उन्होंने स्प्रे दिया, बट स्टिल he'll be able to take 1 डाउन। और अब यहाँ पे जो गॉड स्टार है उनकी मुश्किलें बढ़ाई जा सकती, क्योंकि फंस चुके हैं, लेकिन मिस्टिक को भी स्पॉट करके डाउन कर दिया। वॉर गॉड स्टार यहाँ पर बेहतरीन गेम प्ले दिखाते हुए क्या फिनिश सिक्योर कर पाएंगे। मीनवाइल वो भी आगे कर पाएंगे, उसको भी स्पॉट किया जाते जा सकता है। लोअर रिज वाला एरिया उनके पास मौजूद है। अब अमन के कंधों पर एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी, बिकॉज जो बाकी की खिलाड़ी है टीम वॉर गॉड के, वो भी एक्शन में आते हुए।
जी हाँ, बहुत ज्यादा बैकवर्ड पे यहाँ पे जा चुकी है टीम 0 डिग्री। अगर बात की जाए, जैसा कि मैंने कहा था, जोन के अंदर जाना उनके लिए काफी एक बड़ी चैलेंज बन सकती है, और हुआ वैसा। यहाँ पे वॉर गॉड के स्टार अब गाड़ी से कुचलते नजर आ जाएंगे यहाँ पे 0 डिग्री के प्लेयर्स को। मिस्टिक की भी यहाँ पे फिनिश सिक्योर करेंगे। एक अच्छा अप 1v2 देखने को मिला।
Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Now we are done with quite a bit of action. My name of course is Angad Singh Chahal. I sometimes go by the Experiment, and joining me is someone special, someone with a lot of tactical prowess. It's Bhavna Shadow Shokeen. Bhavna, man, we've had some wonderful matches in week 2 in the second round over here. Today it's day 3. New teams, fresh meat, fresh blood are going to be coming in the Battlegrounds. What can we expect from them?
A slow start. I want a happy, slow start, and then in the end, the aggression comes in. That's the best way to end the day.
Well, I guess she wants a slow start because, of
Yeah.
course, it is the time of Christmas, Yuletide, and everyone's
festival
going to
time.
be nice and happy. But sooner or later, there is going to be a lot of red all around your screens, and it's not going to be Santa and his sleighs all around. It's going to be that hot and crisp blood that's going to be falling on the grounds below. But now, before we get in any of the action, remember, you got to keep one thing in mind. This is a stage where all these unknowns, all these diamonds in the rough can reach legendary status. And well, when you talk about legends, how can you miss out the iQOO 7 legend, which, well, let me tell you one thing, is quite a beast. If you get your hands on one of these bad boys, you are pretty much set. But don't take my word for it. Let's actually have a listen from the official smartphone sponsors of BGIS 2021.
Are you ready for this? Check this out.
Well, there you have it. Again, like I say, you get to see something new every single time. That 5G antenna is going to make sure you're never going to get any desync issues, Bhavna.
Yeah, these things we all don't want. In fact, we don't even want to run out of battery charge when you're watching a 7 or 6 or your favorite teams playing into the action, because it has got 66 watt flash charge, a Qualcomm Snapdragon 888. That means no desync, no lag, and in-display Monster Touch.
Well, when you get charged to 100% in 22 minutes, you know what they say, you go 0 to 100 real quick. That is what this legend is all about. And of course, I am going to be asking that one question that I love asking time in and time out: when you have a monster inside,
You unleash it.
there you go. That is what you're supposed to do. So grab yourself one of these, and well, Ultra Gaming is going to be at your fingertips. Now, speaking of Ultra Gaming, speaking of Ultra Performances, we have a lot of high caliber action in store for all you lovely viewers today, because again, this is round through. Now, in round one, you've got to remember, which of course we will explain once more, 1,024 teams joined us for this journey that we've been on this last week, and well, that number has been reduced to half. So you are going to see quite a few teams, they are going to be a little known now, especially since they've been shining under the spotlight in round one. But before we get to the teams, let's just have a look at what all this thing is about, because well, there's a lot of money at stake, and yep, you don't have to rub your eyes, there is no mistake here. That is a massive 1 crore rupees total prize pool.
Well, 1 crore, a big prize money, and the first place is going to get 50 lakh rupees, second place will get 25 lakhs, third place is going to get 10 lakh rupees, and it keeps on reducing. In 16th place is also getting something, that is 10,000 Indian rupees, but MVP individually can get 1 lakh Indian rupees, the Lone Ranger 50,000, the Rampage Freak 50,000, and most finishes by a squad is also getting 50,000 rupees, and the Redeemer is also getting 50,000 rupees.
Well, if you think statistically, most finishes by a squad are usually the ones that are winning already, right?
Yeah.
Because they're going to be racking up those finish points. So if you get that first place prize, and then on top of that you get more money, maybe you get the MVP prize pool, maybe you get the team prize pool. Again, like I said, a lot of money to go around. But of course, let's have a look and see how all this money is going to be divided, because well, we mentioned it earlier, you do need to rack up those points to climb higher and higher on that overall leaderboard. And of course, the most important thing for me, 1 finish equals 1 point.
Well, most definitely, because if you're not getting the chicken dinner, you can compensate by the finish points that you are having, and 8 to 16 is the spot where you don't want to end up, because you're getting 1 or the 0 points respectively. 7th place gets 2, and it keeps on increasing by 2 points until the chicken dinner team gets 15 points, second place team gets 12 points, third place gets 10 points. But it doesn't matter if you end out at third place, just get few more finish points, and you are already way above the team getting a chicken dinner.
And in fact, that is something that we did see in a couple of games that did take place yesterday, where despite winning the chicken dinner, in the overall standings after the game is done and dusted with, they were falling behind a few teams, which of course, as you mentioned, they racked up all those finish points. But now we've also seen the complete opposite end of that spectrum, because a couple of teams managed to get those 10, even 12 placement points without a single finish to their name.
In fact, the opposite of that has also happened. Team having
you go.
finish points.
We've seen it all.
Yeah, team having 6 or 8 finish points, but not having many placement points to back them up. You better have a balance between the both. You don't want to end up on exactly one side. Have a balance. But let's have a look at the calendar, the schedule. We are already at the end of the round 2, that is day number 4. But after 2-day break, we are heading towards round number 3, that is going to be from 27th to 30th December. And after that, like XP, you say,
we'll see them in the next year.
yeah. A year break, that's long.
It is a year's break,
Hello?
because after 30th of December, we're going to see you all next year. But of course, talking of next year, the action is going to commence from the 2nd of January, but that's going to be 2022. So you better mark your calendars, because, well, as soon as the quarterfinals are dealt with, the semi-finals are going to be underway from the 7th to the 10th, after which we are going to have a couple of days off to make sure everyone is relaxed, everyone is charged up, just like the iQOO 7 legend, because, well, that is when a champion is going to be crowned the kings or queens of India all throughout the 13th to the 16th of January. So what you got to do is you got to make sure you mark your calendars and, well, keep your evenings free, because the action is going to be non-stop. And speaking of action, let's actually have a look and see how all the teams got to this stage, as we have the format coming up on our screens.
Well, in-game qualifiers are already over. Round 1 is already over. We are into round 2, and after that round 3 will happen, after which 64 teams will qualify towards quarterfinals. From there, 24 teams are going to qualify to the next stage, that is going to be semi-finals, and the pressure is going to the pressure is going to increase. The teams are going to reduce to 16 teams, which will head towards the grand finals. And in the grand finals, the 4-day battle, we are going to get our one single champion team.
And that is what's exciting, because again, they're going to have so many matches. So, we keep bringing up mistakes. They can get away with a few every now and then. But we are going to now bring up today's schedule, because, well, teams aren't going to have that leeway. Each group will only get 2 chances to either make it or break it into the next round. Of course, we are going to kick things off with Group 29, followed by Group 31, and surprisingly, we're going to end things with Group 27. Of course, one thing that is going to stay the same throughout is the fact that all the action is going to take place on Erangel.
Well, the OG map, the geography, you know very well of this map. Everything, every nook and corner, every single ridge, cliff, except the southern side line, like the zone we saw yesterday. You might not, most of the teams might not be aware of that particular area. But other than that, it is a very well-known map. So that means every team can put their best foot forward. There is no chance of a mistake. And especially, you have 2 maps.
That's it.
No scope for a mistake.
I mean, we keep saying, like you said, you want to make sure that you put your best foot forward. You got to come out swinging if you want to make sure you leave an impact in the game and an imprint in our brains. But before all that, we are going to bring up the teams in due time. Now, a couple of names you are going to recognize right off the bat, because, well, we did cover some of the action in round 1. And, well, a few teams I'm sure you already know, because they're your fan favorites. Now, let's just have a look and see who all is going to be battling it out in the Battlegrounds tonight, because first up, we do have Group 29, which consists of SGA Esports, Ra1 Esports, Zindarian. Kind of reminds me of Sindarin, an elfish language in the world of J.R.R. Tolkien. I'll come back to that later again. I'm a nerd. Then, of course, we have In Power, followed by Autobots Esports, or as I would say, Autobots Assemble. Then they're going to be joined by Gain Official, Evil X, and Team Red Cross.
Well, Team Evil X, one of the players of this team,
yes.
shined it. Let's see if he is under the pressure or if he is going to blow our minds again. But moving on, we have Team Unite, Team Last One, Team Blame, Esports, Team Jungly Officials that are very precise with their grenades, as we saw in round 1. Team ER Esports, Team Redemption, and Team NTGG Esports Official. And Team Lord X.
Well, one team that is going to stand out are going to be the Jungly boys, Jungly official.
Yeah.
Let's see if they are going to be unleashing their animalistic instincts today as well, because again, we love saying this, you know, a cornered animal is the most dangerous, and when you have a Hathi, when you have a Bog running around, well, things could get a bit tricky. So that was the teams that are going to be fighting out the first two games here in Erangel. But again, you know, we keep beating around the same bush. Well, there's one in front of us right now. But, you know, the thing is, it all comes down to that mentality as well. Now, you, for one, expect it to be a bit of a slow start. Now, what I feel is, since it is round two, it does give teams a little bit of opportunity to, you know, do their homework, go back and see where the teams dropped. And, you know, I'm sure it's human nature. You already know who you're going up against, and chances are, if you think you're the best, well, nothing is going to faze you, right? But sometimes there might be one team or the other that intimidates you, and, well, you just got to meet them head on.
Well, you can meet them head on, but like you mentioned, if you have even a slight knowledge against your enemy, you are going to use that. And teams might have already gathered that knowledge in the round one matches. They have information which is the strongest team in the lobby, which is more aggressive towards the finish points, which is a little defensive and goes for the placement points. I think defensive teams need to be a little careful because teams are going to attack them.
Oh yeah, and we did kind of see this yesterday. The whole gist was that, you know, teams were playing defensive, as you did mention. Now, I kind of felt like they were backing away from firefights, but as Shadow rightly pointed out, maybe it wasn't that they weren't confident enough. It was just that play style. You know, I mean, they did not want to be the aggressors. They did not want to be making mistakes, but it doesn't always turn out the way you want it to be. But now, in about another 30 seconds, we are going to bid you adieu from the studio, as that big bird is going to take to the skies for the first time on day 4 here in the second round. I'm going to bring something up. You know what I'm bringing up? Because, again, for some reason, she's always right.
No predictions.
Where are we flying to, Bhavna? You already know where the final circle's going to form.
No predictions this time. We are not picking any team. It's festival time, Mixby.
Yeah, see, I'm all for that. I'm talking about your connects with the BGMI gods, because you know where the circles are forming. It's the chair. All right, what I'm going to do is next time I'm going to be sitting on that side. But again, we're going to bid you adieu from the studio as well. Like I said, the C-130 has taken off. And Bhavna, we are now going to be soaring high above the green, luscious fields of Erangel. Question is, where are we going?
Well, I can already cheat and tell you guys where we are heading. We are heading all the way from towards military base island, towards shooting range, the area we all love. We have seen quite a few final circles towards that side of the area, also towards the Georgopol bridge area and shooting range as well. I would love to see that, but this is festival time. Let's have a easy circle, the initial easy circle, but let's not have a southern circle. We are tired of it. We saw so many southern circles. We don't want any of it, but teams like dropping in towards the southern side. A team is already going towards military base, towards Rupna area, and looks like some of the team might be going towards the western side also, because team Lord X has dropped in. Either they will go towards Quarry or Primorsk, looks like it, but let's see what's going to happen.
Well, by the look of things, looks like the Autobots are going to be assembling at the Sosnovka military base itself, with the Jungly official team heading to Novorupnoye, as you just mentioned. Now, it does seem like most of the teams are waiting for that late drop-off, and looks like majority of the action is going to take place north of Rozhok, by the look of things. But now, this is the moment we all have been waiting for. Where is that first circle going to form? Is it going to be yet another southern circle? Well, it does have a little bit of drama because we have a lot of water to play around with, but looks like action is going to break out early in Pochinki as Team Red Cross are going to go up against Evil X. And well, if you know anything about Evil X, there's one man who we are going to be watching out for, and looks like Sid has upgraded to Siddharth this time.
Well, Team Evil X, we saw in round 1 they were lacking some of the synergy or the coordination missing, but one of the guy, like you mentioned, Sid, was outshining. Let's see if they have worked on their synergy, on the coordination and the calls, because this time they can't afford to lose a player in this initial stage of the game. Whereas if we talk about Red Cross, they have a good loot, they have good armor, a good weapon, also N16. I think it's a good gun. Even in close range, you can walk around with a shotgun area, but Sid, the man who's stole the show. But wait a minute, something else is happening with SGA. A little peekaboo moment.
Well, a little peekaboo movement, but looks like he is safe for now. He did have that one tree for cover, and Snorlax, well, once he gets up, he is going to be difficult to bring down. Of course, it's a different situation over here, because when I think of Snorlax, I think of something big and fuzzy. But for now, SGA Esports, again, they were so close to losing one of their members early on. However, looks like Lady Luck is going to be on their side. Again, the thing was, the opposite team is Zendaren. Now, they could have probably waited around and, try and run the opposition over. However, they would have lost some valuable time, and possibly it could have been that SGA could have come in for a little bit of help. But looks like Zendaren have walked right into a trap, and Ayush and Karan are going to get the better of the opposition, as M249s are going to be going off, and well, that high rate of fire is going to make quick work of the boys from Zendaren. Oh, how the tables turn, as Zendaren now are reduced to a one-man squad.
Well, a drowning man can clutch at a straw, but the question is, does he have the weaponry? Does he have the gun? That is going to be the main question, and the positioning also. But looks like he's not going to clutch. He's going to find a safe spot. He's going to just run away from that area and find a safer spot, because he needs position points as well. He just doesn't need finish points, like get 2 finish points and gets an early elimination. Never a safe approach. But on the other hand, team number 14, Team Redemption, is in the backside of the Yasna, looting away the big compounds, the bigger buildings. They might have spotted down that there is an enemy in Yasna. Question is whether they are going to pick up a fight outside of the safe zone area, or just they are going to pick up their vehicles and take all the way northern rotation or towards the southern rotation.
Well, it could be either or, but it looks like as far as Zendaren are concerned, they used that Pokemon Flu just a bit too early to wake up Snorlax, because it wasn't him that did the damage, but well, his teammates were doing all the damage, and well, they've racked up 3 finishes to their names already, and that's going to be exciting. And in case for some reason, if you missed any of the action, let's just quickly have a look and see what happens. There you have it. Ayush comes up, 2 vehicles come in, shots are going to be rattled off, and well, the M249, courtesy of Karan, is going to do all the talking, as within the blink of an eye, Zendaren will reduce to a one-man squad. Now, this is going to be tremendous, monumental pressure on his shoulders, Shadow, because as far as picking up fights with opposing teams, I don't think that's going to be the call. All he's going to try and do is survive and hopefully get into the ladder circles unnoticed.
Well, he has to do it. There is no other option that he's having, because he can't go up against a 1v4 situation because the pressure. He can. Most definitely, he is aggressive. He has got the skills. That's why he is here in round 2. The problem is the pressure of qualifying sometimes make you do mistakes that you regret later on. So better safe than sorry. On the other hand, team number 4 is looting away in the north Georgopol, and there also enemy in the area, but both these teams can opt for different bridges over there and head on towards the southern side of the island, either Georgopol or the hospital or Gachka. Everything is quite open for now, but in power, some of the player, I think it is one of the player who is looking for the vehicle, who has almost entered into the enemy territory.
Well, if he does go behind enemy lines, chances are there is going to be firefight breaking out sooner or later. But for now, we're going to just have a look and see what the Autobots are up to, because again, like we did mention, they have the entirety of the military base up for grabs, and although they're just outside the circle, it is not going to be problematic. But there you have it, Bhavna. We have the circle on the map. Break it down. How do the teams get inside the circle, especially from Brodzok and Yasnaya?
Well, this time, contrary, eastern side is quite empty. Most of the teams are towards the northern
Pochinki
side.
is empty.
Yeah, Pochinki is empty. Even the shelter or the farm area is quite empty for now. For the team dropped in, Ravan especially, can easily enter inside the circle. They are not going to meet any of the resistance. Although in the Lumberyard area, there is a team present, that is Lord X. But sooner or later, they are going to make their rotation, because this is not a position to hold on. But they have definitely spotted down few of the players of Team Ravan, but they are not going to give away the intel that they are present over here.
You know, especially with all that chopped wood lying around, one could confuse it for the lumberyard, but it seems like we are just north of the ferry pair, another location that looks pretty similar, so one can get confused. And yeah, you're right, looks like Team Red Cross just drove on by, and Lord X have a choice to make. Do they A, hold on to this little fortified position because, well, you see they are bunkered in well, they do have those sandbags for protection as well, or do they go out and go in for the fight? You got to keep one thing in mind. They got to learn from the mistakes yesterday. We saw barely any meds, barely any utilities on a lot of teams, and you know what? It came to bite them in the backsides later on.
Empty bags cannot stand upright.
There you go.
Better be having a good loot, having good utilities, good first aids, everything you need when you are entering into the final circle, because you can't afford to make any of the mistake. And this time Gain officials looks like they have 2 vehicles on their hands. Rotation is going to come pretty easy, but they have to be careful of the teams that are present on the southern side of the Georgopol Hills.
Well, they do have to be careful, not just from the south, because it looks like everyone is going to be migrating in towards the new circle, and if history teaches us anything, we might just see a few teams crisscross each other's paths. But for now, Gain officials are going to be heading past the ruins in a convoy which pretty much looks unstoppable unless they're met with a barrage of bullets. But for now, they are going to make their way in Gatka and no opposition inside. Elsewhere, shots are going to be fired as Unite Esports are taking the fight to in power. I do believe they are going to be obliterated from distance as those Scar Elves are going off. Now, Falcon's wings have been clipped. Question is, are Team Unite going to go in for that final push? They do look a bit hungry. And there you have it. The flank is going to come in. 2 of the members are going to go left, while 2 members are going to be in pursuit as well. So I do believe they might just try and get that high ground above them and, well, rain down death from there. But looks like Goku is going to be the first in line, along with Barry, as they are going to set up a little bit of a position on the other side of the ridge. But good, quick thinking from InPower. They realize that, you know what, something is amiss. And, well, there you have it. Team Unite are once again going to be in hot pursuit of InPower.
Well, I'm worried about the last player of Team Zindarian because he is in the shelter area taking the blue zone damage, and similarly the players of Team SGA Esports are also still in Yasnia. 2 of the players are looking for the vehicles. I think they have gotten vehicles, but a very late rotation is coming into the picture. Let's see how they are going to move, but I'm more concerned about the teams that are on the northern side of the circle, Georgopol. 3 teams rotating from the same path. I think they are going to collide into each other.
Well, we could have some accidents coming up on our screen, or maybe someone's going to light from the vehicles and lay down some lead in the enemy's direction. For now, no, you're not supposed to drive those vehicles on such terrain. You got to keep them nice and tickety-boo. But for now, as you mentioned, Georgopol could be where some action might break out. But the thing is, you know, since both these teams are still pretty far out from the circle, stopping and picking a fight right now isn't going to be the best in their interest, as you have a look at ER Esports now. They were first to this compound. However, 20 seconds on the clock, 800 meters out. I think they should get a move on right about now. Elsewhere, it does look like Gain officials might just be getting ready to fend off an attack, and well, the aggressors could be Team Unite. Question is, are they going to be united? Are they going to fight as a tight-knit unit, or are they going to crumble under pressure one by one?
For now, they are segregated. They are in a 2v1 versus 1 split. I guess they are going for the rotation, looking for a safe spot or compound near by the Gatka area. Near the trenches of Gatka, nowhere, no team is present for now. It's a difficult spot to hold on to as well. Most of the teams are aiming for the centrish area of the circle. And look at the airdrop. This time, XP, you will still have to wait for that AWM. But the teams SGA and last player of team number 3, that is Zindarian, better not collide with the 4 players of Team SGA making similar rotations. But look at team number 11. Talk about, hold on, a fight is breaking in next.
A fight is going to break in as Gain officials were the aggressors, but look like they are. Shots came in from InPower, and they are not done yet. They do have that little bit of cover over there, courtesy of this little hill. And I like the fact that Croxy does have that Tiger outfit out. He is in his element. All he needs to do is make sure he hides himself amongst that tall grass, and, well, slowly but surely moves on towards his prey. But for now, it does look like IP are going to have the upper hand, as Tony is going to make sure he secures the right flank for Gain Esports' point of view. Now the question is, IP, they might get another knock in over here, and that is when you can expect a bit of a rush to come in. But looks like elsewhere, another team is going to be fighting with someone else, and well, someone's already put 6 feet under. But we're going to have a look over here and see what's happening because smoke grenades are being deployed. And mind you, Shadow in power is making a lot of commotion. I'm sure somebody or the other could come in to have a look. But if you missed any of the action, well, we got you covered there as well because we have the replays coming up on our screens now.
Well, if we talk about the players of team number 5 that is in power, they are so segregated and separated. It was very easy to knock down player ABC, but team in power was shooting in the direction of the players of team gain, also peppering down few bullets. Will they successfully do a third party? That is the main question. But Circle has again taken a concentric kind of a shift. Maybe it would go towards the Gatka area. That means Michaels are going to come into the picture, but for now, knocks are coming in.
Well, looks like the Autobots have transformed themselves into vehicles as they are trying to traverse the lands, trying to get to greener pastures, but they are going to be picked up one by one. And now that grenade could be the final nail. It does kind of bounce away from Opax, which means, well, for the time being, he is still secure. But have a look at how careful Cruxy's being. He knows that, he doesn't want to overextend his position. Well, he might want to just work on projecting those, lobbing those projectiles, and now he's had enough. He's like, you know what? I just kind of wasted 2 grenades. I'm just going to go take my vehicle and put some bullets in him. But Opax is not going to make it easy. He's going to try and make sure that he wastes as much time as possible because, IP could have expected Autobots to kind of come in and save the day. Unfortunately, that is not what's going to happen now because, looks like Optimus Prime is going to be all by his lonesome as Autobots Esports are reduced to a one-man squad.
Well, they have been reduced to one-man squad. They better be careful and go little passive into the game because it's still 16 teams are alive. If you get an elimination at this point, you're getting nothing at all, 0 points, and you can't afford that. But for now, last one, Oscar is going up against the solo player of team number 16, Lord X, which was caught off guard during the rotation, but his teammates are also rotating inside the circle, and Cesar is going for the kill. He is going for the finish. He is hungry.
He is hungry, and he did see him behind that tree, and now both of them are going to be trying and lobbing grenades. Question is, which one is going to go boom first? And it could be either way, but it looks like Azar is going to be taken down with a mighty boom, and now his opposition, it is going to be Lord X. They're going to make sure they put him in the ground and, well, get a little bit of redemption for their for the fallen comrades. Now, they are still just a 2-man squad, so I like what Psycho is doing. He's making sure he patches himself up after he deployed those small grenades just to conceal his position. But now, they do have that one finish to their name, which means, well, they can be a bit optimistic if they hold that higher ground and keep all the enemies at bay, because for now, Lord X can move further inland without any opposition nearby. But of course, the Grenadier title is going to go to Psycho, the madman himself.
But Lord X is not going to be happy at all. They have lost 2 of their crucial players, and it's still the 3rd circle. They are not a happy bunch because finish numbers also just a single finish, and in the loot department also they're lacking the first aid, the meds that are required. And now for further into the game, the only way to get the meds is taking up a fight, looting the crates. Let's see if they can pull off a 2v4 clutch moments. On the other hand, Gain Official are trying to spot down some of the enemy. They are in the centrish zone of the circle, and zone is also favoring them. On the other hand, in the team which is in a good position is Team Redemption. If they take a little eastern side of northeastern side rotation, they are in a very good spot, but they have to be careful of the Team ER who might follow the same path of rotation.
Well, talking about the circle favoring certain teams, Blame 9 Esports are going to be a happy bunch because looks like the gods above are going to be shining down upon them because an airdrop has just floated near them. Question is, which big bad gun is going to be in that? I hope it's an AWM, man. I definitely hope we hear that little boom coming in sooner or later, intimidating the opposition. But for now, we are going to have to use the weapons that are readily available all over the map, as Gain Official are finding themselves in thick and thin of the action with, of course, ER Esports at one end and Blame 9 at the other. Now, the thing about Blame 9 is they are going to be content with their compound, so I don't see them moving out, picking fights this early, unless someone, of course, has eyed their compound and, well, wants it all for themselves.
Well, considering Team Blame's position, there is a little hilly area also nearby them. They can get so much of the intel if they try and hold on to it. But ER Ninja YT has been taken down. Call it a caster's curse. We were talking about Team ER getting punished. Let's see if a raise is coming in. But look at Team Unite holding on to a shack area, a single grenade that is all required to eliminate the 3 players. But Team Evil is also in a lot of trouble, walking in the wrong direction. XP.
Well, but the thing about Evil X is they love taking those fights. Now, as Shoto is going to make sure he patches himself up. A little bit of help is coming in, but grenades are going to go off, and one goes off, and Volcano Gaming almost erupted himself. But he is still lucky to be on his 2 feet. But now a plethora of grenades are going to come in, and if they are going to be pristine, if they're going to be precise, it could spell trouble for Evil X. I do believe they have lost another member, which means, well, Volcanic Gaming is going to have to back off just a little bit. In fact, he makes sure he patches himself up in the nick of time. I do expect a bit of a push coming in from Raven Esports, because again, they're making so much noise, it looks like the last ones from behind could spell trouble. Question is, are they going to go in for the kill, or are Evil X going to get out of this scot-free?
They better get out, because they don't have the best of the positioning, best of the curve for themselves. They are susceptible to the grenades. On the other hand, the team is susceptible is going to be team number 12, that is Jungly Official, holding on to the rectangle area, and boom! Hathi goes down. Last player, no, not the last player. Bag also goes down, but the question is, where are the rest of the 2 players? They are a little far away, and right now they are also closing in and not in the best of the position.
Well, it's all on the Jaguar and the Tiger itself, as Baz and Sher are going to have to go up against Iconic and the boys, because grenades are still going to be going off, but they're only going to do so much as, well, they weren't too accurate. It looks like the Jungly boys are going to make the getaway. The question is, could they do that, because they are going to be exposed to all this gunfire? There you have it. Baz is going to be taken down, which now means the king, the lion, is left alone, as Shoto is going to be taken down elsewhere. Baz is going to succumb to his injury sooner or later, but Cher is now the only one standing. And again, quite unprecedented, because we know Jungly as a team, and this is something that you do not expect from them. But it looks like the last one just had that little bit of a better game plan as they pushed them out of their own compounds, and now they are focusing their attention on SGA Esports, who have that nice little hill all for themselves. But sooner or later, Shadow, they are going to have to come down.
Well, they have to come down. For Team Jungly, I have only one thing to say. Don't show it back to your enemies. When you are playing a battle royal, they are definitely going to shoot you and you're going to fall down. But for now, Hitler is in a very good spot. He can go on to the finishes, for the finishes onto the floor of Team Red Cross. And looks like Red Cross is falling down. One player goes down. Can he get second one?
Well, this is the only time you will hear us say Hitler and a good position in the same sentence, but it looks like Redemption are on a bit of a redemption spree. He does have 2 knocks to his name, and well, he is hungry for more, but he realizes that, you know what, his vehicle is getting shot at. He better take some cover, but he is a bit too close for my comfort. Elsewhere, it does look like Team Red Cross, although they are under heavy fire, heavy pressure. You gotta get out of those bullets. I guess he is going to be taken down once more, and finally Zeref realizes, you know what, this is a lost battle, and it's time to cut our losses and make our escape, because the last man from Zendarin is going to join the fray as well. Boy, he is playing a risky game here, Shadow.
Well, he's playing a risky game along with the last player of Team ER also. They are heading towards the wrong
Hitler's
path.
not picking his teammate up.
He has to go for the race. You can't fight with your teammate inside the game, but Team Unite is firing bullets in so many directions, picking up so many fights. And a drive-by we can see in the finish feed as well, but Mohit OP, look at the amount of smoke deployed. He has a good cover, he has a good positioning, but for how long? On the other hand, team number 6 is not at all in a good position.
Not in a good position, as you mentioned. We did have drive-bys and we did have vehicles go over skulls, and you did have the little crunching sound. But for now, it's going to be Gain Official lobbing in grenades and smokes, trying to conceal their position elsewhere from the ground above. SGA Esports are going to give MTGG Esports Official a run for their money. They're going to try and make sure that they still remain kings of the hills, as now they do have the eastern aspect of the map all to themselves. Before now, Snorlax, I think he spotted someone. He definitely heard something, and he knows someone is behind that tree. And now Lord, the grenade has been lobbed. He bites himself to get up. In fact, he takes a tremendous amount of damage, but now the bullets are going to do the talking, as that UMP is going to be let loose. An entire magazine was taken, but with that, Lord X are going to be eliminated in the 13th position with just that one finish. Elsewhere, SGA once again in a little bit of a skirmish with MTGG, but we're going to focus elsewhere as Hitler, the last man standing for his team, goes up against the enemy. And wait a second, massive grenades coming in. Could this be it? Tony is going to cook it. He throws it. Unite is in a world of trouble, but that is going to be a bit too long. Now he finally spots the enemy. What was Team Unite doing? They should have seen Tony coming in. Unfortunately, Tony was a bit too quick on the trigger, and well, with that redemption, no redemption here for them as they are out in the 11th position. But have a look at that, 8 teams remaining. That means everyone is toppling over like dominoes, one after the other.
But Team SG is still in a very good spot because it's the only single team that is right in the dead smack center of the circle, but they are in a split situation.
Kings of the hill.
Yeah, king of the hills, but they are in a 2v1 versus 1 split. But on the other hand, western side of the circle, so many fights are happening. Team Ravan, Buggy, no healings. He didn't heal himself.
Well, I guess I would have rather tried to, slide my way on the ground rather than sit on the back of the buggy on such a little sliver of HP, because looks like Vanko could spot the enemy as Maddie does. There you have it, Karthik for the win, brought down in an instant. And I'm pretty sure Maddie's also thinking, wait a second, that was a bit too easy. Unfortunately, it's going to be problematic, but now SGA Esports, they're going to be hit hard by the last ones, and now Vanko is a bit separated from his teammates. Is that going to be problematic because Iconic has gone down, but now Ayush gets taken down from Gain elsewhere as MTGG are going to join the party as well, but Maddie is going to make sure he puts them at bay. Wait a second, they have no idea where the shots are coming from, and SGA are going to make their take for it elsewhere. It does look like Blame 9 Esports are going to take some heavy damage, but one grenade is all it took, and well, the last ones are going to bid us adieu.
Well, they are going to say us goodbye, but Team SG better be careful because Team Gain X officials are shooting in their direction, and
Wait a second, there still is one man.
Grenade! He just lobbed a grenade, but somehow the player still survived. He missed that grenade. Otherwise, Team SGA, 2 players lost could have happened.
Well, let me tell you one thing. That is sturdy wood. That is the kind of wood you want in your construction, because a grenade could not also bring it down. And well, as a result of that, SGA Esports are still alive and kicking. But for now, the last man from Evil X, Volcano Gaming. Is he going to erupt into madness because he is lobbing a few grenades? It does look good, but again, they got to keep one thing in mind. There is a shack concealed under all that smoke, and that is something they aren't taking into account. But it could be possible that Blame 9 Esports, now they have got their act together. They did lose that one man. If they sync up a bit, MTGG could be in a world of trouble. Now, Bitcoin spotted out, and in fact, he's going to be quick on the trigger, returning fire with some amazing precision. Of course, all that flash from the muzzle gave the position of MTGG away, but now Alex, he's got a decision to make now. He just has a little bit of cover, but it did look like an airdrop could be falling right above them. That means, well, they might just get some much needed cover.
Well, they'll get the cover that
it's
the
Team
players of
SGA.
Team SG need, and they badly need a cover because grenades are coming in their direction from the players of Team Blame 9 Esports. They better not be at the receiving end because there are only 2 players. A follow-up grenade will come in, and then they can get an easy elimination. But Team Gain is also susceptible to those grenades coming in from the last player over there. But Team SGA, look at the shack control they are having.
Now this is the calm before the storm.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, a few shots are going to be fired. Someone is going to be clipped, and after that, it's going to be all chaotic. But for now, it does look like Blame 9 are going to make sure they lob enough smoke grenades, because they do need to move just a little bit inside the circle, as Volcano Gaming is going to be spotted out. This could be dangerous. Expect Flash to just get up and put a few shots down range, as Volcano Gaming, well, he doesn't have a lot of options. And I was talking about Flash, but it looks like Blame 9 are going to turn their attention to Gain Esports, as they are, well, in the blink of an eye. Gain officials, although they do have a massive 9 finishes to their name, they are out in 6th position. Now we are down to the final 5 teams. No team still has a 4-man roster, 7 players alive, as SGA and Blame 9 have 2 apiece, while Evil X, Lost One, and MTGG all are 1-man armies.
Well, no one is having safety in numbers because almost everyone is a 2-man or a single-man roster. But Blame 9 Esports is trying to shoot the player inside the shack area. And what's going to happen? Snorlax takes down dead over there. Maddie also goes down with that AKM. But Snorlax will take the player down. But he himself also goes down through the hands of Volcano Gaming. And no, it was Blame 9 Esports that eliminated them.
I do believe it was, but it looks like Volcano got a couple of kills as well, and now we are down to the final 3 teams. It is going to be a Mexican standoff. It is going to be a we won affair, and against all odds, Evil X have made it. But last one, now he truly is the last one. Question is, can Vanko pull off a miracle, or is it going to be MTGG, who have been in the thick and thin of the action, actually at the receiving end of things? Now he does have the higher ground, and it looks like Volcano Volcano could be spotted out by Venko. Question is he keeping an eye on towards his left? Because as soon as Venko moves in, either Alex is going to spot him or Volcano might spot him too. But Volcano, he's making a move. He's patching himself up. That could give his position away. But for now, luckily, the blue zone is going to stop right at their heels. And again, the enemy don't even know how close one another are. This could go either way. Wait a second, Alex, does he know where Veko is? Because, well, he does know where Veko is. Let's lose a few shots, and there you have it. Now, it is going to be a one-on-one between MTG and Evil X.
And MTGG Alex is in an advantage position. He has the height advantage, but team looks like Volcano Gaming is being a little too brave over there. But now he has taken the advantage of little slopey area. But the way the foot sounds, and that is when Volcano striked in, got the chicken dinner. That was a mistake.
Well, it looks like it was Pompeii for Evil X because the volcano pretty much destroyed itself. But MTGG are going to be walking away the winners here in the first game. MTGG officials, let me tell you one thing, they had a quiet game, but they were at the receiving end of a lot of punishment. I mean, we did see them I, in fact, kind of wrote them off a bit early on as well, especially when, they were just getting hammered from every direction. And Alex, of course, was the last man standing. But good trigger discipline and, again, good sound sense.
Yeah.
Maybe Volcano Gaming, he wanted to make sure that he surprises him. But, again, his footsteps gave his position away.
He couldn't have surprised him because the player of Team MTG, Alex, had the height advantage. There was no way he could have taken a head-on fight because the moment he would have exposed himself, obviously Alex will shoot.
So you know what Volcano did? The moment he did come up, there was still a little bit of a rise. He went prone. But again, this is kudos to Alex. That sound. He knew exactly where the gentleman went prone and, well, put a few shots in and got the game done. Now, if you missed any of the action, well, we got you covered there as the highlights are now coming up on your screens.
Well, the highlights coming in, and for teams in Darren, easy come, easy go. That is what I'll say. They came so easily and they went so easily. But the last player survived for a very long time. Kudos to him. He got few placement points for himself. But so many fights were breaking in from the initial time as well. During rotation, especially, so many players were caught off guard and they were eliminated. In the end, we had no single team with all 4 men alive. That is when the game of the positioning came into the picture, the team having a better position inside the circle.
Oh, absolutely. And it did also seem like, even though certain teams had positions, had compounds, they couldn't really hold it like over here. Azar, he was on a bit of a scouting mission, and for him, luckily the enemy came right towards him. But this was the battle of the grenades. And again, it was the quickest nade one in the situation. But you know what's going to happen now? Although MTGG did win the game, and well, we did see an amazing game coming in from Volcano Gaming as well, there was a team which was pretty quiet up until the very end. And when all of us are blaming you, you got to keep your head tightly firm on your shoulders. And one man from Blame 9 Esports went, dare I say, ballistic. He was on a rampage, tearing oppositions through and through. And I do believe, well, he racked up quite a few finishes. We're going to have to wait and find out exactly what the number was.
Well, for Team Blame, I'll say discretion is the best part of Valor. The way they went all brave towards the players of Team SGA over there, that was a big mistake. They should have stayed silent because that's when all the third parties started happening, and that's when they started getting the eliminations. And player 13, Team 13, last player, that's okay. Team SGA, on the other hand, had an advantage position. Before that, they were in a disadvantaged position in the center, but later on, circle shifted towards them. But Team Blame kind of ruined that game.
I mean, this little shack was pretty much made of titanium by the look of things, because every single second we just saw grenades being flung at it. Well, nothing happened over there. There you have it, Blame 9 Esports. I mean, they take the fight right to the enemy's face, and Bitcoin over here as well with some amazing reflexes. Although he was the first to get shot at, he makes sure he knocks the opponent down and puts him 6 feet under. But boy, oh boy, I would not have expected Volcano Gaming to survive for as long as he did, but that is exactly what he did. And well, he racked up quite a few finishes for himself as well. And have a look at this little push coming in. SGA again holding their own. Blame 9 going around the south, but it was SGA who came out on top in that little exchange.
Well, both the teams got eliminated, both paid the price of that little rush coming in. But this is the moment. Alex is having a little advantage. He knew the position of Volcano Gaming because of the footstones, like you mentioned. But it's just like 3-point difference. I think 15 and 12, yeah, 3-point difference, but every single point matters. But a very good performance considering Volcano was the last man standing and Alex also.
3 points, yes, as far as placement points go, but then again, that one extra finish point is what makes all the difference. Now, we've done a bit of math in our heads. I'm sure you have as well. Let's have a look and see how all the teams did as we have a look at the point standing. And of course, winner chicken dinner is going to go MTGG's way. Not a high fragging affair, and I think this is the first time that I've seen the total points not cross that 20 mark.
Well, they haven't crossed the 20-point mark because MTGG Alex was the only one surviving. He couldn't take too many fates head on. But on the other hand, Evilex also same story. Volcano Gaming was the last player, 6 finish points. A good performance, good outing. But SGA, a very good performance was expected. A better performance than that was expected considering their positioning. 9 finish points, still a very good performance, a very good starting in match number 1. Blame 9 was in the thick and thin of the action, taking so many fights, 10 finish points, total 16 points. But another team was also having a good outing, that was Gain Officials, 9 finish points.
9 finish points with a total of 13, which means, well, they definitely have that caliber to give out quite a punishment to all the opposition. But of course, 4 finishes for MTGG, not a high fragging affair, and by the look of things, the kills were kind of evenly distributed, the finishes. And well, talking about finishes, we are going to have to bring up that one man who stood head and shoulders above everyone else. It is going to be the iQOO MVP, and have a look at that. It is going to be Sahadat from Blame 9 Esports with a tremendous 9 finishes to his name.
Well, 9 finishes, and look at the damage, 1135 damage, 2 assists and 1 headshot. Blame had a very good positioning, and Shahadat was the man who was getting so many finishes. In fact, his team had 10 finishes, out of which 9 are from this single lad.
Talk about one-man army, that's exactly how you define it. Now let's have a look at the top 5 players, as of course Sahadat is going to be at the tippity top with 9, a clear distance over the others. Evil X's Volcano Gaming, who again had a good solo performance, is going to come in the 6th position. Now Gain, Arceus and Flash are going to be joining us as well with 5 and 3 finishes respectively. And of course we do have Ra1 making a little bit of a splash, as Randy is going to have 4 finishes to his name.
Well, 4 finishes, not bad at all. On the other hand, Gain Flash is having 3 finishes and almost 600 damage. That means this time every team was having a bit of piece of cake for themselves. That means a slow start, not a very flashy play coming in, but we'll see that in the finish damage ratio. But before that, have a look at the match summary, that how many grenade finishes are coming in XP.
Well, the fact that 98 grenades were used, I'm going to expect it to be in double digits, but it looks like it fell short by just 1, as 9 of those grenades ended up finishing the opponents.
Well, knock finish ratio is also quite perfect this time. 59 knocks, 59. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what we want. But this time airdrop looted is just 1 airdrop. I think this was the last airdrop that kind of fell into their house over there. On the other hand, this time not too many rescues, not too many grenades, but yes, grenade finishes are quite high.
They are quite high, and now we were talking about ratios. Let's just quickly switch over and have a look at how the finishes matched up against the damage, as we are going to have the finish and damage performance chart on our screens. And unexpected, a couple of teams, in fact 4 teams, were dishing out the majority of the damage in this round. And as far as finishes themselves go, pretty evenly distributed among 3 or 4 teams.
Yeah, finishes are pretty evenly distributed. Yes, the damage chart is quite very high. Bar is very high for few teams, but damage doesn't give you points, my friend. The finish points are going to give you. Yeah, exactly. Imagine.
A point for every 1,000 points
just
of damage.
Just fire few shots in enemy, come inside the cover, heal yourself. But then it becomes a heal battle.
It becomes quite a different battle. And, just looking at this chart on our screens, you can easily guess which teams are going to make it to the top 4. But if you didn't, let's have a look. Of course, thanks to that chicken dinner, MTGG are going to be at the #1 spot with 4 finishes to their name.
Well, 4 finishes, Evil X, 6 finishes, a good outing, good performance. SGA Sports, 9 finishes, Blame 9, 10 finishes. Let's see if SGA, Blame and Evil can keep up the same momentum. And MTGG, if you do this kind of a performance with a single guy, a much better performance is expected in match number 2.
Well, if they can do that with one man, as you rightly said, imagine what they can do with 4. But again, it's all about those opportunities. It's all about, those moments that make it or break it. You can't really script this, right? Sometimes there are some players and some teams that if they do reduce their numbers, as the games go by, they'll crumble under the pressure. But then some out there, they thrive in all that chaos. And again, just to remind you, that is what legends are made of. And I know that I do this a bit too often, but speaking of legends, again, I have this bad boy in my hands, which is something that you want to get because there is a monster inside. And well, what are we going to do with it? There you go, you're going to unleash it. But of course, don't take my word for it. Let's have a look at a word from the official smartphone sponsor for BGIS 2021.
Are you ready for this?
Hello and welcome back once again. And I know that, when you see so much of something, you kind of think that, it can't be real. It's too good to be true. But again, this monster in my hand, it is for real. And all you have to do is make sure you go and grab yourselves one. Now, Shadow, game number 1, done and dusted with. And as we mentioned, a couple of teams did do well, but the finishes were evenly distributed, which means now game 2, in my opinion, is going to be a heavy-hitting affair right from the beginning.
Nah,
Nah?
I disagree.
Again, see, I'm scared to disagree with you over here because you obviously know something that I don't. She's got the BGMI Connect. We're gonna get down to the nitty-gritty of it later on. But already. So what I think is, this is what I think. I think the teams, especially that didn't do too well, but did get quite a few finishes, not placement points, just finishes, they might try and take things a bit slower because, they might want to give placement points precedence. However, one part of my brain says they're just going to go even more aggressive because if they end the game with 2 or 3 placement points but 8 to 9 finish points, they can do a lot more damage.
I think everyone is going to go easy. They are going to just head off for the placement
Do
points.
I hear any
better
jingle bells right now? Is that the reason? Is it because of the whole festivity? Is it because of
Yeah.
this tree that you want everything
It's
to go a bit
Christmas,
easy?
not Diwali.
Well, if it was Christmas, then again, maybe we should have a different kind of a matchup. Maybe they should be throwing candy canes at one another. But that isn't the case. It is still going to be lead. And once those bullets start flying, bodies are going to drop. And, some team is going to rack up all those points. And they need the points. They need the points to make sure they make it to round 3.
Considering the points are evenly distributed, every single team is going to need those points. So they are going to go easy and try and make sure they don't have an early casualty or early elimination because they can't afford it. So consider some of the team at the bottom. So consider a team at the 8th or the 9th position comes all blazing guns with too many double-digit finish points and a chicken dinner for themselves.
And a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Oh.
Things will definitely turn around on the leaderboard.
Well, they definitely will. And for things to turn around on the leaderboard, of course, you must be thinking that, well, guys, get on with the match because only then will we know who is going to come away with that chicken dinner. But have no worries because I do believe in about a few seconds, the spawn island once again is going to be bustling and hustling with activity as all the players are going to be running around, some making sure the weapons are in working conditions, some just standing still. Maybe they're in their Zen mode.
Well, some are practicing those projectiles trajectory with the apples over there.
There you go. I never thought about that. That is what you should do. Just try and see. Just to think of it. Yes, it's an apple. Think of it as a hot potato. Just try and throw it and make sure you get your projections perfect, because we have seen, especially in the last game, 9 finishes coming from grenade and countless knocks.
Countless knocks and knock finish ratio perfect, precise, perfect, and that is what we all love. But I want to see it this time double digit nade finishes, because that's when things get excited, especially when you have Team Jungly in the lobby.
Well, Team Jungly, you did say that, I mean, we brought them up earlier. Again, a heavy hitting team. And like I said, when an animal is cornered, that is when it's most dangerous. However, dare I say, this time they kind of tucked tail and ran away from the fight. As you mentioned, you should never show your back to the enemy, because even if they did have their weapons out, they might have had a bit of a fighting chance. But again, it's easy for us to sit over here and speculate and go all about this. Game number 2 is going to be coming up, and let's see if they can reverse their fortunes.
Well, they better reverse their fortunes, because a tiger or a leopard doesn't throw his back to his enemies. They just go ahead and bite the animals and take out as many finish points as possible. We want to see that type of Team Jungly like we saw in round number 1. But this time Team SG also had a very good outing, Team Boss 9 also. So I'm expecting these teams are going to perform well. But from the bottom 5, if you have to pick a team,
I'm going to come to that, because, you just reminded me of one thing. Now, we did see, you brought up round 1. Well, Team Jungly was, of course, running rampant in those games. And, in fact, Hathi did crush a few members of the opposition under his weight. Now, I'm not calling him big. He was in a vehicle, so you get that little gist. But, I mean, they have it all. They have the caliber to pick fights. They know when to pick fights. Unfortunately for them, there wasn't enough cover as they were trying to make their escape. But, again, maybe they're going to learn from it, maybe not. We're going to find out in a few seconds, because, well, Spawn Island is on the screens that we have, which is not going to be visible to you, but hopefully you might just see some activity on the screen behind me. Now, she did ask me a question, which I am trying to dodge, but fine, I'll be a gentleman about it. She wants me to pick a team from the bottom 4. You know what I'm going to say?
any team.
Any team, all right.
16 teams.
If I go by the names, I'm a bit of a nerd, and well, you kind of must have heard me say the Autobots are assembling here and there. I want Optimus Prime and the boys to get some action done. But of course, in case you are just joining us now, which is a bit funny, let's have a look and see at which all teams are going to be battling it out in the second game of Erangel.
Well, the teams are going to be SGA Esports, a very good outing in this one. Team Rawat Esports, Team Zindarian, better not do what you did in match number 1. Team Empower, Team Autobots Esports, Team Gain Officials, Team Evil X. Very good outing considering a single man was surviving. Team Red X Cross, and following them we are having many other teams. But Team Evil X, we talk about this team last time also in round 1. Sid was the last man surviving, and they performed really good. This time also Volcano was the last man. I think this team performs really well under pressure, because when last man is standing, they tend to go for the second or the third finish. But then we have Team Unite, last one, Blame 9, Jungly, ER, Redemption, MTGG, and Lord X.
And Lord X, and of course, you did mention Volcano Gaming earlier. I mean, again, at that stage, when you are the last man, when you know that, look, I mean, either I can go out fighting, or either I can go out, cowering behind a rock and let the blue take away chunks for my life. Volcano, well, keeping up with Mount Vesuvius, he erupted and, well, spewed lava over everyone else. But forget that. That's in the past. We are going to be jumping straight in on the action. Well, game number 2 is going to be underway, and the big bird is in the sky once more. But by the look of things, we are going to be flying in a bit of a southwestern trajectory.
Well, the trajectory is all the way from Nyasnaya, Polyana towards the Gatka area. Does that mean we are going to see a southern side of the circle?
I am not going to say anything, because whatever I say, that is never going to happen.
Let's hope it's not a southern circle. I hate southern circles.
We had 3 circles back to back, a hat trick of sorts, with the entire Sosnovka military base in the center.
Exactly. I don't want to see that. I bet teams also don't want to see, considering in round match 1, we saw so many teams dropping towards Siverny and Zarki or the North Georgopol area, and some of the teams are again going towards Siverny. They are going to have their hands on pretty good loot, but this time Yasnaya is again up for contestation by 2 teams. Looks like Zindarian this time are early in Yasnaya. That means they have a weapon happen early on, but looks like no, they are yet in search of weapons.
Well, while they search the weapons, the number 2 has become 3 as yet another squad is going to join them, and that squad is going to be SGA Esports. Now, as you mentioned, Zendaren, this is where they lost majority of the members last time around, and you can't blame them because obviously Yasnaya is going to be their drop spot, and if you remember last time, the plane path was coming down somewhere over Rozhok going directly south to the military base, so they did have a little bit of distance to jump. And well, that is when all hell let loose. But for now, looks like Yasnaya is going to be occupied by 3 teams, and we have a northern circle here, Shadow.
I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy that we don't have to see military base again. But the team in Severny is also happy. I think they are more happy than me because they don't have to make any rotation for now till the, I think, second circle, I guess. They are going to go quite happy, but someone is not happy as Finish feed is already running. I think it's the player for Autobots Esport that has been knocked down towards somewhere near the southern side of the circle, southern side of the Pochinki, and I believe it was Lord X people who knocked him down.
Well, it looks like the Decepticons have unleashed some hell, but it's going to be Lord X's heartbeat, who, well, is going to make sure his opponent's heart is not beating any longer, as OPEX is going to be brought down, and first pick is going to come in for Lord X. Now, the Autobots, well, they have lost one member early on. Let's see if it's going to be a detrimental effect on them later on, because it does look like Octa is going to be driving with his teammate over. But again, they need to make sure they get a compound, they get some weapons, they get some loot, because getting your life snuffed out without anything in your hands is just going to be a bit more, well, adding insult to injury.
Well, we all tend to do that. We all add insult to the injury when we are playing a battle. We most definitely love it. But it's a friendly banter. It's a friendly banter. We can all afford to have that. But this time, there are too many drop location changes as well. Last time Team Autobots went towards the military base island, but this time also they are heading towards, but now they are one-man short, and Yasnaya this time is highly contested as 3 teams are already present, and Pochinki this time we have only one single team, that is going to be Red X Cross, going to be quite happy, but they better be careful of the team Lord X because they are somewhere in the southern side.
You know, the funny thing is, if Autobot Esports did want to go to military base, I'm going to hold my thought because looks like Blame 9 Esports Bitcoin could be in its trouble. But the enemy just reveals his card a bit too soon, and now the AKM is going to rattle off his cage. It's going to be put down in an instant. Had Cage just held on a little bit longer, I'm pretty sure Bitcoin would have been caught off guard, but it is going to be the other way around. And now Blame 9 Esports, again, off to an early start as far as the finishes go. Now, this action, of course, is going to be taking place just on the eastern aspects of Rozhok. Question is, where was the rest of the opposition's team? Because ER Esports, they did lose that one man. What was he doing there all by his lonesome?
Well, he was taking a ride in the vehicle or something. But if we talk about Team ER, they are also somewhere in the Georgopol area, on the hospital area. It offers a very good loot, or quite a good location. I'm sorry, it's in the school apartment area. The buildings look similar.
They look so similar.
Similar, exactly.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, but they are inside the school apartment area, school main building. The good thing is this time, the apartments and the main building of the school, only a single team is present. That means no stalemate situation, no never-ending fights are we gonna witness. But they are also in the centrish area, but they might have to make northern rotation if the circle shifts towards the northern island. Some of the teams have already started their rotation completely from the eastern hemisphere, like Team 8, I think, Red Cross.
Well, as Red Cross are going to be coming in slowly and steadily, we're going to have a look and see what's happening elsewhere, because once again, Yasnaya is going to be alive with some action. Now, 3 teams, I do believe Zendaren have an idea that, InPower is nearby, and vice versa, because all the teams except maybe SGA, they are posting up, they are getting ready for a bit of a firefight to break out. Now, the thing is, they are on either side of that long and winding road, so it looks like we might have a little bit of a truce. Of course, we might see some long-distance engagements coming in, but all that's going to do right now is just deplete the enemy's armor and his utilities, because even though we do get a knock, I don't see a push coming in as of now.
Well, the push is not going to come because you can't enter a building without knocking down few of the players because you are walking into your death.
Also the distance.
Yeah, also the distance. You have to make sure you get initial knocks and then you tend to rush towards the players, because kind of the players also get busy in reviving, changing the position, because follow-up grenades might come in. But on the other hand, this time SGA also is in the Yasna area. That means strongest of the strongest teams are in Yasna, and nearby vicinity team Evil X is also making their rotation. So teams have to better be careful, because getting in Yasna was very damn easy, but getting out of Yasna is not going to be easy at all, because so many rotations are coming in from eastern side. On Rozok also there is a cluster, and team Evil X is almost surrounding the whole Yasna area, and it's not at all easy. On the western side we have two teams, on the southern side we have team.
You know, I think we can paint this picture a bit better if production could help us out and, well, bring the map up on our screens, because we did see initially Yasnaya did have 3 teams in the city, but now a lot of other teams are going to be coming in from the north, from the south, and, well, that 3 has become 6 almost,
Yeah.
which means, well, I like it because it calls for urban warfare.
Well, urban finish, urban fights, we all love, because it all comes down to how many grenades you have in your hands, because we all love this grenade coming in, knocking down 1 player, 2 player, follow-up grenades are coming in. But that we'll have time for that, because teams are playing little safe, because it's an initial force circle, and teams like ER, who have already lost their initial player, will play around the safe areas, will go by the zone, and the rotations are already coming in.
Well, you know, we were talking about the rotations earlier. I guess we can skip the map for now, because we thought that Yasnaya is going to be where all the teams are going to call it their home, but looks like they just drove past, which is kind of interesting, because, you know, you want to be a bit closer to the center as the next circle shift happens. But then the problem is, Shadow, looks like it's not just one team. A couple of teams have that same idea, and sooner or later they are going to be locking horns just north of that fjord at Yasnaya Polyana. Elsewhere, it does seem like a couple of teams are out in the blue. There you have it. Thank you, production. As you have a look, we do have one team still down in the Sosnovka military base, and that team are the boys from Autobots Esports. I'm not too worried at this point, because I'm pretty sure they're going to have a lot of meds, and, well, they are going to be kitted to the gills.
Well, they are going to have lot of meds, but looks like they are also going to be at the receiving end of the gatekeeping that might happen. For team number 5, it's better they make quick rotation, because look at Lord X. They are right at the bridge area, and they might collide into each other, and team Lord X will have the zone advantage in that situation. So this rotation, I don't know if it will work for the players of team AB or not. On the other hand, team Unite is making a very safe rotation. They are entering into the city area of the Georgopol from the complete western side. It's a very good rotation. They are quite safe when all the cluster is around the northern eastern side or towards the ruins bridge area. Ruins bridge area itself is having 2 teams.
Well, it looks like, you know, you did kind of mention earlier that Yasnaya, it's easy to get in, it's difficult to get out, and it looks like Zindarian and Ivy have the right idea, because although they could get out of harm's way, they're going to make sure they deal with the opposition. But it's going to be Stoner who's going to be brought down first, and now, well, he is going to be joined by his teammate Cruxy as well. Zindarian, Shadow, they are on a high this time around. They are playing a bit smarter, they're playing a bit safer, and I like the fact they're making sure their backs are secure before they move on into the next circle.
Well, they learn from their mistakes of the past, but on the other hand, team Zar is falling down. Team number 6 is making sure they are taking few of the finish points for themselves, but on the other hand, team number 3 that you mentioned, like you mentioned, Zindarian is pretty safe, but they have their eyes set onto the players of team in power. Are they wasting too much time outside of the circle?
Now, this is the question. Lovely question. Now, the thing is, if they deal with them in the next 30 seconds or so, I think it's a good decision, because, again, like I said, as they move on into the new zone, their backs, at least, are going to be secure. But now, in power, they have the right idea. They know that they've lost this battle, but they haven't lost the war elsewhere. It looks like Redemption are going to be just driving past Jungly Official. And funnily, Shadow, Jungly Official did not let loose any shots.
Well, because so many teams are in the close vicinity, they don't want to
They're
grab
coming back for seconds.
Yeah, they are coming back. But because this side only 2 players are present, they have the intel. It's a safe fight to pull off. On the other hand, Team 14 Red is not looking at all good because Red Cross is shooting their direction and looks like there is no chance of a race coming in anytime soon.
And even though they might share the same tags, there's going to be no love lost between these teams as, Red Cross get the better of Redemption in this instant. For now, we still have that little bit of a stalemate between Jungly and Redemption as, Redemption, they do have a few ideas. Question is, how do they use them? Because, as you mentioned, sooner or later, the circle is going to implode in on itself. And, with that, it isn't just going to bring the blue, but it's going to bring a lot more teams headed their way. And now that you have it, shots are going to be fired as Ricky leans out a bit to the left. And, Boz was his intended target. However, that wall is going to make sure that nothing happens. Ooh, that could be interesting. Hothi just destroyed that door, which means, he's got to be careful when he moves around inside that tower.
Well, Team Redemption falling back from this situation is not going to be so easy. Although few of their players are going for the waterways, and let's see if they can safely make it to the island safe area, because Georgiopol right now is not contested, but Team Redemption has to change their path because Circle has suddenly taken a curveball towards the northern side. And look at Team Redemption. But their path is clear. They can move from the Georgiopol. Their path is completely clear. They are going to have a very safe rotation inside the circle if they choose Georgiopol path.
Well, MTGG aren't going to really have any problems coming in, but looks like this crash site Shadow could be a great site sooner or later, because it looks like a lot of teams are going to be heading their way. Now, Ravan Esports, they realize that there are already a couple of teams fighting over here, and there you have it. Team Unite are going to let loose with their weapons. But unfortunately for them, Ravan Esports are just going to be driving by. And wait a second, we have a bit of bumper car situation happening over there, as one of the members from Ravan just collided with Team Red Cross.
Well, they collided, and let's see if they can find a knock onto a player. And looks like Zeref is in the mood to pick up a fight. But the other team, ER, is not in the mood. They want safety. They want safety in the position points, in the position on the map also. But on the other side, Team ER is quite separated. They're trying for the northern shorelines. They are trying to hold on to that area so that their backs are completely safe. But Team IP, they are picking up few knocks, but I'll say both the teams, Zendarian and Team IP, they are putting cart before the horse, wasting away so much time in the blue zone area. They are both doomed to death.
Well, in that situation, I love the fact that you did bring that up, because that is what you're supposed to do. Now, we did kind of mention Zendarian. We're going to make sure that In Power are going to be eliminated, and there you have it. Although they did lose one man in that quest, Zendarian are going to come out on top, as In Power are going to bid us adieu. And, they're going to be joining a last one as the first few teams to exit from this game of Erangel. Now, SGA Esports are going to be making their move, but the thing is, all the real estate around them has been taken up, so they are going to have to force their way in, and it looks like Evil X could be the intended target, but they realize, you know what, Evil X are going to be dug in just a bit too much alongside those cliffs, and they are going to make sure they move elsewhere, which, in my opinion, is the right move.
Well, it is the right move, but Team Red Cross are
I want some action!
Teams don't want. Look at the number of teams. 14 teams are still present, 50 players still alive, and we are in the third circle. That means teams are opting for a better positioning. They are trying to survive till the final circle, but Team Blame players are falling down as a vehicle explosion is happening, and they have already lost, I believe, one of the player. But on the other hand, SG is going up against Ravan Esports.
Well, that is a massive grenade. Unfortunately, it is going to be on the other side of that bunker, and now Snorlax has a decision to make. Is he going to live and fight over here, because iQOO is nearby as well? Or could they go in for a little bit of a blockade? But looks like they are going to come out coughing into the first one. WOB comes in as well. He does get the knock and taken down instead. Before now, Randy goes down as well. iQOO is the last man standing, frantically firing. mercilessly through the smoke, and there you have it with the last bullet in his magazine. He finally gets the job done, gets the squad wipe, gets the finishes to his name, and well, SGA are going to live on to fight another day.
Well, they are going to live, but they have to make sure their backs are safe, because on the northern side they have another threat, that is Team ER. But we'll come to that. Team Red Cross and Team Lord. Sahani is in a bit of trouble. Although he is deploying smokes, but he can't protect himself from the coming grenades. Let's hope he doesn't reveal his position, but he did that mistake and he paid the price. And with that, Team Lord X has been eliminated at 13th position. Team Red Cross, Zeref has been knocked down, but he'll come back into the game. But look at Team Unite, Team Gain. They are making similar rotations from the southern eastern side. They are going to collide into each other. Better they take the little western side of the rotation, and Team Blame is exactly doing that. That means they are in an advantage situation. On the other side, on the top northern side, Team ER and Team Redemption are also in a good position.
Well, they are in a good position, but they are going to have to move in just a little bit to make sure they are in the next circle. But it looks like you did mention Blame should have kept on moving west. I do believe they might have spotted the members from Gain officials down below. And, well, when you see someone give their backs to you, you want to put a few shots down range, and that is exactly what must have been the case. But just moments ago, we did see the iQOO MVP from last game lose his life. That was snuffed out, but of course it was a massive gain for Gain officials, as they're going to make sure they get another finish point to their name. Now, as the circle is going to be shifting further inland, ER Esports are going to make the move, and mind you, we did have a look at the map. They do have the north pretty much all to themselves. Unfortunately, there is one team that could be a thorn in the side, and that team, well, they are evil. And we've seen them do things in the past. I'm, of course, talking about Evil X.
Single-handedly getting a chicken dinner, not chicken dinner, second position they can do. Wonder what can they do with all the players intact and in a good position as well. But Team SG is also in a good spot, good position, because they also have a northern western side of the control. And Team Unite, they have the little cliffs, terrains to play around with. But this bunker fight happening, and Team 2, they are so I'll say joined at the hip. They paid the price.
iQOO did not let go of that trigger. He just kept squeezing it. He held all that recoil rattling through his shoulders all the way down to his feet, but he made sure he put each and every single bullet in the opposition. And in fact, it came down to the last bullet, and well, a squad wipe did ensure after that. But for now, it does look like Blame 9 Esports, although they did lose Mr. Fantastic just moments ago, they are going to be going up against Gain, and Gain officials, they know exactly where Mr. Death is. Question is he going to be sent down to the fiery depths of hell because a Molotov was flung in his direction? But for now, the UMP from Bitcoin comes in action. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, as Arceus is going to get the better of him.
Well, Arceus is looking for another player of team number 11. He's going for the Molotov, he's going for the finish, and I believe he can easily get that finish, and the player is burning into the flames. And unfortunately, he's not a Phoenix who can rise back from the ashes, but Death, can he bring down Death onto the players of Team Gain? Looks like he is at the receiving end for now, because one grenade, and here the grenade comes in, and Team Blame 9 bits bye-bye at 11th position.
Well, they are going to be out of the 11th. Not a high fragging affair for them this time around. Let's see if that's going to reduce their chances of moving in to the next round. But, well, Gain officials, they have everything to gain with the aggression that they are showing. And I like the fact they're playing smart. Now, they know there's loot up for grabs, but before they head over, they're making sure they deploy a few smoke grenades to conceal their location. Well, talking about concealing locations, it does look like Evil X is doing the same thing as SGA Esports are going to be heading their way. Now, iQOO, we did see him in action moments ago, getting that squad wipe, getting that finish. But for now, Volcano and his teammates are going to be moving on to greener pastures, and by the look of things, they are a four-man squad. Things are looking on the up and up for this team. They even have the little circle, in their favor, but all they've got to do now is make sure they gatekeep the enemy. And well, the first target is going to be iQOO from SGA, but Shoto is going to be taken down from afar, and it's Red Cross's Zeref doing all that damage.
Well, look at Red Cross. They are all the way
on the other
far
side.
away on the eastern side of the map, and they have their eyes set on the northwestern side, shooting in the direction. But Team SGA is also not looking good, because Team MTG just walked in their area.
Well, it looks like as far as longest distance goes, we have crossed the 300-meter mark because that is where those shots came from. Let's see if we're going to be right in the match summary, which comes up later. But for now, it is going to be a hilly affair for all these teams. Have a look at that. We're in the 5th circle. 10 teams still alive. 33 still vying to walk away with that delicious chicken. The Flash does spot the enemy, and in fact, it does look like Arms could be in trouble. But he moves away from all that hot lead coming his way. Gain Tony, on the other hand, is going to deploy a few more smoke grenades because, again, you got to keep in mind, yes, they are on the slope, but they are way too exposed to everyone else, so they want to make sure they get any single tree, any single rock for cover, while Tony is going to be out in the open. Oh, almost losing his life there. Fortunately for him, that first aid came in the nick of time.
Well, the first aid came in nick of time, but can't say the same thing for the players of Team SGA because they are falling down by the play zone. What a big mistake. 5th circle it is, but Team Red Cross is shooting in the direction of Gain Tony, and Tony goes down. There is no chance of a raise that might come in, and Flash is deploying grenades in the direction of Team Unite. That means Gain is picking up multiple fights and losing both the fights, as again another player of Team Gain falls down through a grenade. Flash and Erangel are the last player remaining. Multiple grenades are coming in their direction.
Well, as far as Tony goes, he is not going to be bringing out his little friend to play this time around, as Gain are going to lose yet another member. And elsewhere, looks like Sid, the man of the moment for Evil X, is going to be taken down with an explosion. Question is he going to be brought back up onto his feet? Because, well, we know he can do some amazing things here in Erangel. Now, Team Red Cross, they do have a good 6 finishes to their name, and it looks like they are going to be out on the prowl once more. What I like what they're doing is they're one of the few teams, Shadow, that still have vehicles to play around with, and, well, those vehicles are definitely coming in handy. But for now, Hitler and his teammate are going to try and creep their way closer to the enemy. And speaking of the enemy, MTGG, the winners of the last game, are going to come under heavy fire, courtesy Jungly Esports.
Well, Jungly is going for the raise right in the middle of the area. They are grabbing too much attention. Raise might come in, but follow-up grenades can also come in. But for now, Team Evil X is receiving in. And in a matter of few seconds, Team has been eliminated. Evil X gets eliminated by Team Red Cross. Team Red Cross is going all aggressive. And Team number 5 is also at the receiving end. This is a very dangerous revive that is coming in. And both the teams are going for the raise.
Oh my goodness, only one tree separates both these teams, and looks like they are going to be 2 members apiece when they get up. The thing is, the smoke is going to fizzle out any second now. There you have it. They know the enemy is nearby. They are going to swing around the trunk. Question is, who is going to pull that trigger first and who goes down? Elsewhere, Redemption are going to make sure they take the fight to Team Unite. Team Unite are looking good. It looks like the Autobots were at the receiving end of things as they lose that little merry-go-around that little tree, and, well, it does look like Red Cross are going to come out on top. The question is for how much longer, because Team Unite, United and the 4-man squad are going to be rattling off shots in their direction. Lucky for them, they have that smoke and tree for cover.
Well, they have the smoke, they have the tree, but they better be careful of the grenades. Team
Yes,
Unite
ma'am.
is looking okayish in the situation considering they are at the southern side. But what is happening? Gain Ellen going all aggressive. Team Red Cross has been eliminated. Rampage. Gain Cullen was on a rampage. But another grenade comes in. Hitler goes down. Jungly Shade finally pitches in and he eliminates the whole squad.
In the blink of an eye, everyone is toppling over like dominoes. 4 teams left from 10 in about a matter of 10 seconds. 11 players still alive as Jungly are still going to be in this game. Team Unite, however, have the advantage. Bolt action on display for you over here as Kalan is finally going to be taken down, which means now Gain officials, they are only going to be survived by 1 man. And, well, let's see if the Flash is quick enough, because he is going to have to outrun that blue, which is doing a tremendous amount of damage. I do see him administering a first aid. Question is, how many does he have in his bag?
Well, Team Unite had the number advantage. Team Jungly also 3 players. Team MTGG also 3 players. The question is who is having the height or the better positioning? Definitely not MTGG, but they have the zone onto themselves. That itself is a very big advantage, and they have the grenades also. Team Unite, perfect on 98 shots comes in. Share is goes down. He was at the receiving end. Can he get the raise?
Well, that man is a hunter because he just brought down the most magnificent creature of the animal kingdom as the mighty lion is brought down. Question is, are the remaining members of Jungly going to be able to do something? Because it seems like the pickup has come in, and now, well, they need to make sure they administer the first aid. Boz is going to get taken down, which means Hoppy. Bog, I beg your pardon, is the last man standing. Forget it! I take my words back as Bog is brought down as well, which means once again, all comes down to Cher. All the weight is going to be on his shoulders, and he is taking the damage, a dishing, a beating from all angles. And finally, Shadow, they are going to succumb to all that pressure. They were definitely overwhelmed, as now Team Unite with that Mark 14, making sure he pops the wheels so that nothing exposes him from underneath their vehicle. Elsewhere, a Molotov is going to be thrown at Barry, but for now, he is still on his feet.
Well, the way MTGG is pinned down beside that stone area, they don't have much space to play with. But on the other hand, Team Unite
gameplay.
is in a very good position. The way they are spread out, covering multiple angles, height advantage is also coming into the picture.
yeah.
But the solo player of Team Gain officials can ruin the game of any of the team, because both the teams are right now have attention of each other. They don't have any idea that there is a solo player also into the picture. Grenades are coming in from MTGG. Hidden is deploying grenades. Can he find the perfect knock? But no, he misses the shot. But no, M4160 will do the job as Barry goes down.
Well, at the end, Goku is going to go Super Saiyan as he does whip out that M4, and well, this does a lot of damage. He's not done yet. He spots Goku from the other team. I love it. This is going to be a match of the Super Saiyans. And wait a second, we've had pans being thrown at the enemy. Unfortunately, Mohit does give his position away. Goku is going to try and make him safety, but it's going to be Unite Goku who puts his namesake down on his bloody knees. I wonder where Vegeta is in all of this action, but for now, it does look like Unite, they have the upper hand. There you have it, fresh armor coming in as well, meaning he can tank a lot of the shots. And from the other end, one of them has a Grotza, one of them has a Mark 14. Team Unite, they are going to be united in weaponry and armor alike, and now they are going to focus all their attention to that one team standing in their way. But for MTGG, can they pull off a miracle and get back-to-back chicken dinners here, Shadow?
I don't think so. The way they are pinned down and the way the players of Team Unite are covering both the angles, deadly weapons in their hand. Groza, MK14, you can't beat those weapons, but don't make a very long rotation. Don't overexpose yourself, the players of Team Unite, and looks like they are going to do that particular mistake in the over-aggression.
Well, what's happening here is Mohit and his teammates, they have set up a crossfire. A grenade could be coming in. That could be devastating, but they are going to make sure they let their weapons do all the talking, as Mohit is going to make sure he bandages himself up. Of course, he does have that time, but also you've got to keep in mind, MTGG did get sufficient time to make sure all three members are going to be on their feet. Now, this is where MTGG are going to get a bit desperate. They have deployed a few smokes, but good thing that they aren't moving just yet. Have a look at Goku. He's running to just basically bait them out, which is exactly what he does. Goku's position for Team Unite has been given away. So now, each and every person left standing knows exactly where the enemies are. Question is, who is going to be a bit quicker to the trigger? Now, you know, it could still go either way. What I want to see is, I want to see MTG head a bit to the left. They do have that smoke off cover. They should deal with Mohit before they go on taking a chance against Goku, but Goku is going to be forced to move in just a little bit. The blue is slowly but steadily moving in, and at any second it is possible he could be spotted out. But again, the patience over here is going to be on display, Shadow, and at any second now, chaos is going to let loose.
And both the teams don't have any grenade, don't have much healings. They have to take a gunfight with each other. That's the only thing they can do in this situation. They can't go for the heal battle. And finally, MK14
There
comes
you
in,
have
but
it.
AKM wins as Team Unite player goes down. Another player also goes down. MTGG, a miracle. You were correct, XP.
Well, there you have it, Aztec Esports. You better watch out because we do have some new fish in town. It is going to be MTGG getting that back-to-back chicken dinner again. Not a high fragging affair, but there was one person who literally had the power of all those Dragon Balls in his hands, went Super Saiyan, and Goku single-handedly handing his team that victory with, I do believe, 5 finishes to his name.
Well, doesn't matter 5 finishes. You have 30 points of the chicken dinner of both the games. That's enough to qualify. I think
I think 30 is going to be more than enough.
More than enough to qualify for the next round. But the patience the players of Team MTGG had, Team Unite, mind you, were missing that patience because they were being a little aggressive, impatient. But let's see in the highlights itself how the things pan down.
Well, we are going to find out in the highlights. But again, I wouldn't blame them because they had the momentum. They had that little, they were confident, and they had the MK14 and the Grotza. I mean, when you have those bad boys in your hands, well, you charge the enemy at free will.
Well, you charge them, but sometimes you lose. Sometimes AKM also wins. It's a smart play, mind game, not just a gun play. On the other hand, this time Team Zindarian dropped in Yasnia quite early. They didn't repeat the mistake, but their priorities were not set. They didn't prioritize the zone. That's why they paid the price. In fact, the players of Team ABC was also Autobots. ABC was also there very late on the rotation, but he survived for a very long time, and Team Gain, like the last match, also very aggressive.
In the thick and thin of the action right from the beginning, and I do believe they did get about 9, maybe 10 finishes to their names, but this was the moment iQOO just held on to that big bad gun, and well, the M249 did all the talking, as pretty much 80 bullets was all it took to wipe out an entire squad. Now, Zindarian, they did try to get away. We did see a couple of mistakes coming in. Hopefully, they do learn from that in the future. And, well, we might just see them come back a bit stronger. But Gain officials, boy, oh boy, they were dishing out a lot of damage. I am going to see them, I'm expecting to see them, end the game with the highest damage. But, of course, we're going to have to wait for the stats for just a little bit longer.
I think last time also they had the highest damage ratio.
Oh.
But this time, let's see what is going to happen. Yes, Team Evil, for some time they were in a good position. Later on, the position went on. So many bad fights. This race, there was no need for that race. Why the players didn't go for the last player? I don't understand why sometimes this kind of a mistake. Yes, you need the numbers advantage, but our enemy is right in front of your eyes. Shoot him!
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to try and get in touch with them on social media, and we're going to ask them exactly that same question. If any of you watching at home have an answer, please do tag us and, well, let us know. But I'm a happy camper. I love the fact that even in the last few circles, there were some men out there with cojones who were using the bolt actions, and, well, have a look at that. Optimistic throw with the pan. Had it been a bit to the left, it might just have gone clunk.
Well, he could have hit the enemy, but Team MTGG, their player was knocked. They were patient. They didn't go for the race. They held on to their grounds. They had the vehicles to cover themselves. They knew the opponent Team Unite is not having enough grenades to deploy in their direction, and they took advantage of that situation, held on to their grounds. They were like, hey, buddy, you don't have grenades. We don't have. Let's see who is losing their patience.
Now, on paper, as I said, it did look like Unite would have had a little bit of an advantage, but we're going to hold on to that thought because let's have a look and see how each and every team did as we have a look at how many points they walked away from this game. And there you have it, MTGG once again with the chicken dinner, 6 finishes, 21 points to their name.
Not a flashy gameplay, but a very tactical gameplay in both the games. That is exactly what we want. Gain officials, very flashy, 9 finish points, 19 points total.
Now that's the average you want from a team. MTGG, they basically get 40 points in the last 2 games, averaging 20 apiece.
It's exactly, that is what you want to qualify for the next round, even be at the top of the leaderboard as well. Team Unite, 5 finish points, total 17 points. Team Red Cross, again, very aggressive team, but early elimination costing them 11 finish points, total 15 points. But this time, this side of the eastern side, all the list finish points are quite evenly distributed, 2, 4, 1 and 0. Not a very shiny gameplay, but Jungly official, this time they have placement points to back them up.
They do have placement points to back them up, but again, the question on everybody's minds is going to be, is it going to be enough to see them through to the next round? Of course, well, we all are in this together because we are going to have to wait and find out at some point of time. But yeah, I mean, you are going to talk about teams like Zindarian. They ended up with 4 finishes. Evil X had 4 finishes. Not something that you would expect from teams like this, but again, I can't really blame them because they were in the thick and thin of the action right from the beginning, and slowly but steadily, it does seem to chip away at not just your health but also your confidence, because you lose a member early on, chances are it doesn't feel too good. That's what I'm expecting. But now that we've had a look at the point table, we always wonder, which is that one man, which is that one gentleman or lady who is going to be standing head and shoulders above everyone else, as we have a look at who walks away the iQOO MVP. And this time it is going to be a member of MTGG Esports official. In fact, it's the man who went Super Saiyan. It's Goku.
And he lives up to his name. Goku will never lose. They are not losing. A Dragon Ball Z fan, I believe. But 5 finishes, 6, 9, 20 damage. A very good outing coming in from overall team as well. Team gain. I believe it was the player who got last few finishes through the grenades. Yes, a very good outing coming in from him also. 5 finishes, 495 damage. Team Unite, Mohit OP was in the finish feed so many times, but he wasn't able to get too many finishes. Damage 700, good outing. Red Cross, very aggressive team. Nikhil OP and Zeref are there, and they have similar finish points, but not quite similar damage.
Up until possibly the second last to the last few rounds, Red Cross were pretty much running away with the show. They had racked up quite a few finishes for themselves, and well, we are looking at a few stats, a few figures. Let's have a look and see what the match summary is going to be this time around. And of course, everybody wants to know how many grenades ended up in finishes. Well, the short answer is 5.
But this time also knock finish ratio. I feel so happy when I see the...
And the same number of people rescued as well. It was 35 last time around.
Exactly. This is a pretty balanced gameplay from these teams coming in. And
I guess I was about 10 meters off in my calculation when I gave you that longest finish distance, when we did see Red Cross from the other end of the map take out one of the members of Evil X.
Yeah, Evil X, when they were engaged in some other fight, that was a very impressive shot. Although we didn't capture it on camera, but that was some moment. We saw on the map the placement of the players of Team Red Cross all the way across the map. But a good outing from all the teams this time. And finish damage ratio...
Nothing too flashy.
Yeah, similar to previous game.
Similar to the previous game, but of course, in proper fashion, a couple of teams did outdo the rest, as you can clearly see. Again, as far as finishes go, barring maybe 1, 2, and 3 teams, it is going to be pretty much even Stevens. And this time around, even though there are teams that finished up with 0 finishes or even 1 finish, they've done a decent amount of damage. Now, let's see how good you are at your charts, because the top 4 squads are going to be on your screens. And well, if you read that performance chart perfectly, you would already know who it is. Of course, at the tippity top, MTGG Esports official with the chicken dinner and a total of 6 finishes.
Well, MTGG, look at their damage, 1600 plus damage. They were taking multiple fights. That means they were dishing out a lot of damage. But considering they were taking so many fights, they were not able to get many finish points. They are not going to be happy, whoever took that finish point for themselves.
I don't know, Shadow. I think 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, I would be on cloud 9 by now.
Yeah, nothing to complain. But these players are very greedy about their knocks and the finish points. But gain officials, Team Unite, Red Cross being the highest finish points, 11 finish points. A good outing.
A good outing indeed. And I got to admit, although we did expect a slow start, I was happy. I was a satisfied customer, because we had action right from the beginning. We had plenty of action thrown around in the middle, and of course, well, it was all chaotic towards the end. But in all this chaos, this is where legends are made of. This is where all these unknowns become knowns, and well, we are going to be chanting their names in the foreseeable future. But for now, I guess we're going to take a quick little break. I'm the Experiment, she's Shadow. We're going to see you on the other side of this little break. All you got to do is make sure you stay right where you are.
Smash it in, rising from the ash again, accomplishments, piling high, spotlight on
flagship monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर, एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
BGIS Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Ho ho ho! Merry Christmas and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. My name, of course, is Angad, the Experiment Chehal. Joining me is the mischievous devil himself. But today, it looks like Floki and I, we've got that little festive spirit in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, Merry Christmas to everyone in the chat. We hope you have a lovely evening. But before we actually get on to the good parts of the evening, we still got a couple of games to go. So, we're going to be entertaining you guys first, and then you can go out with your friends, have the night off. But until then, we've got 4 really action-packed matches still waiting for you, so let's talk a little bit more about that.
Until then, you are stuck here with us, and, well, we just love having you over here. Again, it's lovely that, it is the festive spirit. iQOO lets us do what we want to do. And, before we jump in on the action, let's have a look and see at which teams are going to be battling it out, because there is a bit of a shuffle in the groups.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're going to be starting off with 2 OP official from Group 31. We've got Spaceman official as well. A lot of official teams over here. Crave X, Celsius Esports.
You expect that at this stage of the tournament.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, round 2, all the official teams are going to start coming out. So we got Indominus as well, Tribe officials, Ashwa, and Ultimate E. That's an interesting name. That's a very unique name. I've ever seen a name like that before.
Ultimate E, well, they are going to be joined by, bam, I love that logo, Team Black Tigers.
Looks more like a bear, doesn't it?
It does. That's what I kind of thought first, but I guess if you say Tigers, you can kind of see it. Now, Evil X Esports are going to be joining them as well, as our rival for Dominate, Rage Officials, Team Empire World. Let's see if they are going to be taking over the entirety of Erangel. That's where they should start with.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, we also have Team Spirit X, Team GT, and the Mighty Slayers.
Yeah, I just gotta love names with 2 syllables like those, Mighty Slayers. There's just so much power in that word. There's just so much gravitas in it. Every single time you say that, you can feel like a surge of adrenaline going through your body. Much like the iQOO Legend 7, when you hold it and there's a monster inside and you're gaming, and all of a sudden, before you know it, you've got 16 finishes, and Team Mayawi is in your DMs asking you if you're open for a contract.
Oh, is that what happened with you just because of this little bad boy in your hands?
I wish.
He wishes. But again, for all of you who actually have a bit of skill out there, anyway, just coming back to that, who have a bit of skill, well, you want to make sure. You're going to make sure that you get yourself one of these bad boys, because if you want to go down as a legend, well, what better than the Legend 7 itself?
Absolutely. One of the best phones out there. It's got the Qualcomm Snapdragon 888, like we've mentioned earlier. Just making sure you have a very seamless gaming experience. Yes, it does, XP.
I do remember all those numbers in my face, but for now, let's just quickly have a look at, we've had a look at the teams, right? We know that it is going to be fresh meat, as I love calling it, and I just want to keep looking at myself in the camera over there, because I kind of like this hat right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You look ravishing. I mean, 10 out of 10. You make a profile on any dating app like that instantly. All right swipes.
Alrighty, we're going to put that to the test later on, but for now...
Make sure you use the iQOO Legend 7 though, it's got the better camera.
Oh, there you go. Plus it has the ultra stable mode,
yeah.
48 megapixels. I think I'm going to look a bit slimmer as well, but coming down to brass tacks, it is going to be a fresh infusion of teams coming in, and you were on the sidelines watching the matches earlier. Not a slow start, it wasn't a quiet affair, but we did have action throughout the game. But somehow, up until the end, a lot of teams managed to survive with their numbers intact, which was a bit chaotic.
Absolutely, certainly. I mean, it seems that a lot of these teams are taking those long-range fights, right? They get themselves a couple of these knocks, maybe a couple of times they get a finishes over here, but a lot of teams just making it with 3- and 4-man rosters towards the end there. But, like we've always talked about, in the late game, it's all about the man advantage, and if you simply have 4 players and the other team has 3, and you've got decent positioning, well, chances are you are going to come out on top, and that's what we saw a lot of. But, hey, the question remains, I mean, where is the circle going to go today towards the end? Yesterday it wasn't very kind. We saw it go towards Sosnovka.
3 times.
3
in a row.
I think we saw it 4 times, didn't we?
Oh, I wasn't there for that other game, but 4 times with
possibly.
you and Shadow as well. So, this time around, we have been a bit lucky because the first circle did form somewhere around Primorsk and the underlying areas, and well, last game we went a bit on a trek up north. Now, I want to see something similar. I want to see something end at Stolberg because, again, it's a massive mountain, right?
Oh, yeah.
It has so many possibilities. You have all these different segments, or something that kind of reminds me of terrace farming, because you have those little plateaus as you keep going up, and, well, people can use them to fight battles uphill or even downhill.
Absolutely. Stolberg is one of those places that gives you a lot of high ground, but the issue with Stolberg is not the place itself, but the surrounding geography, right? Let's say you've got the high ground. Where are you actually going to look towards? What area is there nearby that you can actually gatekeep and be like, we're going to prevent this team from moving into...
Well, that's where
where are we going to gatekeep them?
All those vehicles are going to come in handy because you are going to see some makeshift fortifications out there in the fields, and sooner or later they are reduced to just a burning pile of rubber and metal. But it does provide some much-needed cover, which, again, you can't really find because, a tree trunk is only going to be yay thick. Sooner or later, somebody is just going to get a little bit of an angle, as we saw yesterday in a couple of games, and, put you 6 feet under.
Yeah, I think we also saw a team even dropping a molly down towards there behind a tree to secure a finish after they knocked someone out. So, clearly lots of options when you're sitting behind a tree still. You blow up a Jeep, like you mentioned earlier, all of a sudden you've got this very, very thick car that's giving you a bunch of protection. And towards late game, that can be very important, right? So, yeah, well, let's see who preserves their vehicles towards the end. That is also a very big thing to think about. But, yeah, I have to say, I am kind of happy that we're moving away from those central circles, getting to see those shooting range finishes, because I'm always down for those, you know, anywhere that isn't right next to Pochinki.
Well, we were expecting action in Pochinki because, you know, two teams did drop in Pochinki, and the moment they realized, uh-oh, we're not alone here, both went their separate ways, and Pochinki once again became a ghost town. Hopefully this time around it is not going to be the case, because it does seem like all the players are ready. In fact, once again, Spawn Island suddenly has a lot of people running around over it.
Absolutely, and soon enough we should be jumping into the game, but my question is, you saw those early games, you know, you've seen that there's been a consistent stream of action. Is there anything in particular, do you think, that these teams perhaps need to focus a bit more on going into the next one that they might have been slacking on previously?
Well, the thing is now, since it is going to be a fresh batch of teams, so, you know, I mean, we do know a few names. I mean, we did cover a couple of them in round one, so we have an idea as to how they're going to operate. But again, Floki, they just have 2 games, right? So everyone is going to basically come out swinging with plan A. However, you got to have contingencies in place as well, because you know, you got to be versatile, you got to be able to adapt on the fly, and that's where plan B and C sometimes come in handy. But again, it's just easier said than done.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, so many times you've seen these teams, it's not really the map that screws them over, it's really just the pressure getting to them, you know, when they start getting inside their own heads, questioning every decision they make, right? Because once you're at that stage, the spotlight is on you, or you at least think that the spotlight is on you, and you think that every mistake you make is being broadcasted out to the world, and everyone knows just how bad you are, and that negative spiral continues. I mean, just getting out of that as a player just takes a couple of qualifiers, and then you start actually putting up your A games. For the teams who are still new to this, probably going to be having a harder time.
Just adding to his point, now, if you want to make sure that your favorite teams don't really feel all that negativity, show some love. Be good to one another. Yeah, there might
Hearts
be
in the
people.
chat.
There might be people, you know. There you go, hearts in the chat. There might be people, you know, basically following other teams. But again, everyone is entitled to his or her opinion. And, well, you guys are entitled to some BGMI action because...
Caster, start the game!
There you go. Casters, stop talk, start match, which is exactly what we're going to do. So we'll see you on the other side.
There we go. So we should be having a look at the flight path soon enough. And guess what? I already have a bit of an eye on it. As you can see, if you can figure out just by looking at the map itself, we're going to be starting off from Stolber, a place that we wanted to see a little bit of action. We're going to be starting off from the hilly terrains of that particular part and then ending all the way towards Sosnovka. So this is going to be a bit more eastern favored flight path, perhaps opting for a bit of a western circle coming in. I mean, that's the logic that usually follows, but we'll see if that is actually going to be the case. Now, Nova Ripnoy is going to be relevant, a drop location that many a times teams do tend to avoid, but this time around, if there's someone who's looking to go there, well, they could be going there. And speaking of Stolber, well, looks like one team is already dropping there.
Well, one team is already dropping, and looks like it could be Stolber, or maybe they just might drift off to Kameshki. Again, the first time we're going to see a team drop down at Kameshki, so hopefully we do send a camera crew that way to basically see what's happening on the eastern front. But for now, it does seem like a majority of the teams in proper fashion are going to be dropping somewhere around the middle. The shelter should be occupied. A couple of teams should be going towards Milta. And by the look of things, we might just have a little bit of a tango in Pochinki.
Well, one can only hope to see. I mean, I really am down to see some Pochinki action early on, you know, just establish who's the alpha and who isn't. You know, and then there's a Sigma male coming in and third-parting and just, you know, taking both of them by storm, being like, yeah, thanks for starting the fight. I'm just going to clean up and pretend I did all the hard work. And there is the Western Circle that we talked about. Once again, this looks oddly familiar, doesn't it?
We did see this pretty much in Game 1. Now, in Game 1, of course, we did kind of shift down south, and then we went back up north. So, you know, we could have a few changes, but over here, Surya coming in hard, as it does look like an early skirmish might break out between Ultimate E and I do believe Spaceman Official, who, well, they do have compounds all for themselves. So, you know, for now, looting is going to be priority, but sooner or later, someone's going to spot something, and, well, the shots are going to be fired. Question is, our body is going to drop, because for now, Spaceman Officials, they have pretty much looted all that there is to loot. They are going to have to make a move either to Pochinki or maybe further up north.
Yeah, they could go further up north, or even maybe try and make their way towards Gatka and Hospital. You know, Georgopol is still relatively unoccupied, so they could potentially move up there. And Gatka, you know, it has some decent loot. You know, it's not the best in the world, but it's pretty decent. I mean, if you're considering that you've already looted one place and you're going to another, it could be big, but doesn't look like they've got a lot of loot on them.
Plus, the fact with Gatka is there's so many compounds scattered all over the place that, you know, you can potentially send one man in each direction. A, you get to scout out ahead, and B, well, you get all that delicious loot.
Absolutely. I mean, you also are probably going to be looking for vehicles early on, so maybe you find a couple of those in Gatka. But yeah, you could potentially also go further down south where Quarry is open, Ferry P and Primorsk. All of these places are still up for the taking. And yeah, I mean, why the hell does nobody ever go to Quarry? Just answer me that.
Well,
I mean, you've been a professional player, right? What is your justification for not going to that place?
It's just too open, and the thing is, you have just a couple of shacks nearby, and yeah, you do have a few weapons and utilities lying around on all those crates, but again, if you want to make sure the entire squad is kitted out, I would rather opt for Primorsk or, even the Ferry pair.
Oh.
It has plenty of real estate for all your looting needs, but for now, it looks like we are going to have a look and see what's happening further down south as we head over to the Sosnovka military base where Team GT are going to be looting blissfully. However, Indominus was dangerously close by.
Absolutely. A lot of teams in the general vicinity over here. It looks like Spaceman Official are going to be exchanging some shots over here with the side of Team Empire World. The world definitely could be their oyster, but first they need to get a hold on Erangel. That's where you start. You start off slow and then you move up. So they get top 8. Hey, maybe they could be moving towards Sandhawk, Miramar. All those places could be up for the taking. But in the meantime, all the men from Spaceman, they're trying to move in somewhere.
I like that, in the Team Empire World, there's a gentleman called Roman.
Oh, wow. I mean, that is poetic, isn't it? Yeah, there is a guy named... That is amazing. So they're going to have the Roman Empire to themselves. Okay, so quick question, a little bit off topic.
Okay.
Out of all the maps, which is the closest that resembles Rome?
I mean, thank you for putting me on the spot, but I'm going to be talking as far as BGMI is concerned. The thing is, I mean, Rome has everything. Erangel does come close, but when it gets to that winter time, I think Vikendi could be a bit closer, but of course you don't have those missile silos over there. And I'm just looking at you right now. I know you're giving me that look. He did this deliberately, ladies and gentlemen, but I do believe a nice sunny day like this, Erangel is going to be the right place to be at. For now, it does look like Celsius Esports now, we did see them in action in round 1. Heavy hitting team. Question is, are they going to be able to replicate that greatness this time around?
Yeah, so I remember Celsius particularly because they were in this awkward position where they were surrounded on multiple sides and fighting multiple battles, right? And they still managed to survive. I think 2 of the players were alive on the occasion, so it does happen that a couple of times this team can find itself in those awkward positions. But this man, Wixky, that we can see right next to Max sitting in that car, he is on point every single time I've seen him. Always just very pinpoint accurate on those ARs, and we'll see if he can continue that hot streak today because, yeah, but I'm quite sure he's been the MVP for his team a couple of times so far.
I don't know whether it's liquid courage, but Wixky, he does love playing that little bit of a risky game, and, well, more often than not, it definitely does pay out. Now, Team Black Tigers with the logo, which kind of reminded us of a bear, but, once you read the name, you can definitely see the tiger. The question is, are the Tigers going to roar? Or are they going to be brought down? Lucky for them, you can't really run over your teammates in this game, otherwise that would have been catastrophic.
Absolutely. I mean, a couple of backs would have been broken. You would have probably needed a new surgery. Maybe drive up towards hospitals, find some medical supplies there. But yeah, in the meantime, you're going to be looking at a bunch of these teams trying to move into the circle from the eastern side. And like we talked about, there is a lot of teams in that general area. The density is sort of high. So could be seeing some fights breaking out over there. Pachinki, while it's got a fair amount of space, it's not that big. I like what he's doing. He's just trying to make sure that those vehicles aren't really available for someone else to use.
Well, I mean, if you can't use them, like you said, make sure nobody else gets them. Now,
oh, yeah.
It would be a bit selfish mentality, but of course it makes sense over here because you don't want to leave anything behind, especially since there's another team coming in your wake. So, you want to make sure, well, they have a tough time off it, and running through all these open fields in Erangel, you could easily be spotted, and then, that little play zone kind of creeps in as well, and we know the play zone is the 17th team here. Oh, it likes snuffing out a few lives for its own.
Absolutely. Now, I'm going to address the elephant in the room, right, for the second. Now, I know...
thought Jungly were done with. Oh, okay, let's go.
All right. Okay, I mean, well, I guess this means they could be a bit more open, but anyway, I was trying to say that... given the fact that it's been 7 minutes and there's no first blood, I do see this, people might consider this a slightly slow game, but I think it's going to pick the pace up when that second circle shows up, because if you look at the map currently, a good amount of it is still in water, right? So naturally the amount of real estate has been lowered. And considering the general density of the teams as well towards the eastern front, any sort of hard shift, up north or down south, could just means that these teams clash into each other.
Well, speaking of which, teams clashing, it looks like Ashwa have found an Indominus member all by his lonesome, as Badmash, the Batman, is going to have to go up against multiple enemies, but of course, the numbers are not going to be in his favor as he is going to be brought down. However, if you have a look, I like this. No one knows where the opposition is, and before they go in for the finish, they are going to try and obscure their vision. That is quick thinking on his part.
Absolutely. I mean, great stuff coming in from Nova here, thinking on his feet, like you mentioned, and it's going to make sure that his teammate can actually be rezzed up over here. Now, the problem is that Ashwa, they
Have a look
don't...
at that smoke cover, Floki.
Yeah, it's certainly good, but do they have vehicles to rotate in over here? Because this could be a very hard push to make happen otherwise, even though they've only got 3 players. Oh, boy, that's a headshot coming in from Dexter on that car, and I'm quite sure you're proud of him.
Well, the car 98 was unleashed as he unleashes the monster inside, and Dexter, oh my goodness, you are now one of my new favorite players in the entirety of this tournament, but Indominus are going to have the upper hand. Mind you, they did lose Badmash just moments ago, so, you know, although they did get that knock, the distance is a bit too much, but what I want to see right now is, since there is so much of smoke that has been deployed already, I would have expected a little bit of a push coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, the circle is going to be shifting soon enough, so that's what we need to be keeping our eyes on. And, okay, well, looks like the circle is feeling a little bit merciful today. We will see a shift towards the eastern side, and
Wait a second.
like there is a team in Sosnovka military base.
Plus, there's somebody who's already alighted. We could see a little drive-by action, and, well, let's have a look and see if the Mighty Slayers are going to be coming from the Sosnovka military base unscathed, because... why isn't anything happening? Why aren't they firing? Now they are taking massive damage from the blue. I wonder what's happening down
themselves. They didn't reveal themselves. They haven't fired a single bullet.
Imagine if they come up from behind and surprise them later on.
Exactly. I mean, it's the first blue zone, right? So they're probably healing themselves back up. They're like, all right, you give us the information. We're not going to bounce. No, we're not stupid. We're going to wait for it.
I like that. That is pretty smart. But again, you know, the Mighty Slayers, they might have a few more options, and looks like they might just be met with Team GT.
Yeah, and Team GT's actually they've done a bit of a double split over here. They've got 2 players on the bridge. Now, this could be problematic over here. This, all it really does is leave those 2 GT players in an awkward position, because now they can't rotate out without giving up their position. This is some weird play coming out by GT. I thought this would work out if they all played together, but instead... they're choosing to rotate in early, and there's already tons of teams near Fairy Pier, that the bridge that leads from Sosnovka to the main island, and yeah, they're going to be encountering some heavy resistance over here. Let's see if they can actually regroup. Okay, I like this. They're going off-road instead. They're not taking the main road. They're trying to make their way from the bridge instead. So let's have a look at the instant replay in the meantime and see that beautiful headshot. XP, I'm sure you're glued to your seat.
I am not even going to say a word now. I like how, just have a look at how Nova popped so many smokes, making sure he obscures the enemy's vision. But looks like elsewhere, Rage officials were going to be going off on the enemy as well. And, well, all you Bolt Action fans, you are going to have to wait just a little bit longer, because I'm pretty sure that is going to be one of the shots of the game. And you know what? We might just see a few more coming in from the gentleman.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a great headshot coming in from the Car 98 once again. And let's see if we can repeat that same success again. But GT Official, I like what they've done over here. Now they've managed to, you know, make their way towards the bridge. They have regrouped of sorts. It does leave them vulnerable to a backstab from Mighty Slayers, but there's some action breaking out soon here.
Alrighty, now this is why I just love the production team over here. I did ask for some Bolt action, and you know what they say? Ask and ye shall receive. We might just see that quick scope coming in. But before that, I just want to point something out. Indominus, again, this is the team that we are going to be showcasing sooner or later, and that one man is going to be Dexter. They do have these compounds for themselves, but have a look at the minimap. They have one team on either side, one team due north, one team due south. So if they make a little bit of commotion, well, it could come to bite them in the backsides later on. Elsewhere, looks like Team GT, they have regrouped Floki on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, great stuff coming in from them. Now, it does give the team of Mighty Slayers some more leeway to work with. They can delay the rotation if need be. And they're also going to be a little bit confused as to what the hell just happened, because 2 GT members rotated from behind them. They're like, they didn't fire at us all along. But there's one member still scouting things out, and that's Aman OP.
Also, if you have a look at Mighty Slayers, I guess, you know, since they don't have all that information as to what awaits them on that little bridge on the other side, they are taking the aquatic route. And you know what? I don't blame them. If they, in fact, head towards Ferry Pair, A, they get to the main island. B, I do see an airdrop nearby.
Oh, they are taking the boat. Okay.
And they are going to get some goodies.
Absolutely.
That's but the circle.
Wow. Okay. Well, Christmas came a little bit early for us over here, X, because we're going to be seeing some action breaking out soon, courtesy of that beautiful, beautiful circle. But I'm quite sure you guys want to see what that headshot looked like, so let's just jump into the instant replay and see how he lined up that crosshair with that dome and get that shot. Well,
oh, we're going slow-mo.
Here is Dexter.
Oh! That is what precision shooting is all about,
That was
mind
so
you.
quick.
Oh, it's doable. It's doable. Again, it's all about aligning your crosshair before you even open up your scope. So if you make sure that reticle is pretty much at the enemy's head, all you got to do is open up your scope, let that shot loose, and then basically, well, that is all she wrote. Before now, Rage officials are going to be traversing through the plains of Gutka, and looks like they were being shot at. This is not what you want to do, Avi. He is going to lose his back wheel as well, but looks like the distance is going to be a bit too much, and, well, they are going to make it out of harm's way.
Absolutely. Ray's going to be okay in the meantime, and, well, you know what rhymes with okay? Cocaine, and that he's just ramming the buggy away, trying to make sure he gets to the center of the circle there. But, yeah,
what?
they're going to be able to hitch a ride together, right?
I can watch this replay all day, every day. I want to watch it for a third time. Let's have a look at that. Ooh, did you notice? We kind of went back. We did a little bit of a rewind. I mean, that is
so
just
quick.
too quick. Stark, even with his Iron Man suit, could not have dodged that bullet. But for now, looks like Rage officials are going to be raging on the enemy as Crave are going to come under heavy, heavy fire.
Absolutely, and Crave in a bit of an awkward position over here now. That tree does provide some semblance of cover, but it doesn't look like Godslayer is going to be able to get out of that place anytime soon. And you can see the M4 carbine just pointed in that general direction, or rather the M416 as you people like to call it. But I mean, look at the density of teams in this general area. We're going to be seeing a lot of action breaking out. Speaking of which, too, OP, well, they are starting things off. Sandy will find one pick for himself. In the meantime, Godslayer just slowly but surely bleeding out, waiting for someone to come and resuscitate him. It's going to be a slow and painful death for him.
Did kind of seem like, his teammates were trying to make a move, but I don't see any respite coming in for him, especially since he's kind of sandwiched in between two teams. Now, one of the teams that is going to be at one end is, well, what's on our screens? Too OP. Question is, are they really too overpowered? Because, you know what, I guess I just answered my own question because I did see them in round one.
Absolutely. I mean, they did get themselves a knock over here, but they didn't really manage to convert, and this is the man responsible for it on the screen. It was Andy, I believe, and then there's also Bandy, and there's Mandy, and there's Sandy. So they're all brothers in arms over here. Obviously going for that team spirit. I like this. This is the kind of stuff that boosts morale. It boosts communication as well. The one player that we saw earlier, Godslayer, who was knocked down, will be finished off eventually, bleeds out slowly to his death. And in the meantime, some more action breaking out as we see the side of team UE managed to get themselves another knock over here. Evil Esports, though, they've got a very good compound to hold.
Well, the tribe is going to come under fire, and as you just mentioned, Evil X Esports are going to be the aggressors. However, it does look like they aren't going to be able to capitalize on that lock. Unfortunately for them, they did lose one of their members in that skirmish, and well, they're going to be moving forward as a three-man squad. Elsewhere, it looks like the Mighty Slayers, not so mighty in this situation because, well, they are braving the blue and they are braving a barrage of bullets heading their way courtesy of Team Empire. Well, now, we did kind of bring this up earlier. If they want to take over the world, they are going to have to take over Erangel first, and it looks like the Romans are going to be fighting hard as Goku is going to be brought down at quite some distance.
Absolutely. Look at Roman. I mean, just accounting for the bullet drop over there, making sure he uses the bottom markers instead to line those shots up. Once again, just pristine practice, right, coming in handy over here. That's what they do at the shooting range. But in the meantime, Mighty are still in a little bit of trouble. We spoke about how they were okay earlier because GT official were doing a weird sort of 2-2 split.
That's gonna hurt.
And that volley should do it just yet. No, he manages to heal up just before that volley touches the ground, and he's still away from it. So he's going to be A-okay behind that hay bale. That's why it doesn't catch fire, which honestly speaking doesn't make sense. But hey, he's got that place of solid cover. That AK actually rattles off. Groot does not go down. He is still standing in the meantime. He's taking cover behind another hay bale or rock. I think that's what it's all about, and he's going to be able to get himself back to full HP if he's got some medkits and he's got some bandages. But now, Ryuga having revealed himself, he's in a world of trouble. He's getting sandwiched from multiple angles.
Oh, he is going to be, especially he is going to be on fire. He's going to drop and roll, but before he can do that, he is going to be put 6 feet under as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the first team to exit our game are going to be the Mighty Slayers, who, well, have been slayed instead.
Absolutely. I mean, Mighty Slayers, well, don't really end up living up to their name. Get taken out early on, perhaps implying that they are the ones who's going to be slain mightily in battle. If they showed a little bit more enthusiasm, maybe they would be granted entry into Valhalla. But in the meantime, they're going to be happy with what they've got. There's always a round 2.
I mean, as long as they went down with a weapon in hand, I guess they just might. But of course, they won't get a seat at the table with Thor and the boys. But for now, the Spaceman official, again, flying a bit high in orbit because they do have 2 finishes to their names already. And now they're going to make sure they reap all the rewards as they are going to be looting the enemies that they just took down. Now the circle is going to be imploding in on itself. All the action is going to break out just south of the ruins, which basically is interesting because you have a lot of open terrain and you do have a few compounds scattered here and there. But for now, Celsius Esports do have Ashwa pretty much cowering behind a rock. I wonder if they can get a bit closer and, well, lob those hot potatoes.
Absolutely, and look at that. All of these teams just occupying the periphery in the meantime, just trying to make sure they delay their rotations inward by a little bit. And a lot of these teams also starting to lose their members left, right, and center. Over here, it looks like Team Ashwa is going to come under heavy fire. Stark, using the cover of the smoke, is trying to stay alive, but Celsius, they're well spread out and they've got a lot of vision around the general area, so they can hold on and prevent them from getting closer inside the circle now.
Also, they're not just spread out, they have that little staggered formation. Now that is where all that experience comes in, because if somebody does, slip through your flanks, someone is going to make sure that, the teammate right in front is going to be covered. Have a look at that now. Dream S is going to make sure that he comes in as well. And, well, in some time, I wonder where the circle's going to go. I want it to be a northern shift because I love all those little ridges for cover. That's where I want to see it. But, well, the BGMI gods are not on my side ever. This time, we're going to be heading down southwest.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is a slightly more flatter terrain over here, so we're going to be seeing these teams be a little bit more careful about their positioning. And a lot of these teams are just going to hold on to the edge because when there's flat terrain, you're going to have to deploy a lot of smokes to just try and stay out of trouble. Now, the cool thing is, teams that like to be aggressive, this is their time to shine because they're the ones who are going to go in at this point and be like, alright, you know what? We got no option but to fight. Let's fight. Let's go and take the action and take the aggression into our own hands.
Well, as far as the Empire is concerned, they are out on a bit of a conquest, but it looks like the Storm is going to hit them head-on, as I do believe Storm has been brought down, which means they might have just been reduced to a 3-man squad. Let's see if it's going to be enough for them to make it till the end. And talking of the 3-man squad, I do see another one down and out, and I do believe that is going to be Jarvis, who's going to be taken down, which means now it's only Roman and his teammate who are going to be standing on their feet. Again, their numbers have been depleted, and it looks like the Empire is going to come under fire for now. Rival for Dominate is going to let a few teams go past, as Indominus, well, they just whizzed past at quite some speed, but now they do have that tipper truck for cover, and I do believe we are going to see a firefight break out. In fact, rage officials are going to be coming in as well. Dexter is now the last man standing for his team on a sliver of HP. I do believe Hawkeye is alive as well, but man, oh man, the rage monsters are definitely raging, and well, 4 members alight on them, snuff out their lives. And with that, another one bites the dust as 2OP tries to join the action as well.
Absolutely. 2OP, they weren't invited to the party and they are very, very upset. They're going to make themselves invited and they're going to show themselves in. Let's see how much damage they can do in the meantime, though. Bundy, Mundy, Sandy, and Andy. Yes, I'm going to be saying this every single time. They're going to try and go in and see, how many finishes they can get. A lot of teams in the general area just not moving yet, though, so perhaps they're going to have to take the initiative into their own hands. Can't really hold on just yet. There you go. Now Team Empire Wolf as well, just rather Empire World, excuse me, just hiding in the bushes in the meantime, trying not to get spotted, trying to catch other people off guard. Well, it seems like even though the circle has started closing in, the action is not that visible at the moment, but there you go, that's what we were looking for. Crave managed to take a 1 member from the side of Team Spirit X, and Team Spirit X, that was the final member standing, so they will be eliminated by the Black Tigers. Now, a lot of these teams have lost a couple of players, and Crave X themselves will end up going down as well as Roman spots him out, and there you go, Crave will be shown the exit door.
Well, usually when the Romans go to war, they go head-on, but it looks like this time someone is going to be lurking in the shadows, lurking in the bush. A grenade went off really close to him, and, well, he kept his ground. Lucky for him, still alive and kicking. Lucky, not someone who's not going to be lucky are the boys from Ashwa, who are going to be taken down one by one. They are still out of the blue, taking a lot of damage, and now the Tommy gun is going to do all the talking as Hatiara is going to go gangster all over the opposition. And, well, Team GT are going to get the revives as well, and I do believe in a matter of a few seconds, they shall be a 4-man roster once again. Now, just have a look at your mini-map over there, Floki. It is a kaleidoscope of covers, as we do still have 10 teams trying to be crowned the winners here in Erangel. 31 players still alive as 2OP come under fire, and well, looks like Mandy is going to bid us adieu.
Yeah, Mandy is going to be saying goodbye. Even Sandy ends up going down. We saw a lot of knocks being exchanged by these two teams. Ultimate E doing a lot of work over here. And there you go. I mean, even at that distance, they are getting these picks left, right, and center. And look at Celsius. These guys are supposed to be the one who's supposed to be aggressive. Rixky and Karthik have already put the dust through the smoke. Max actually managed to find himself a very good shot. And look at those connections coming in as well. Rifle Dominate being eliminated by Celsius, even though they're only a two-man roster at this point. So at this point, they're just going to try and live as long as possible. And they're trying to lob some nades and see which ones connect. A couple of members coming in from the guard. Team Black Tigers, they're going to be knocked down over here. One man trying to spray the board down, and it will be successful. Both Game God and Ghost end up falling on their knees and probably going to get cleaned up as well.
Lucky for Celsius, Spaceman officials did come in and help them just a little bit, but now Max is going to be setting his attention on yet another team, as Team GT are going to be spawning on the fray. He does get one knock, in fact, almost gets a second, but now he is going to make sure his teammate Dream S, well, he does spot the enemy under the wreckage, and with that controlled burst of fire from that AKM, he's going to make sure he gets another finish to his name. Now Celsius in the thick and thin of all the action. That is quite optimistic from Dream S. I would have expected him to stay low, but he does connect with the grenade, as Vision did not see that coming from Spaceman officials.
Absolutely, Spacemen are going to be in a world of trouble right now. Even though Celsius only have two members standing, they're still doing so much damage courtesy of their positioning, and they still haven't been discovered. No one has really bothered or taken the time to clean out the best that is the side of Celsius Esports, so they're going to continue doing damage over here. 2 OP. Earlier they were a 4-man roster with 4 finishes. Now they've just reduced to 2, and they've only got 2 more finishes to show for it. Their positioning though is looking alright. Maybe on the back of that they can carry themselves a little bit forward in terms of placement points, but Ultimate E will be bidding adieu as they get eliminated by the side of Team GT, who's the only team which still seems to have a 4-man roster intact apart from Spaceman Official.
Also, have a look at that makeshift fortification. They have pretty much got a U fortification happening for themselves, which means whatever the enemy throws at them is not going to be hurting them one bit. Now they are going to go for the destruction of vehicles. The question is, what if the circle kind of moves away from them? Well, they have something in contention as well, because have a look at the UAZ. They haven't blown that up just yet. They could yet lay down some cover for themselves in the next circle. But for now, we do have a couple of teams right in the thick and thin of all the action, while all at the periphery are going to be shooting in. Expect a few crossfires to be set up, but calm is composed right in the center of the two gentlemen from Celsius Esports.
My goodness, I mean, Celsius Esports, I have to say, these guys are gorillas. You keep throwing stuff at them, they just don't die. They're going forward and knocking everyone out of their path. Let's see how much damage they can dish out over here. Although the real teams we should be keeping our eyes on at the moment is Spaceman Official and Team GT, the only 2 teams with 4-man rosters. Celsius could be a thorn on their side, but everyone else only seem to have 1 horse in the race. Black Tigers, Evil Experts, as well as Team Empire World with only 1 member in play over here. And there you go, looks like a couple of these teams are also saying goodbye soon enough. Roman trying to get his best to stay alive over here, and he's actually in a good spot. He's not been discovered.
You know what's pretty awesome and pretty fair is the fact that the 4-man rosters are on opposite sides of the playing field, and slowly and steadily they are going to lock horns at some point or the other. Before now, Mortis did take a massive chunk taken out, but the first aid is going to be coming in as Vandy does spot the enemies in the distance. 2 OP do have a knock in the name. Yosh, we did see him getting a little blind with early on. Oh, that grenade was a bit too close for comfort, as Bandy definitely found out. But against all odds, Andy and Bandy are still going to be on their feet. But the question is for how much longer, because Spacemen are going to be deploying everything from sub-orbit as a couple of grenades come their way. But it's the bullets that do all the talking, and Bandy's going to be taken down. This time, they let their backs be shown to Team GT, and well, they are paying a heavy price with Yosh as they try to get closer to the enemy. He's taken down by Mortis, who, well, is going to set some rigor mortis in his opponents at some point. Before now, Novna, the last man standing for Black Tigers. I like that. A quick dash to the bush, and now the quad begins, but he was spotted from afar, and it's Team GT who are racking up all the finishes.
Ahmad OP from that distance with the UMP manages to secure himself a knock. That thing is an AR in his goddamn hands. What a beautiful shot coming out from him. And still GT with 2 members standing there. The only team over here who can clutch this out. 2 OP officials and Spacemen. They're going to have to play this a little bit more cleverly. But the only person who really has the advantage in this situation is the last member from the side of Spacemen. Still standing strong in the meantime. And look at that. Hatiara is actually going to be knocked down by Andy. But Andy will be cleaned up by one of the members from Space. It's going to be DXOP who's trying to go forward and try and get the pick for himself. Ahmad, he's going to be cleaned up as well. And there you go, Spaceman Official. They will take the chicken dinner for the first game. Brains, that's what you need, not just guns.
Well, looks like we do have liftoff over here as the Spaceman Officials. They are going to making sure they clutch their first chicken dinner.
Oh boy.
And like you said, they did it in style. They made sure they played smart. But boy, oh boy, GT's Yash over there at the end. I kind of thought that, he might just run away with the entire show. And, well, looks like the Horseman was finally brought down. But what an amazing game over here coming in. Not too flashy, they didn't make too much of noise, but boy, did they hold their ground when everyone else all around them were losing their heads.
Absolutely, I have to say, Spaceman Official, the way they played that, he knew that he had the advantage, right? He knew he was at the edge of the circle, so he doesn't really have to go and take the initiative himself. He sees two members running out. Aman gets a little bit too ahead of himself, just runs out in the open and gets punished. And now it's time to have a look at the highlights and see all of that stuff once again. And hopefully, the beautiful headshot too.
Oh, we're going to see that again and again and again because, well, Nova, as we do see him over here, it pretty much came up right after. Now, we did have a lot of long-distance engagements, but, the pushes didn't come in, which, is pretty fair because it did mean a lot of teams lost that early utility. But now, this is the moment. Have a look at that. Hawkeye is...
What the hell is that shot?
Dexter. Again, that's what practice does. Practice makes perfect. And, well... we have a new contender coming up for one of the fastest quick scope shots ever.
Absolutely, all that quick drawing helping him out over here, but to do that with the Car 98K, now that is insane. Rage Officials as well, they had a bit of a solid start over here. They did manage to get themselves a couple of knocks and a couple of finishes, but it doesn't seem like they were able to carry it towards the end over there, only ending up in 8th place. So, yeah, they're probably going to be a little bit disappointed about that, but hey, there's always a second game to do a little bit better.
The funny thing is the star sniper from that game was taken down at distance himself, but this was courtesy an AR. So, I guess he is going to be a bit ticked off about that. But this fight over here, Tribes going up against, I do believe it was the Mighty Slayers. Mighty Slayers not quite living up to their name. In fact, they were slayed pretty early on. Let's see if game 2 is going to be a different affair for them. But for now, this little skirmish as well. Insidious, we saw them in the thick and thin of the action right from the beginning, but looks like Dexter might need a bit of work as far as CQB is concerned.
Absolutely, and I have to say, even Crave played very, very well over here. They took advantage of every opportunity that they have. But the one that really stole the show for me wasn't Spaceman. It was Celsius. They were in a very awkward spot where they lost 2 of their members. They rotated a little bit early towards the center of the circle, and they were in sort of a situation where everyone was looking in their direction, so they had a hard time isolating their fights. But they still got themselves so many knocks over here. And I think we're going to see that soon enough over here. Look at that. 2 members are already knocked. They're out of the game, actually. They're finished off. And they're still getting all these knocks and frags. So clearly, these guys are cut above the rest over here. And how does one roster with just 2 players eliminate all these members from the side of Ultimate E? This is ridiculous.
Well, it is ridiculous, but that is the beauty of this game. You basically start expecting the unexpected. And, well, that was pretty unexpected, as you did mention. But again, Team GT, they were in a good position as well. They had all 4 members alive, but slowly but steadily, one by one, they kept getting cut down.
Yeah, well, you know how the old Chinese proverb goes. Man advantage doesn't mean anything unless you know how to use it. And Celsius, well, even when they're on the back foot, these guys, they don't feel like that at all. They're still taking fights, they're still being aggressive. And sure, at the end of the day, they don't end up in the position that they want, but they still fought super hard and managed to get themselves to a better spot. A spot that they probably have had no business being in anyway. Spaceman Official, though. I think they take the cake towards the end over there. Look at that. DX in the end just being like, you know what? It's fine. I'm alone by myself. That's okay. I can still clutch this out. Aman runs out in the open and he's like, please, I'm very, very happy to shoot you in the chest.
Had Aman maybe kind of zigged and zagged his way to
bobbing
the
and
tree,
weaving.
it could have been bobbing and weaving between those punches coming in. It could have been a different story, but unfortunately, that is all she wrote, and the Spacemen are going to be going out with the win. However, credit where credit is due. The Black Tigers, Nobita, almost wiped out Spaceman. Officially, you did see he did get those couple of knocks. That one other player was still alive, but of course, another team came in and ruined that party for him.
Unfortunate. he was so close to coming, to clutching that one out. Maybe it would have been a completely different story if DX didn't survive that. But let's look at the point standings and see for ourselves where all of these teams belong. And there you go, Spaceman Official in first place, followed by Team GT in second place, trailing behind by just 2 points. 2 points that they would have gotten, actually not even 2, they would have gotten 3 extra points, considering where they are right now. They would have been at 25, and Spaceman would have been at 20. Had they just been a little bit more careful over here. And I know this can be very easy for us to say, but these are the sorts of things that the really good players look at and they go like, you know what, I need to make better decisions towards the end, because if I don't, well, this might just be the margin we lose out by.
And again, you got to keep in mind, yes, for the teams in the top over here, it's a good game, right?
Yeah.
Again, if they do the same in the next game, chances are they are going to move to the next round. Now, the point that you made, that comes in really handy when you have a lot more matches in hand. But of course, now that we've had a look at all these players, it is going to be difficult picking one aside and crowning him the iQOO MVP. But looks
That's
like
always hard, but
it's going to be contra Nick from Team GT.
well, we found ourselves one despite it being so hard, right? I mean, I thought one of the members from Spaceman or maybe Celsius was going to get that, considering the way they played it out. But clearly, contra Nick OP justifying the OP in his name, as he indeed gets himself the MVP with 4 finishes, 850 damage, 2 headshots. Something I'm quite sure you're going to be proud of. Maybe you can take him under your wing and teach him the ways of the arm as well in the future.
Or maybe Dexter just needs to get a few more finishes, and well, the headshots are just going to keep going up again. I like how we're kind of picking sides here already. But now, let's have a look and see which all players are going to be joining contra Nick, as we have the top 5 players on our screens. And well, we have Mandy and Vandy from 2OP with 4 finishes apiece. And well, the winners, Spaceman, are going to be in the 4th position. Mortis, in fact, with 3 finishes for himself. And Fragger from the Black Tigers, or I guess I can see the Tiger.
Absolutely. I mean, at first I thought it looked a little bit. I know people are gonna hate me. It looked a little bit like a pig.
Wolf.
Then it looked like a bear to me. And then now that you mention it, yeah, I do see the wolf a little bit. Like if you ignore the top part and just look at the bottom half, the first thing you'll guess is probably a wolf.
Maybe if we add a bit of orange to it, it would give you, remnants of a tiger. But again, it is a tiger. It is the Black Tigers, and Fragger making sure he frags himself into the top 5 player position now. Keeping in accord with all the numbers and figures we see on our screens. Let's have a look and see at the match summary. And whoa,
Well, that is different.
44 grenades used and only 4 culminating in finishes. That means pretty much the entirety of the rosters over here let their bullets do all the talking.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't seem like they use a lot of nades, even though logically speaking, actually, you know what? It does make sense because a lot of smokes were used, and on top of that, towards the end, we did see the circle gravitating towards flatland instead. So perhaps grenades weren't, the primary choice to clear out angles and stuff. Still very useful, but of course, if you've got a direct line of sight, who the hell needs nades anyway, right? So. Yeah, it makes a fair amount of sense. The longest finish distance, I probably think that is Dexter at 263 meters with that headshot. I don't think anyone got a longer finish than he did.
Well, it very well could be, and we're going to keep seeing that shot in the replays for quite a long time. And now, we've had a look at numbers. Let's have a look at a couple of graphs, as the finish to damage performance graph is going to be on our screens. And well, despite it being an even affair, a few teams are going to stand out, but I like it. I like it. It's pretty evenly distributed this time around.
Absolutely. This is perfect. I mean, this is what a game should be looking like, right? When a game is close, this is what the graphs usually look like. All these teams doing a bunch of damage. Some of these teams getting a little bit unlucky or complacent, whichever one you want to pick. And, sometimes you're just not able to deal that much damage. But, hey, there's always a second game to come back. And who knows, maybe if Spaceman, 2OP, and GT get eliminated early on, the first place, it could be up for the taking. Although it's going to be hard for them to come back up. I hope some of these teams are able to get a bit of a turnaround, though, because, Mighty Slayers, we expected a lot more from them. Unfortunately, couldn't do all that much with just 213 damage to their name. But lots of teams that did cross the 1,000 damage mark.
Now, it's going to be a bit tricky picking the top 4 squads solely based on the squad, because, again, so many similarities, but it is going to be Spaceman official with that chicken dinner and 9 finishes, making sure they are going to be at the tippity top. And, well, following them, we have Team GT with 10 finishes, 2OP with 9, and the Black Tigers with 4.
Absolutely. Black Tigers with 4 finishes to their name. I mean, kudos to them as well. They managed to, stay under the radar for the most part, and when the time was right, they bounced. Sure, they get eliminated a little bit earlier than they would have liked, but they still do a lot of work, and they do a lot of heavy lifting. Their placement points allowing them to get that top 4 spot. And hopefully in the next game they're able to, put up a better performance over here. But it does seem that so far the meta, at least in these matches, is favoring the teams for being a little bit more aggressive.
I mean, that usually is the norm, right? Because when you play defensive, your whole mentality is defensive, right? You don't want to take the first step, and you lose that element of surprise. Now the thing is, when you are aggressing, yeah, you're going to be throwing your grenades in. You are also setting up angles, and again, that element of surprise, that first initial knock is basically all it takes, for teams to crumble, and that is exactly what happened. And teams really wouldn't have all those issues if everything was running tickety-boo like it is for us, especially with these bad boys in our hands.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the iQOO Legend 7 making sure that everyone is in tip-top shape. I'm quite sure you want to know what their phone is all about and why they decided to put up a 1 crore rupees tournament. So let's jump into the promo and see what they're all about.
We keep going on and on about the iQOO 7 Legend. I mean, I'm just going to say one last thing. Enough said. Go and grab yourself this phone because, again, you're not going to regret it with all that ultra performance. And now, speaking of ultra performance, looks like the teams in the last game, again, we did kind of mention it. We were talking about the aggression. We were talking about, well, again, aggression, I mean controlled aggression, because, you just can't, go Rambo on everyone and expect to be invincible, because chances are someone is going to take you down. But what are you expecting this time around?
So this time around, I'm expecting the aggressive teams to continue being aggressive. I think Celsius are probably going to kick it up a notch because they noticed that, they were a little bit more passive than they would have liked early on. They probably even had some opportunities to be a little bit aggressive. But considering the hard shifts and all that, they were probably a bit more concerned about positioning. This time around, if they go for a different approach, I wouldn't be too unhappy, because they are a team that, likes to rely on finishes, and, it's that caveman mentality. Well, if you get really, really good at shooting and, knocking heads, absolutely, easiest way to get points and, prop yourself up in terms of placements. But, we were talking about aggression earlier,
right,
and I kind of want to piggyback over what you said. So, you did mention that aggression is something that a lot of teams tend to gravitate towards, and I think this is a bit more philosophical per se, but the reason they tend to do that is because I think they are able to control so much more of the battlefield, right? When you take the initiative yourself, everything else you can sort of predict and understand, and everything is reacting to you.
There you go. You make the plays, and like you said, the players, the opponents, in fact, have to react to whatever you do. Again, it's all about Newton's laws. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Somehow physics finds its way into BGMI as well.
When we said we're nerds, we meant it. We are nerds here. But now, of course, again, the next game is going to be underway shortly, as all the players I do see from the corner of my eye are ready in the lobby. And, at the given time, the game is going to begin. Punctuality is something that I love, that, we are making sure that let's be honest here. I mean, we normally live by the Indian Standard Time, which means if you're called to a party at 9, we usually show up around 10. We're trying to change that around over here in esports.
Absolutely, and with all these players ready to rumble, I mean, it's only a matter of time before we jump into the Spawn Island. But before we actually get in there, I also want to talk a little bit more about, what some of these other teams perhaps could do a little bit better, right? So for Mighty Slayer in particular, I believe they had an opportunity to be aggressive as well. It seems that a lot of these teams, they're getting opportunities to be aggressive, but they're playing a little bit timid, and they're a little bit afraid. They're afraid of the fact that they don't have all the information on the world. And this is where I ask you a question as well, because I kind of want to ask you, if you're a player and you want to play aggressively, what is the line in the sand where if you actually reach it, like, all right, you know what, this enables us to be aggressive?
First of all, in my opinion, every single member of the team needs to know his role. Right? Someone is going to be a better sharpshooter than you, and that's inevitable. Maybe you're going to be better at CQB than the other person, because back in the day, everyone had a role. I was predominantly the spotter and the guy who takes that first shot, which sets up my teammates to go in for the rush, because I'll be honest with you, if you put a person 10 meters close to me, I'm
Yeah.
pretty much going to mess things up. It has happened in the past, and it could happen in the future again. So again, know your role,
Yep.
right? Be versatile. Why we keep yapping on about having different vehicles is that as soon as that first knot comes in, 2 of your members should already be going in and
Yep.
dealing with that team. And speaking of teams, let's have a look once again who all is going to be battling it out because this is the last chance for Group 31.
Absolutely. Group 31 with all these wonderful teams as we saw earlier. 2OP official, Spaceman official taking that top spot. And 2OP, I think, following in third place as well. It's not bad by them. Cravex, Celsius Esports, I believe they finished in the 6th place. Could be wrong though. Indominus, Tribe officials, Ashwa and Ultimate E. All of these teams just putting up a decent performance over here. But somewhere or the other, it does seem that a couple of these teams are struggling, particularly Tribe. And I hope they're able to put up a better performance this time around.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case because they are joined by a team of Black Tigers, Evil X Esports, Rival for Dominate, Rage officials, Team Empire World, Team Spirit X, who were a bit lackluster. Maybe they need a bit more meditation for this round. Team GT had a good outing, and of course the Mighty Slayers, well, they weren't so mighty, but again, we are not writing anyone off. Maybe this is going to be the game that they come in and let slip the dogs of war, as I love saying, and they might just rack up a few finishes. Maybe they might even go for a few records.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I believe we're about to jump into Spawn Island and see for ourselves what's been happening over there. But another thing I also want to talk about is just the fact that Spaceman officials, despite, once again being the team on top, they have to be a little bit afraid about, who's going to be coming in and dropping into their hot locations and just trying to contest them in general, because many a times you've seen teams falter, right? You get that first place finish in the first round, you're a little bit complacent, and all of a sudden, before you know it, there's... Yeah,
that was a bit in sync. I mean,
you got the mental thing
do we
going
have
on.
a mirror somewhere? Nah, it's like a mirror image over here. But again, I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, you and I, we just get engrossed in the game. Like I said, nerd alert over here. But yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with you. But I wonder if that's going to change this time around because. Yes, everyone has kind of showcased what they're made of. They've kind of given them a glimpse, as to what we are capable of. But now, like you mentioned, the teams on the bottom half of the table, the pressure is mounting, and it's a do-or-die moment for them.
Absolutely. And, well, there's a saying that goes like a corner dog bites back hard. Well, this is time for those corner dogs to start growling and showing their teeth, because if they don't now, they never will. This is the last chance they get to maybe continue in the tournament, reach the grand finals, and get themselves a piece of that 1 crore rupees pie, which is a pretty big pie.
I mean, it's pretty massive. It's not pretty massive. It is huge, my friend. But I'll tell you one thing. There could be chances that maybe the team that does win everything at the end, we might just be looking at them right now because, they might have had a slow start. Again, it's all about learning. If you do not learn from your mistakes, then you're doing something wrong. And let me tell you one thing. We all make some mistake or the other, not just in esports, but, in general as well. And, well, like I say, if you fall down, it's all about picking yourself back up again, which a lot of these teams have done. They've had terrible game ones, but game 2, they've come out swinging, and Team Miami, to name one.
Absolutely, and I'm hoping that Team Rage officials are also able to put up a better foot this time around, because it seemed that they knew they had the right idea of sorts, but they couldn't just execute it at that level, and unfortunately did not make it to the top 8. But hopefully this time around things can be a little bit different, so let's see you in game, and let's see what they're all about as we jump straight into Erangel and have a look at that beautiful, beautiful flight path. This time around, things are going to be pretty straightforward. Now, if you're someone who's nerded out on the map, you already know that this is going to be bisecting the map in half, just looking at the screen in front of you right now, but there is the map to put things into perspective. Yep, well, anywhere you want to go, you can go.
We are going to be flying over Pachinki, we're going to be flying over the school, and things are going to end all the way up north.
That is 4 teams dropping in early.
Looks like a couple are going to head west and a couple are going to be heading east. The Sosnovka military base should see 2 to maybe 3 teams vying for control, while it looks like we might have a little bit of a party in Primorsk, unless a couple of these teams are going to go to fair repair. They also have options to, take those vehicles and just go around on a looting spree around Gatka. So anything is possible, or they might all just jump down in one vehicle and, well, drama is definitely going to ensure.
Oh yeah, we saw yesterday how that kind of stuff turns out. Well, let's just tell you, it wasn't a very happy ending, you know, so if you're a fan of happy endings, definitely don't see that. But okay, we're going to be seeing a lot of early contests towards the southwestern quadrant of the map.
And if you look at the military base as well, looks like both teams are going to be falling upon one another. And now, as the shoots are going to be deployed, the mighty Slayers realize, hey, wait a second, we aren't alone here. So they are going to be spreading just a bit out. Question is, are they going to get weapons before their opponents? Because, well, if they don't, it could be problematic. But the circle is not going to be a problem for that team, as we have the entirety of the Sosnovka military base in the first circle. And just as I was speaking, there you have it. The mighty Slayers are going to be on a bit of a back foot as Indominus are nearby, and it looks like Indominus beat them to the weapons.
Absolutely, Indominus are going to get there first. They're going to get to those prime real estate right in the smack dab center of Sosnovka. So they've got all the options in the world. They can still rotate out towards Nova Ripnoi. You know, going towards Milton Power is going to be a little bit difficult because I do see another team over there. I do believe it's Ashwa holding that general area, but there's still enough room for both of these teams to coexist peacefully. But I don't think the side of Indominus is going to let them do that.
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out, because Indominus, although I kind of would have expected them to head to the military base itself, they are going to be going towards Novo Repnoi. Elsewhere, looks like we are going to have battles break out. This time it is going to be in Severny. In fact, the church is going to be pretty much in the thick and thin of all the action, as Rival for Dominate are going to go up against Tribes Official. Now, we do have shotguns in play. We do have M16s. Question is, do we have the accuracy?
Absolutely. I mean, connecting your shots is more important than having the weapons, you know. I mean, you could have the weapon but not do anything at all. Well, speaking of weapons, looks like one person doesn't need them. He only needs a couple of nades, a couple of potatoes, and, well, he's happy with that. Oh, no, Hatiara, well surrounded on all sides. This man, well, if he shoots in any direction, he's going to land a couple of shots, but there's only so much he can do. 4 members ganging up on him. That is what my nightmares look like.
And it's Slugger Boy who's going to lay down some slugs in his opponents elsewhere. On the other side, looks like the battle is going to intensify as Aditya, although he has moved just a little bit from where we left him earlier. The enemies are going to be closing in a bit too, well, close for comfort, as Tribe Officials are going to set up a little bit more. Oh, wait a second. I thought, in fact, the knock came through. However, with the burst fire, I think he might have forgotten it's not a fully automatic rifle.
Absolutely. I mean, he held it down over there, even possibly connected a few shots, but Groot has to be careful over here. He cannot really get cover from his teammate from the other compound, so it's going to be down to him to try and hold this place. Do they have nades to flush him out? This is a very easy pick if they do, but no. Jonathan is instead going to take him out of his own hands. Go forward over here. Cover is going to be taken, but they've got a shotgun. I do believe I hear one. And they're going to he's going to find that first knock. He's going to get the second knock as well, somehow. Groot is still standing strong. Panda's coming in as well. And there you go. DNR is going to come in for the backup. He's got himself an Uzi. He's got himself an M16. And Tribe Official just turned this battle on its head, leaving Rival for Dominate scratching their heads and potentially ducking for cover, because boy oh boy, they cannot take this fight anymore.
Well, the hunters have become the hunted, and in a split second, 3 members went down and they crashed pretty hard, which means, well, like you mentioned, only 1 man is still alive for the opponent's. Question is, what is he going to do? Because, well, he has a lot of weight on his shoulders, and, well, Tribe Officials, they are definitely going to get the better of Rival for Dominate. Now, again, in the last game, we did see Tribes, you know, in the thick and thin of the action, so we know they can handle themselves in a gunfight, but I can't really say the same for Rival for Dominate. Now, the last man standing, he is not backing away from his fight. He does have options to, you know, deploy a little bit of smoke, or maybe just slide his way to the building, but he knows he is going to be at mercy of the opponents, and Mega Fury is going to have a little bit of fury of his own. He does take 1 down, but he forgot about the right flank, and, well, he is going to be taken down, which means an early exit for a team in this round of Erangel.
Yeah, just very unfortunate here for Rival for Dominate. I was expecting them to do a little bit better, but getting caught out so early on, losing one of their players, and then just being squad wiped, not the kind of way they were looking to start these things off. But there's some good news for them. There are other teams as well who are off to a bit of a slow start, so maybe they can, you know, look at them and, you know, perhaps cheer themselves on. But Hawkeye, what's going on over here?
Something funny's happening. Remember we saw Indominus leave for Novo. Looks like the mighty Slayers were in their wake. They did not go to the military base. In fact, they are hungry for blood, but looks like Chi-Chi is going to be taken down instead, which means now, once again, the mighty Slayers are going to be at the receiving end of things as they have lost 2 members early on. Maybe all that greed should not have been the right call. They have the entirety of the military base for their taking, but this is what life's about. You got to learn from your mistakes. As elsewhere, we do see Team Black Tigers. Well, they do have a finish to their names, which means Ashwa are going to be 1 man short.
Absolutely. You still have to remember that even though the Sosnovka military base is entirely covered, the next circle could completely negate that and move further up north. All of these teams, they're trying to take risks and move towards Sosnovka. If we could quickly just have a look at the bridge that leads from Milta towards Sosnovka, we'd know about that. But you take my word for it that a lot of teams moving in there. And speaking of which, Dave, this is what I was talking about. So many teams in this general vicinity. There you go. I mean, you can see that they're all looking to get inside Sosnovka. But let's have a look at the replay and see just how he managed to pull off that clutch over there.
Well, I don't know if the replay is going to be the right call because Team Black Tigers, although they are backing off, it does seem like another team was coming dangerously close. However, they are going to be stopping pretty much at the warehouse in front of us, and Nobita's got to be careful. He might just see a little bit of commotion in the distance, and well, all that commotion is being made by Spaceman officials, the winners of the last game.
Absolutely. Spaceman official, not gonna lie, wasn't really accounting for them early on, but they've completely changed my mind now after that first match. Let's see if they're actually able to put up a decent performance this time around as well, because clearly they've got a target on their backs, and as soon as people are able to, you know, look at the HUD and see, oh, someone from Spaceman is knocked down, they're gonna start swelling blood in the water, and like sharks, they're gonna be opportunistic animals, and they're gonna try and go in for the finish. Spacemen, they're being very, very careful, right? They're looking around, they're spread out a little bit well, they're making sure that nobody really comes and catches them off guard, and they're just fine holding on to their position. You know, they're about as central as it gets, so all the world is still open for them, and now we can probably jump into the instant replay and see exactly how these fights are breaking out elsewhere. So there you go, Black Tigers, they did manage to take out 1 member from Ashwa, and then Ashwa, they answered back, and how? Oh my god, he did try swimming, you know, he tried bobbing and weaving, but it seems that he was just a bit too accurate on that AKM, and got himself that frag, and now Ghost turning his attention towards the members, and Spaceman official is getting a fair amount of information for his teams, and Black Tiger at the moment, that's all they really need. Until the circle doesn't force them, they do not need to be aggressive.
Interesting rotation coming in from Team GT. Have a look at the bottom left of your screens, ladies and gentlemen. They have taken the aquatic route. In fact, they've got 2 boats. Question is there anything left at Primorsk or the ferry pair for all the other teams that are going to be coming in? Now, Rambo and the boys, looks like they realize, wait a second, yo, we're at Primorsk, but where are all the boats? Well, the answer is the boys from Team GT have skedaddled out with them now. It does seem like another team could be heading up to the bridge, and well, that team is Ultimate E. A lackluster event in the last game. Let's see if they can turn their fortunes around this time. But now, the moment we've been waiting for. Are we going to head north, or is the circle going to stick to the south?
Well, the prime real estate has been taken up, and there you go, further down south. Again, that is very, very interesting. So, we were talking about the possibility of a northern finish. That is completely out of the window now. We are going to be seeing a Sosnovka finish, most likely.
We could see that, and interestingly, looks like the plight of the mighty Slayers is still not over. Their woes continue to pile up as one after the other. They are going to be attacked by teams, and this time Team Spirit X came a bit close. Funnily, they are going to be moving here, and you know what? I don't blame him. Go for it, Siege, because you have a level 1 helmet and armor, and now you are going to get some goodies. Let's see what you get. You already have the DBS, a Mark 14 inside.
Oh, level 3 helmets
and the ghillie suit.
Well, there you go. I mean, ask and ye shall receive. That seems to be the spirit of Christmas, the time of giving, and boy, does he get everything that he wished for.
He did get everything that he wished for. Looks like he was on the nice list, and well, you are not going to see that list anytime soon, you mischievous devil, you. But for now, Ultimate E, they are trying to cross the bridge, and although a couple of their teammates did try and just, you know, ram their vehicles off the bridge, looks like it's a clear day for them ahead, and I wonder if they are going to set up a blockade of their own, because again, the only thing that's missing, we've seen everything, Floki, the only thing that's missing is a good old-fashioned bridge block.
Absolutely. I mean, you're going to have the vehicles to do it, though. You're going to really spread out and find all of them. Let's see if they can do so. It's still very much possible. The only team who has 4 vehicles, 4 different vehicles, is Ultimate E at the moment, and they could potentially block out the bridge that leads from Ferry Pier towards Sosnovka, so that could end up getting them a lot of picks, but let's see if that actually happens. Now, they are considering it. They're circling around like sharks at the moment. They haven't really given... well, they're giving it a thought, but it doesn't seem like they've committed to the idea just yet.
Well, they aren't committed just yet. They are trying to find the best place for themselves. Again, you know, when you are taking a hilltop, you want to make sure the summit is pretty short, because if it's like a big, massive tabletop mountain, someone else could come in as well. And what's interesting over here is...
well, good old-fashioned swimming.
There you go, swimming. And the best thing is, you know, we do have a bit of tropical waters. You don't really have to worry about sharks right about now, as Celsius Esports are going to make their way across. Now, the other thing that does catch my eye is we still have a couple of teams still out in the blue, and one such team is Rage Officials. They are going to be coming in from Primorsk. We're going to hold on to that thought, because it looks like Ashwa, they have spotted some movement on the bridge, and if 2 OP officials do come up, they could be in a world of trouble.
Absolutely, you gotta love that single bullet reload coming in. You know, fires 1 reloads.
That's a sign of
Due
a gamer.
diligence. Exactly, it's a sign of a gamer. 1 bullet must reload. But yeah, no, this is actually him genuinely being diligent, right? Because he knows that he could be in a situation where that 1 bullet could make a difference. When the zone is so close, you just dot your I's and you cross your T's, and that's it. You don't say anything else. You hope everything else falls into place. 2 OP official in the meantime, trying to look for some other prime real estate in the middle of Sosnovka, and looks like a couple of teams are getting knocked out by the blue zone.
Now, the interesting thing is 2 OP and Ashwa could be in a good position, because a lot of teams are taking that aquatic route, as we mentioned earlier, and one of them are the winners from the last game, Spaceman Official. Luckily for them, it looks like the beachfront is going to be a bit clear as 2 OP are moving away, and this is perfect timing. Thank you, production. The map is going to be on our screens. Have a look at Rage. They are still out towards the west, and now the circle is shifting further east, which means, they're going to have to travel a bit more. Also, keep in mind, they're not going to anticipate any teams on the south side of the military base. So before they even alight from their boat, they could be sent to Davy Jones's locker.
Oh yeah, they certainly could. I mean, Ultimate E and Mighty Slayer, they're just looking around the cast trying to see if anyone is rotating in from those boats, right? But the question is, oh, okay, so they themselves are not prioritizing staying, that they still might get a little bit lucky here, Rage. So we do see Ultimate E as well as Mighty trying to move into the circle itself, but let's see if we're going to be seeing some gatekeeping action going on. In the meantime, well, if you see any real estate in Sosnovka at this point, just lap it all up, because it's going to be hard to find when that circle or that blue zone starts shrinking. And you can see Team Spirit trying to do just that. They will find a faster vehicle and probably pick it up, you know, allow themselves for those faster rotations. And Andy could certainly use a change of tires right now. Hell, he could just use a new tire.
He could, and like you said, change of vehicle would be the call for the day. But for now, you know, the interesting thing is all these teams are going to basically hold down different compounds and call it their homes. Now, I'm interested in seeing who is going to be taking that observatory right at the tippity top, right next to Novorivnoye, because, well, from up there, oh my goodness, you have a good 360 vigil. You can just rain down death and destruction on everyone else. But for now, the Mighty Slayers, again, remember, a 2-man squad, they did lose their members early on. So I do believe the confidence is going to be on a bit of a low, but all it takes is a knock and a finish to get that confidence back up again.
Absolutely. I mean, they could get that confidence going once again. And look at Indominus. They're positioning perfect over here on the tippity top of Sosnovka. Just trying to look down and see if any GT members make a move. And, well, 3 members inside a watchtower. We all know how that story ends.
If you have a look, one well-lobbed grenade now, it all depends on how much attention you paid in physics class, because one good grenade, if you can get it through those windows, oh boy, we just might see a squad wipe.
Yeah, even a Molly at this point would do. You just want to flush them out of that watchtower and
there you go.
Get them out in the open. And, well, I like the move GT is making. They're being a bit more proactive over here, right? They're dropping these smokes. They're like, we need to rotate the hell out of here, create a couple of smokes, create a couple of distractions. But Dexter's not having any of that. He's just having none of that. He's just like, I have my M16, my old trusty wet, and I'm going to just line up bullets to heads and see if you guys try and make a move over here. Ashwa going to let Crunchy bleed out to his death. Space Mortar's job, probably going to be getting the credit for that finish. And, well, Spacemen, all 4 members alive. They are inside the circle. This is about as good as it gets, but with 15 teams remaining in the mix, they still need to make sure they stay alive as long as possible.
It's going to be one of those situations again when all hell is going to break loose, and we were talking about grenades, but Mosh is going to get one through the window as Yosh is going to be brought down, which means now Team GT are going to be reduced to a 2-man squad. And wait a second, he is going to throw another one. Is it going to be good? This one is going to be outside the building, but have a look at that vehicle. Now that vehicle is going to be instrumental in Team GD's escape. They've got to line everything up perfectly.
They're going
Both
in.
teams are getting in, but this is where you get the guns ready. This is when you start shooting indiscriminately, and it looks like they might not make it because sooner or later another magazine and the car could explode. Lucky for them, they went over the rise, and well, Indominus lost their line of sight.
Yeah, a couple of players just died to the play zone. In the meantime, that is such a painful experience. And look at that circle hard shifting once again towards the southeastern part of the map.
Rage made it.
Yeah, Rage made it. They made it with at least 2 or 3 of the players still alive. But a couple of the players did bite the dust in the play zone once in on that 1 crore rupee prize pool, trying to be the 17th squad over here, like we always talk about. But let's see who's going to get that supply drop right in the smack dab center. I think that's what we're going to be keeping our eyes peeled out for. Or is anyone going to go for it? That's the bigger question. Crave, it does seem that they have passed that supply drop by. They could have potentially looted it out, but in the meantime, we are seeing a couple of teams rotate in from the western side, a couple of teams rotating in from the northwestern side as well. And there you go, this is the action starting to break out at the moment. Team Mighty Slayers, they try to take a fight up against the side of Tribe officials. And Tribe, with only 2 members still in the vicinity, they could be a little bit hard-pressed, but Mighty Slayers, they've only got 1. It's only Ryuga all by himself. He's trying to prep up a nade over here, seeing if he can potentially take a 1v2 or even a 1v1 if that nade does end up landing, but he is still waiting. Now, in the meantime, look at Ultimate E Esports. They are in a world of trouble. 2 of the players knocked out. They will most certainly be finished off. Can the 1 member standing provide some cover? No, he cannot. And look at 2 OP officials.
Oh, they are going to be 2 OP for the opposition right now, as Mandy and the boys are going to make sure they put them 6 feet under. However, Surya is going to be lurking in the distance, as is Flicker YT, but they have their work cut out because Ultimate E could be attacked, or rather assaulted, by Team Spirit X sooner or later. For now, it is going to be Team Spirit X that are putting up a fight. They have to make sure they cross that little road, as well, 2 OP are going to be lurking in the shadows. Elsewhere, Surya, I was talking about him, and he is going to be blown to smithereens as Ultimate E are going to exit in the 15th position, and looks like Mighty, well, the Mighty Slayers, not so mighty this time around, are going to bid us adieu in the 14th position, which means, well, we're going to see them next time around. For now, it is going to be a little bit more action as Siege does spot the enemy. In fact, Viper, his teammate, is going to make sure to get them down. 1, 2, 3 go down. Spaceman officials in a world of trouble, as it's only 1 man who is still going to be keeping all their hopes and dreams afloat, and well, he just has that little buggy for cover.
Absolutely. Look at Team X Spirit in such a beautiful spot over here, making sure they maintain the high ground with 8 finishes to their name. Viper's been knocked down, but he's going to get back up on his feet. Spaceman official with just 1 member alive. We're going to try and get some placement points for themselves. The smoke providing him cover for the time being. It looks like he will be able to get himself back up to full HP, but the question is, can he actually move in? The blue closing in on him. He's sooner or later going to have to get up and start running, and if he doesn't, well, he's going to be in a world of trouble because the blue is going to be tearing chunks of his flesh off. And now we're going to be having a look at all of these other teams trying to close in inside the circle. Indominus, they've got a bit of a 2-2 split going on, trying to gatekeep 1 member from the side of Evil. That is Rambo all by himself. Could pull the 1v2 if they give him the opportunity to do so, but in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards Spirit X, who are trying to make sure they get the last member from Spaceman official out of the fight, and it's going to be a Mukasop, who is in a small amount of trouble at the moment.
Is Rambo going to make it? He's on a sliver of HP, and well, the enemies are right above him, as Beast and the boys do know that someone is scurrying down below. But for now, it is going to be Marsh. He spots the enemy in the distance. In fact, he hits the deck in the nick of time, and well, that vehicle could have almost just sent him flying over the edge. Luckily for him, that is not the case, as Dexter is going to set up a grenade. Now 2 OP are going to be coming in. They are split up. I wonder if Andy and Randy are going to be coming in as well, because, well, Mandy and Sandy are definitely at the helm of things.
Absolutely. Look at Dexter and look at Hawkeye in the meantime. They're just trying to fend off the aggression coming in. It looks like the play zone will eventually get the last one from Spaceman, so they will be eliminated in that 12th spot. In the meantime, though, Dexter, this is the man we were keeping an eye on earlier. Can he actually connect and come through in their time of need? Indominus with a bit of a weird split. I'm trying to wait for the backup to arrive at the moment. 2 OP official taking this time to surround them from all sides, making sure that the cover can be split off, making sure that all those rotations will not be allowed to come in. And now Bandy, well, it's all on him. Does he want to push forward over here, or does he decide to stay? Well, he's going to go in the car instead and try to make his way towards the center of the circle. And well, we're going to have a look at Sandy and see if he can connect those shots in the meantime. Okay, Dexter, alright. It looks like Indominus don't don't want a part of this anymore. But guess what? On their flank, there is GT official waiting for them. This could be a little bit problematic, but Black Tigers also want in on the party.
Also, they want in, but looks like it is going to be Ashwa in the fray, as well as Nobita is going to make sure he gives him everything now with that last bullet going out of his magazine. He comes on heavy fire, surviving by a sliver of HP. Question is, can he patch himself up? He just has those bandages, Floki. This is looking a bit too dangerous. How is he surviving grenade after grenade? What is that rock made of? It could be Insidious itself as well. Stark is going to give a little bit of his firepower to the enemy as well. He does fling a grenade. Question is it going to hit again? No, it's not. Nobita, oh my goodness, I want to know his secret here as well. He is going to lay down some shots. Stark, in fact, is taken down by Rage.
My goodness, Rage finally stepping up to the pedestal here despite only being a
it's
three-man
Nobita.
roster. There you go. These guys are finally starting to, show up on the scoreboard. Well, BT could be in a world of trouble over here. No, but that doesn't have Doraemon by his side anymore, so it's going to be all him by himself trying to take out the members of Ashwa. Well, he does connect a few shots towards Nova, but Aman OP in the meantime has bigger fish to fry. Celsius, once again, the backstab. Max and Karthik, I believe these are the same players from the last game. I could be wrong, though. I do believe Karthik might have been knocked out, but still, a two-man roster for Celsius. They're all too familiar with the situation. Let's see what they can do. Never mind, they're all alive over here at the moment. It does seem that Wixky and Dreams are still pretty much in the fight, and even though they've only got one finish, they've got ample time in the world and ample bodies to put down and get themselves those high number of finishes. Well, looks like the side of Team Spirit X are going to be losing one of their members, leaving only one pony in the race, and the circle about to shift once again. Where is it going to go? Who's it going to favor? It's going to go towards the southeast part of the map.
It is going to go to the southeast, but for now, 2 OP official. They are looking good. A 4-man roster. However, they don't have those finishes to their names. That all could change in a matter of seconds. Have a look at the circle here, Floki. They are inside, but the thing is, it's all open terrain. They're going to make sure that they have their backs secure up against the wall because, well, if they don't, people like Pundit could come in, sneaking in from behind and, well, put a dagger right in their spines.
Absolutely. You can't complain about being stabbed in the back when you turn your back towards someone else. So we'll see who is it that decides to be aggressive first and expose their behinds. But in the meantime, Crave, with all 4 members still standing up, probably looking to put a dent in the other 4-man squads. That is Celsius officials, or rather Celsius esports in the meantime. And look at that, Karthik trying to make a run for it, trying to get towards cover, will succeed, but does take a little bit of damage in the meantime. And Crave, they've got their work cut out for them at the moment. They are going to be surrounded on multiple sides, but I like how the rock as well as the car is providing him a semblance of cover, allowing him to isolate those gunfights.
Also, Celsius have been pretty quiet right now, and it looks like they are at the receiving end of things. Can Rixie do something, Rixie, and make it for his team? But for now, it's going to be Crave who are going to be opening up on Tribes, as one of them are going to be taking down Xenon now, the last man standing for his team. Let's lose a few shots, and Lion goes down. Pundit is going to come in. Question is that a bit too late? Because, well, Godslayer is going to be on hand, and Crave definitely have that man advantage now. Pundit, he knows where the enemy is. He's going around the rock. Question is he going to get a few knocks? Because he does battle up a few shots, goes right up top, and now it's going to be a 1-on-2 situation. He's reduced them to half their numbers here. Floki, can he go all the way?
He's trying his best. He needs to call the herd over here. There's still 2 members standing strong from the side of Crave, and those grenades coming in, raining threats, eliminating those 2 knots, allowing him to focus on maybe getting his teammate back up. They're not going to expect this. They're going to be healing themselves. He's going to have 2 members in the fight over here, and Crave, yeah, that laughing back emoji is probably what they're thinking of right now. Xenon is coming from the flank, but the crows are spotting out the members from the side of Tribe officials as the battle never ends with these guys taking a war on multiple fronts and winning them all.
Well, Pundit has patched himself up. The enemy is coming around the other side. There's another fight breaking out. I wonder which one we're going to be focusing on right now, because it looks like Indominus is taking the fight to Celsius esports now. 2 of the members are going to be brought down, which means Wixky, the man who's a bit too risky, is the last one standing. Question is, can he pull off a miracle here? No, he cannot. He's been spotted. And, well, Dexter, he is now showcasing he's not only good at bolt action, but, well, he is good at CQB as well.
Absolutely. Wixky, well, looks like he wasn't a drunken master this time around, was sober to this fight, and that probably was his kryptonite right there. But now 2 OP official trying to chase back the side of Indominus. Look at Indominus, they're actually running away. They're scared of the boys from 2 OP official, and they've got all 4 members still standing, so they should be afraid, rightfully so. These jeeps being blown up, providing them ample of cover to work with. Once again, just making sure that they use their brains a lot more than their simple brawn. And Beast looking to do some damage over here, cooking up a nade. When is he going to let go of it? That is the question. Well, it is a smoke at the moment, so he's still holding on to it, waiting for the perfect opportunity to prop up. And that supply drop in the middle is what everyone is going to be keeping their eyes out on, although 2 OP probably have the best sort of access to it.
Now, the only thing is, Mandy and Sandy, they've got to make sure they keep an eye out on their left flank, because, yes, they do have the game in their favor, but if Insidious does does try to make their way in Indominus, I beg your pardon, if they do try to make their way in the way they are sneaking in behind the flank, if they synchronize their attack, well, it could spell trouble for 2OP. And wait a second, since the circle have shifted, they are giving up that real estate. I wonder if that is going to come to bite them in the backside later on here, Floki.
Absolutely, that could be super problematic, but in the meantime, 2OP official, or rather Mandy, he's trying to just sneak around the corner over here, trying to go undetected from the side of Indominus, and Dexter might not actually catch this coming. He does see Andy, and he's too preoccupied with the three members that are front ahead, but oh, okay, looks like he does recognize that Mandy is coming close. He spots him out and cleans him up. Dexter, once again, the man with the snake eye, sees it all. Despite Mandy slithering through the grass, he will be able to spot him out, and now 2OP could be in a world of trouble. Two of the players being knocked down, that grenade finding Sandy, and now with only two members standing, the finishers are going to start to come in. Dexter, smelling blood in the water, will be able to find one. Looking for more over here as Andy and Mandy provide some cover, but Dexter taking fire from multiple shots over here. Crave, Godsley is going to be able to put a bullet straight into his head and knock him down.
Well, it looks like we were right. 2OP made a bit of a mistake. They gave that ground, and well, it looked like Indominus did take advantage, but right now, their assault has been thwarted. Courtesy of Crave X. Have a look at that Godslayer moving in closer. Sooner or later, he's suddenly going to realize somebody's in front of him. In fact, he spots him first, and there you have it. Indominus bid us adieu.
Absolutely, Indominus is going to be saying goodbye in that fourth place, leaving only Crave X, 2OP, and Rage officials in a fight over here in a three-way tussle. But three members alive for 2OP official probably means that they have the best shots opening this one up, but that also means that they're going to be taking the fight from multiple fronts here. Rage, they're going to get fired back upon it. Bandy does manage to clean them up, but can they get that res going? They're trying their best to do so. In the meantime, they've got a couple of bandages and medkits to drop, so they should be okay. But time is of the essence. That is what they need the most. And guess what? They can have all of it because they're in the smack dab center. The blue is not going to be a bother as much as it's going to be for Avi and Crave.
He's been quiet for so long against all odds. We saw Rage, making a couple of mishaps, a couple of mistakes here and there, but looks like he did manage to bring them all the way to the top three. Is it going to be an upset over here? What if 2OP and Crave, basically finish one another, and he comes in and basically sweeps up the mess? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out because, well, although 2OP did give up the ground, it looks like they have recovered well, and for now, it's all on Crave. They've got to take the
Absolutely. I mean, Crave, they have to take the initiative over here because the blue zone will take the initiative for them if they don't force them to move inside. And guess what? Bandy will be able to find one, and Crave will be biting the dust here as they get eliminated, leaving only one member from Rage alive. And Rage, well, he's going to try his best. He's going to be able to get himself one big. There's still two players remaining, but the trade comes through, and 2OP official, they will do it.
Well, it seems like ho ho ho! Christmas has come early for this team, and well, speaking of Christmas, we are gonna get in the excitement. My stomach just suddenly grew a minute, and well, I wonder if all of you have been naughty or you've been nice, because it looks like 2OP definitely have been very nice.
Absolutely. 2OP official.
Christmas.
Well, I'm quite sure they're going to be getting everything that they wish for, Santa. You're probably going to be listening to their wishes. Yeah, I mean, all those milk and cookies starting to get to you now. Santa probably a little bit lactose intolerant at this point, but we're about to find out, which of these teams are in the top, and I do believe that Spaceman Official are going to be dethroned from that first place. So, yeah, I kind of want to talk about that a little bit. I mean, 2OP Official, they managed to get really, really close, but Spaceman being eliminated early probably opens up that top 8 positioning.
I agree with you there, child. And of course, it all depends on whether you've been naughty or nice. That's what all the things about. And it looks like we are going to have a look at the highlights. And I got to say one thing, despite the names, it looks like Bandy and the boys, they definitely got the job done. But again, Tribes having a wonderful game right at the beginning. Now, this was precarious. Now, we saw the mighty Slayers, basically get taken down, and, they would have had trouble early on because they did lose one man, but they decided to give chase all the way in Novo, and, well, they just lost out.
Absolutely. I mean, after giving that chase in Novo, it seems that they did not have enough fuel remaining in the tank, just losing all out on all those utility that they used to try and get those picks. This was a very sick nade coming in. You talked about physics. This guy definitely attended that class, was not sleeping while they were explaining how trajectories work.
What was his name? Let me just add him to the nice list.
Oh, yeah, there you go. You're probably going to give him what he wants for Christmas. I am still probably going to get a lump of coal, though. And 2OP officials, well, they have also been rather stellar. Ultimate E getting knocked out early, but that's okay. In the meantime, I mean, everyone else from Tribe Official really stepping up, and last game wasn't that good for them, right? So I'm really happy to see that these guys kicked it up a notch after being cornered.
They did indeed, and now the Spacemen officials, again, they did make it to the final few circles as a four-man squad, but this time around they couldn't get that little niche, they couldn't get that right place, and they were pretty much decimated. In fact, we did see one team just shred them to bits as they did take the vehicles towards the cliffs, but unfortunately, it was a bit desynced. And again, you don't want to be traveling in the same car.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked about it time and time again that if you've got the option, multiple cars is the way to go. Now, if you are in something like a buggy and maybe you're trying to do some sort of weird scouting mission, maybe it can work in certain situations, but they are very, very fringe and few and far between. So just having more vehicles is just better. 2 OP officials in the meantime, I mean, I have to say, they really, really impressed me this time around. Yes, they weren't as aggressive as, someone like Celsius might have been, but they still really did a fair amount of work over here, and they capitalized on the opportunities that they were presented. So overall, even though the lobby wasn't super aggressive, we did see a lot of action coming in. In fact, the only team that I can say was playing aggressively was Indominus, because they were the ones going forward and taking those fights. If you remember early on when Mighty Slayers pushed them, they were the ones taking those fights. But Crave, well, they certainly tried. In the end, they failed a little bit. And this is Dexter just, being the MVP for his team 2 matches in a row.
Man, I mean, talk about Crave, they are going to be left with that little feeling, that little craving inside that, we were so close, yet so far away. But again, they do go away with those placement points. But again, at this point, it looked like 2 OP just gave away their entire playbook, because we did mention if they do give up on that land, and if, Indominus did capitalize on it, they would have been punished. They were almost wiped out, being brought down to a 2-man squad, but then they patched themselves up again. Luckily, Crave was on hand.
Absolutely. I mean, Crave, they got picked off over here one after the other. And Avi tried, he managed to get himself 1 pick, but this is a 1v3. That 1 pick is all he's good for, and when you've got these 2 players coming in from 2 separate angles, it can be very, very hard to hold on to that position. But Santa, you have been watching this game through and throughout.
Yes,
Who
child.
do you think deserves the best present out of them all?
Well, just don't go and look under your pillow, because you are already on the naughty list, and you do have a bit of cold down there. But now, if we talk about all the teams that did play, we are going to have the point standings come up sooner or later. My maths is a bit weak, but you know what? Ask and ye shall receive. Let's just have a look and see how all the teams did in this game on this merry fine day.
Absolutely. 2 OP officials in first place with 22 points, once again getting themselves that chicken dinner, allowing them to get that first place spot. No surprises there. In second place, though, we got Cravex with 16 points. Once again, 6 finishes, 10 total points. Indominus with 8 in third place, and a total of 16 points. Rage Officials in fourth place with 14 points, followed by Tribe, Spirit X, Celsius, and Team Black Tigers, and that makes up the top 8.
Take a breath. There you go. I mean, you just rattled it off one after the other. Boy, oh boy, was that quick. But yeah, absolutely. Again, I like the fact that a majority of the finishes are kind of spread out, and even teams finishing 5th and 6th, as you brought up. Tribes and Spirit, not a lot of points coming in from placements, but they definitely let the bullets do all the talking.
Absolutely, and there you go, Mighty Slayers, Rival for Dominate, Team GT Ashwa, even Spacemen for that matter, not really getting the positionings that they were looking for this time around. And I have to say, at the end of the day, Spaceman Official, they're going to be happy with the fact that they scored really well in Game 1, because they gained to performance. They know it themselves as well. It wasn't up to the mark, and it wasn't as good as they would have liked it to be. But hey, as long as you made it to the next round, that's all that really matters, right?
That is all that matters. But of course, you want to have those bragging rights as well, Floki. And speaking of bragging rights, now we've seen how the teams have done. Let's see who is going to be walking away the iQOO MVP from this game. It could go either way, but I do believe it could be. I was thinking about it. It's my man Dexter from Indominus. He is good at those bolt actions, and well, he is good up close and personal as well.
Absolutely great stuff coming in from Dexter once again, borrowing inspiration from, of course, the maniacal serial killer himself, learning the art and craft of death in multiple ways. I mean, you mentioned it, long range, short range, close quarters combat. This guy did it all, and rightfully so, he's gotten that first place finish. But there's also 4 other players behind him. Bandy from 2OP in that second place with 5 finishes and 860 damage done. Lion from Tribes also in that third spot with 5 finishes and 644 damage to his name. Crave X Xenon in that 4th place with 531 damage and 4 finishes. And once again, Siege with 3 finishes and 361 damage in that 5th place. So aggression was there, but it was split out.
It was there, and that's the way we like it. You want to make sure that it is split out, and it's even Steven, especially at this stage, because the caliber of the competition is just going to keep getting better from this point on. Now, we've had a look at a few numbers on our screens. Let's have a look at a few more, as the match summary is going to be coming up on our screens. And if we talk about them hot potatoes, about the grenades, a lot more we use this time around, Floki. However, only 5 ended up finishing people.
Yeah, absolutely. The conversion rate not looking so good this time around, but I can understand why, right? Towards the end, there was a bit of a throwdown. I mean, we did see that terrain come into the play where there was a high ground, there was a low ground. So a lot of nades being lobbed, but not really a lot of nade finishes as a result. Did see a fair amount of knocks though, so, not the end of the world. The longest finish distance, we're not even going to talk about that this time around. I'm sure you're very, very displeased. Santa is going to find the person who got that finish.
He is definitely going on the naughty list.
Absolutely. He's going to be getting a lump of coal in his sock, but 25 rescues, 52 knocks and 53 finishes, and a nice round and even number in terms of total healing done at 7,200. So, all these teams just really making sure that they don't make too many mistakes.
5 airdrops this time, though.
Whoa, yeah. Now, this is clearly a big difference from other lobbies, right? These guys clearly focused a bit more on getting those airdrops. And
or maybe, since it's the Christmas Yuletides, the gods above were kinda in their favor.
Absolutely, certainly could be the case. But this is the real meat on the bones that we've been waiting for. The finish to damage ratios and those charts. So let's have a look at those. 2 OP official, it seems that they are up there, but the one leading the chart in terms of damage is actually the Indomitables, Indominus.
It is Indominus, and they do have 19, or was that 18? 35 points of damage, and 8 finishes to go with it as well. And as far as finishes, looks like this time around, the top fraggers is going to be a 3-way tie.
Yeah, the top fraggers are going to be in a bit of a 3-way tie, as we've got 8 finishes on Tribe, 8 finishes on Dominus, and 8 finishes on X-Spirit. So all of these teams just once again playing it really, really close to the chest. This kind of looks like a grand finals lobby. This is the first few days the teams are still learning and getting the ropes in, and this is where things are starting to get very, very interesting. But soon enough, I mean, as the rounds progress, we're going to see a bit more aggression coming out from these teams. Well, let's talk about the top 4 squads now, because I want to know who they are.
Well, I think it is going to be pretty easy judging from this performance graph, but if you have any issues, there you have it. 2 OP officials getting that chicken dinner with 7 total finishes.
Absolutely, 7 total finishes for them. In second place, it is Kravex with 6 finishes. Indominus somehow in third place with 8 finishes. Of course, placement points also matter, hence they are in that third spot. Followed by Rage Officials in 4th place with 2 total finishes. We talked about this team stepping up, and boy did they step up this time around. Sure, they didn't get themselves a lot of finishes, but considering the lobby, it's not the end of the world. Everyone just sort of played a little bit chicken, and in the end, there's only one guy who can take that chicken dinner, and just today it happened to be 2 OP Official. But 2 OP Official, consistent performance from them. I believe they got 2nd or 3rd place in the previous game. This time around, they get themselves the 1st place finish. Who is it that you're talking to, Santa?
My bad, son. I just thought I'll take advantage of that 5G antenna here at the North Pole, because nobody got me my milk and my cookies.
Well, it looks like I am going to be getting 2 lumps of coal, because that was my duty to make sure you are satiated. But Santa, I gotta be honest with you. You've been eating a lot of cookies, you've been drinking a lot of milk.
Is it showing?
I think so. It is showing, and I think at this rate you might want to get your blood tested, because you might have diabetes.
Well, we don't have that in the North Pole, but I will take your word for it. Maybe I need to hit the gym just a little bit more, but I'll tell you one thing, I am loving this bed, and a thought did cross my mind. Is this what my future holds in store for me?
Maybe, 30 years down the line, if this is all we're doing and it's just getting fat on milk and cookies, this is what we're going to be looking like. But, if you make the right wishes to Santa, ask him to give you a treadmill instead, we could avoid some of that slack.
Wait a second, I asked myself for a treadmill.
There are other Santas out there, aren't there?
But not the real ones. We have all the magic and all the power here at iQOO BGIS 2021. But again, if you all had a good time, if you enjoyed all the action, show some love, and let's have some hearts spammed in the chat. Of course, it is the Christmas spirit, and it's a nice thing to do.
Absolutely. Just cheer for your favorite teams and make sure you sort of, slide into the DMs of the ones that didn't make it and show them some love as well, because I'm quite sure at this stage the nerves start to get to them all. So make sure you give a shout out to your favorite teams. Make sure you support them, and make sure you stay tuned in, stay subscribed, hit the bell notification icon as well, because you're going to know when we're going to be going live every single time. And you don't have to just mark your calendars every single time you're on stream, right? That's the much easier way. So make sure you do all of that, and also make sure you check out our sponsors over here who made this tournament happen. The iQOO Legend 7, of course, with the 1 crore rupee prize pool, one of the biggest prize pools in the country.
You know, since I have the iQOO as well, I want to unleash the monster, but you don't want to see all of this coming out on your screens. But of course, before we do head over to the next few games, before we do have that little bit of a break coming in, you know, I just want to make sure you all stay safe out there. And well, we hear from all of us here at iQOO, we definitely wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. But before we go away, let's talk about a few more things. Now, I want to see something. Now, after this, I shall be away because, well, I have my duties awaiting for me at the North Pole. Right. Shadow and Floki shall be taking things forward. But before we do that...
This thing is not really jingling. I'm trying to move my head, but it's not making that noise.
Maybe we get a few jingles. Santa's hat is definitely going to be all over the place. But again, once more from all of us here at iQOO, we wish you a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. Stay safe, but remember, the action is still over here with Floki and Shadow on the other side of this break.
Dual chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
channel. Dual chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Battleground Mobile India series, and I am Shadow, and alongside me is not my caster but a Santa himself, Floki.
Well, thank you so much for the warm introduction. Yes, for today I am indeed the Santa Claus, and now I'm going to be deciding who's going to be getting a lump of coal and who's going to be getting all the things that they wished for Christmas. But before we actually move on to that, before we go out for the gift distribution ceremony, we have a couple of games on our hand over here.
Yeah.
Specifically the 5th and 6th matches of the day. They're still remaining, they're yet to happen. So let's talk a little bit more about that. So today we've seen some very interesting finishes. If you guys have been keeping up with the action previously as well in the 3rd and 4th matches, we've had some pretty interesting circles. You know, we had one towards Sosnovka, and then, all of these interesting circle finishes, they're making it so that we're seeing all sorts of action. The first one went towards the Northern Island a little bit.
Yeah.
I remember it ending somewhere near Pachinki and Gatka, somewhere in between there. And it was on flat land. And then the next circle that we saw, it was on a bit of a hilly terrain. So we're kind of getting everything over here today. And it seems that the fundamental knowledge of these teams is going to be pushed to the limits, because once again, these are new circumstances, you know. I mean, it's not every day that you get to see a circle that encompasses the entirety of Sosnovka. You don't get to see a circle that completely focuses on the southwest quadrant of the map. So clearly these teams, well, everything that they've practiced for is kind of getting thrown out of the window.
Well, we'll see what circle is gonna appear this time because my match is ready and prediction time. But first, we'll have a look at the teams, that which of the teams is going to be playing this time. It is Level 4X, Team No One Esports, Team Inside Out, Team Outside Esports, Team Ryzen Esports, Team Exile Esports, Team KD Hunters, and Team AKB Reborn. Floki, if you have to pick a team from this lot, which one?
Well, I've heard of the name Inside Out before, right? So I'm probably going to be picking them every single time I see them. But, there are also other teams in the mix over here. Let's not start discrediting them just yet. AKB Reborn could be pulling out something we don't see. Level 4X, Ryzen Esports. All of these teams' names, they do seem a little bit familiar over here. So I would give them all, an equal shot over here. But if anyone had the advantage, if anyone was in the driver's seat for me, it would have to be Team Inside Out. But also the next 8 teams, which you're going to be having a look at shortly. So I'm curious about what they are all about. But once again, in case you missed it, Level 4X, No One Esports, Inside Out, Outside Esports, Ryzen Esports, Exile Esports, KD Hunters, and AKB Reborn. And on the other side, we have Endgame Esports. Well, I wonder what they're talking about. Syndicate, GZX Mav Esports, that is Mav Esports, and Kadam OP, Team Sword, Masked Maniacs, Team Your Worst Nightmare, YWN, there you go, and Team GG Official. That was that. I thought that their name was Team Yawn. And I didn't want to say that out loud because I was like, well, I'm probably going to yawn. But it's Team Your Worst Nightmare. It's not Team Yawn.
Yeah, better they not be yawning inside the game. It is your worst nightmare. Let's see if they can live up to their expectations because we have seen some of the teams having a very unique name and high expectations because of the name, and they tend to be the first one to make bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, that happens. The cooler your name is, the cooler your logo is, the more likely it is you get eliminated early on. But maybe some of these teams can change that up. Maybe some of these teams can be the team to be like, you know what? We have a cool name, we've got a cool logo, and guess what? We're also very, very good at BGMI. Well, we're about to find out if that is indeed going to be the case. But once again, today the action hasn't really been very, very, chaotic or, very explosive. It's been consistent. We're seeing it over time. Couple of times we even see a passive early game coming in. I want to see that change up a little bit. I want to see a little bit more chaos. I want to see teams just surviving until the 4th or 5th circle and then all hell breaking loose as soon as that 4th or 5th circle starts closing in and real estate is out of the window.
Well, I think every team is going to try that because like yesterday also we saw first 2 initial groups having dull moments, but the last group came out all gun blazing onto each other. In fact, the action started from the very beginning. I think this lobby is kind of giving certain vibes that they are going to be very aggressive. So let's hope our wishes are being granted because Santa, please grant our wishes.
Well, I'll think about that. I do believe one Santa just left a little while early. So maybe if you were a little bit early on that, we would have gotten our wishes. But it's not always Santa who can fulfill those. If you pray to the BGMI gods every single night, hey, who the hell knows? Maybe the final circle is going to be exactly where you hot dropped. And you probably don't even have to move an inch, which can actually be bad if you only stayed there and never moved out. Because, well, you're going to need a lot more loot to fend off multiple players coming your way. But once again, positioning is of the utmost importance. So you got to take what you get. So in the meantime, I do want to say that the players have loaded in. They are on Spawn Island. A couple of them are dancing around. A couple of them are hitting each other with pans. A couple of them are meditating, looking at the sea, while the rest are doing a thing of their own. And soon enough, we should be jumping into the game itself. Expectations going into this game. Do you think we're going to be seeing the aggression being kicked up a little bit or being taken down? Any teams in particular that strike out as super aggressive teams to you?
The same team Inside Out. I think this team has the caliber to pull up a very aggressive gameplay in this particular game because there is so much at the stake. They have to qualify for the next round, and like you said, you have only two Erangels on your hand, not multiple matches that you can mess up in one game and cover up in the another game. In fact, like interesting moments of Loki we were talking about. They had a very interesting moment also in the first game where a teammate was laying all prone and it was final circle, 2 teams fight, and he literally threw pan onto the enemy and he just missed it. Just missed it.
So close. I mean, if he
Yeah.
actually hit that pan, that would have been interesting. Not only the clank sound, but also the concussion that comes along with it. But, you know, sometimes some wishes are granted, other wishes are not. But you know what wish is going to be granted? The wish that the audience makes every single time the casters talk for too long. Casters, start the game.
Yeah.
Well, the game is going to be starting soon enough. We're going to be jumping into the game right now as we head in and see what the flight path looks like.
Well, the flight path is the main question, but we are not gonna ruin your surprise. We'll wait for it to appear on the screen. For now, have a look at the blue beauty aeroplane that is going on, and the flight path is towards little western side, going all the way from Ferropier towards the Severny. That means I think most of the drop locations are easily glidable. Teams are not going to have much difficulty because this time it's not the extreme of the western side. It's a kind of a towards centralized area. Exactly, not dissecting the map, but yeah, it's a perfect flight path if you want to go towards the Kamishki, even Milta Power also. You can easily find vehicles spawned at Milta area or the farm area, and you can glide till there. But let's hope there is no vehicle fight happening, because that time the teams drive-in comes into the picture, and we have seen that happening time and time again when two of the teams go contesting a similar vehicle and a drive-by comes in. But for now, only single team is in the military base area, no contestation. A single team is in the Primorsk area, no contestation at all. It is giving a safe gameplay kind of a vibe for now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I wanted, you know. I want these teams to feel safe. I want these teams to feel secure. And then before you know it, when the circle starts closing in, bam! A bunch of action coming in, because all these teams are still alive and everybody wants a piece of the real estate. Speaking of which, the circle, well, it's gonna be very, very interesting this time around. Guess what? None of those Pachinki, none of those Gutka, none of those Ruin finishes this time. We are gonna be going towards the northern part of the map. Stolbo and Kameshki in the picture. And for the first time in a long time, I can say that Stolbo is somewhat relevant.
I don't want to jinx it, Floki. I really don't want to jinx it. We have been asking for a Stalber circle, for a quarry finish circle, but that is not happening. Let's hope this time our wishes are being granted on the final day of round 2. But for now, the teams are busy looting, rotating on their favorite drop locations. We can already see the players of No One Esports, all the 3 players in the same vehicle. That means they have a 2 vehicle. Georgia Pull this time might be contested, as the team number 5, that is going to be Ryzen Esports, are already in the city area. On the other hand, players of AKB Esports are in the warehouse, but team number 4 is quite in the open area. And when, my friend, you are in the open, you got shot at, and this time it was Uzi that was playing its game, and one of the player of team number 4 is already down, and level 4X is going to make sure that they are going to get the early finish, but they are waiting to spot another enemy, and they have quite well spotted down another player in the wizard tower. But the problem is, can they get another knock?
Absolutely. I mean, level 4X, they are looking to find these knocks at the moment. And look at that, the M416 at this range is rattling off a few shots with the iron sight though. So it can be a little bit hard to connect them. And you can see Ringstar sort of reconsidering choosing to conserve ammo at the moment. But oh boy, well, speaking of skins, this is very interesting. A bear man.
Yeah,
Himself
but
running around
empty
here.
bags can't stand upright. They have no loot at all onto themselves. So team number 4 has to be very careful. On the other hand, level 4X have the weapons, have the healings, and looks like they even spotted out one of the player of team Inside Out who has moved towards safety.
Absolutely. Level 4X just occupying the house in the meantime. And it does look like we're going to be seeing a lot of early action again. Team Outside Esports under attack by the side of level 4X. And Outside, having already lost 2 of their players, are going to tuck tail and run, cut their losses short, try and make sure they get those placement points going in. And level 4X, well, it doesn't look like they're done chasing just yet. Or are they chasing? I mean, they seem to be going towards their teammate, and hopefully you're going to pick him up and try to get into a better position. But Outside Esports, Poisonous, in a world of trouble, naked and afraid. He's got nothing to his name, no vest, no armor. I mean, no backpack. He's got nada. Could just get run over by a car and no one's even going to miss him.
Well, it's not the spawn island, my friend. You need everything right now onto yourself. Otherwise, you are facing elimination at the 16th position. And looks like the players of team number 4 are struggling with that because they are not finding a safe home for this. But team INS, let's talk about this team. This team has very high expectations. We are having a very high expectation. In fact, the fans are also having very high expectations considering the way they performed in the previous round. And look at the formation also. Zeno, although he has got Bison, but he can get so much intel onto the enemies, that especially the players of team level 4X. If they close in, I think he is in a perfect position to take a shot and delay the push or the rush that might come in.
Absolutely, and now Team Inside Out, that's who we were talking about earlier. That's who we can pay attention to now. They've got all 4 of the members up and running at the moment, and they've got decent control of the area they're at. But now we're going to be turning our attention towards the general bridge near Georgopol, where there were a couple of teams holding. And elsewhere towards Mansion as well, there are a couple of teams just chilling at the moment. But we're going to turn our attention back towards Team GG Official, who are in Georgopol, a little bit towards the western end of it. So they're going to have to go inside the circle soon enough. But there's a lot of real estate up for the taking. You know, there's Talbot, there's Kameshki. Sure, there is a team standing in their way, but that's not the end of the world. They can potentially dodge them and make their way towards either of those locations. Even Yasna Poliana still empty at this point, Shadow. This is a little curious. I thought some teams would go there, but apparently not.
Well, for now, Yasna is empty considering the flight path also, but later on in the further stages of the game, I am guaranteeing some of the teams will try and contest, especially if the circle takes towards eastern shift kind of a circle, then definitely Yasna will be contested, but for now, the congestion is towards the western side, Georgopol side, because that's where the rotations are coming in, and towards the shelter area. Not too much traffic in shelter area, but yes, some teams are present that might collide with each other while rotation or while going towards Yasna, because looks like Team INS is already heading up for a rotation towards Mansion. And mind you, Floki, a team is already present, although they are outnumbered. Only 2 players are in Mansion.
Absolutely, only 2 players are still in Mansion at the moment, and there are going to be a couple more coming in soon enough. But in the meantime, we're going to be turning our attention towards KD Haunters, who have occupied the general vicinity of the ruins area. I mean, they are around there, and they've occupied the compound. They've occupied the house, which is got a lot of cover to work with. You know, the windows and are all sort of boarded off over here, so it's not so easy to lob a couple of nades in. And you need specific angles if you want to try and take fights. Speaking of which, could be seeing one breaking up there soon enough. But in the meantime, Kadam OP are also just waiting outside ruins and waiting for the side of KD Haunters to make some sort of misstep and punish them when they do so. They are controlling the rotation from Pochinki towards school, so they can't prevent them from getting that part of the map. So maybe there is no real option here for Kadam OP except to try and take a fight from against the side of KD Haunters. But KD Haunters, they can't really move out without putting fists up in the air. They need to either take a fight against the side of Team Kadam OP, or they need to go further up north and try and move into Georgopol. Speaking of Inside Out, they've managed to get themselves a couple of knocks over here. GZ Map Shield is going to be taken down. In fact, they found 2 knocks, and the VSS will be pulled out at that distance. And the semi-automatic is going to make sure that Shadow gets eliminated. But our Shadow is still intact. Don't worry, folks.
Safely. I'm not the player. Otherwise, I will be the first one to be taken out. But this time, Team Inside Out versus Team GZ, that was bound to happen considering the teams were making similar rotation. Team INS had a good compound for themselves, and Team GZ players were caught in the open. Now GZ has to play with 2-man squad. They have to play with whatever they are having. For now, they are in a safe rotation. But on the other hand, the player who is not safe is going to be from Team Ryzen, as they have been reduced to 3-man squad. Not a good starting for Team Ryzen, Team Outset Esports, and Team GZ MAV Esports. Team Ryzen still got in the blue. They have to make their rotations quick, especially when there is so much congestion. They better find a safe spot for themselves. But the team which is in a safe spot is VTN.
Yep. VTN, well, let's see if they can actually get themselves to a better spot over here. Right now, they do seem to be relaxing near the general Rozhok area. So they, the prison area. They don't need to be too worried about rotating out just yet. But with the circle shifting further up north, things are going to start getting interesting. Shadow, look at this. Rozhok, Yasnia, Severny, and Stolber in the circle, which means one of those places is going to be where the circle ends. And I actually can't wait for that time to come because, man, I don't get to see Northern finishes that often. We did see one today, though, didn't we? It was a little bit to the west of this place towards shooting range.
Well, I'm more concerned about the Lipovka area considering 3 teams are present over there and 3 teams are rotating. It's from that similar area and looks like the knocks are already coming in. No One Esports finds a knock onto the players of team number 13. That is going to be Team Swords, already shot on one player. Are they going to prioritize the zone? And looks like on the minimap they are making the rotations, but Team No One Esports better don't put cart before the horse, otherwise you are going to take so much blue zone damage. Better move inside the zone and don't be the victim of gatekeeping. On the other hand, so many teams have already started northern rotation, northern western specifically. We generally don't tend to see teams rotating from the northwestern side. It's usually 1 or 2 teams, but a fight is breaking on the bridge area.
Absolutely. Syndicate looking to take matters into their own hands, trying to gatekeep the side of Endgame Esports and Endgame. Got themselves a couple of vehicles. They could choose to take the longer way around instead and maybe prevent and you know, just avoid Syndicate altogether. But everywhere they go, they're going to be met with resistance because there's a team up in Severny, there's another team up holding the area that leads towards the foothills of Stolber. And guess what? There is also another team holding the area towards shooting range. They kind of just have to make sure they fight their way out at this point. Or they could, you know, occupy some compound, choose to hold, and wait for the circle to show up next. And Syndicate, well, they don't seem to be too eager on moving. They're very, very happy that they're somewhat close to the center of the circle. Anyway they have to go, it's going to be somewhat easy for them compared to all these other teams. Although, there is KD Haunters holding the bridge that leads from the side of Severny towards Yasnia Poliana. So, they could potentially also have to take a fight. Look at that airdrop. It's going to slide off. There we go. Oh, no, it's back up. Oh, it's sliding off again.
But what is inside it? MK14, the deadliest of the weapon in the close range and in the long range. And Team Endgame Esports is very close to that MK14. They better get it in their hands rather than having it in the enemy hands. Let's see if they are going to go for the airdrop, because in the open field area, it's a very risky move going for the drop because you are grabbing attention of the nearby squads area. And team number 13, they are already one-man short. Swords might go up against the players of Team No One Esports again, because they were the one who eliminated Man OP. I am very not sure. It's a Man or Max OP. Yeah, it's Max OP. But Ninja OP from the car 98 again receiving damage. But Tesla OP second time didn't go so lucky.
Tesla is going to have to reload for the time being. Even fires off a stray shot for good luck before putting some more bullets in the chamber. But now the blue zone damage, it starts getting a little bit serious. You can't ignore this anymore. You got to prioritize getting inside the safe area first and then try and do whatever the hell it is that you want to do next. Speaking of the circle, okay, a shift straight towards the center once again, making sure that a bunch of teams don't have to rotate, and it's in the smack dab center of nowhere. The lake that formulates near the end of Yasnia Poliana also going to be super relevant. And once again, this is not the place I was expecting for things to end. You know, Severny, Stolbo, Yasnia Poliana and Rozhok, none of those places being super relevant. There is a chunk of Yasnia, you know, inside the circle, but hey, the circle could shift and that could also be rendered irrelevant. Hell, we might even end up seeing some sort of water finish.
Well, we can definitely see a water finish, but look at the terrains that are over here, little elevations inside the map. They are going to be so advantageous, especially to INS, because they are right there. But for now, shots are being exchanged between Team GG officials who are making their rotation and making a lot of noise as well, grabbing so much attention from the enemies. Exile Esports are being pretty silent. On the other hand, team number 7, if we talk about KD Hunters, have a safe compound for themselves. Not so much safe that they can defend the push or the rush that might come in, but it's a safe compound. You have buildings across the road. You can provide cover fire, but looks like they are also not happy with this particular compound, and they have decided, hey buddy, let's go somewhere else.
Yeah, now 4 people in a car could end up in disaster. This is very, very scary, but hey, they're up for the risk. I mean, these guys are feeling particularly adventurous today. And guess what? I think they're actually going to take the bigger route around instead. Take the northeastern road that leads all the way around to Kameshki. Maybe hold off somewhere over there. But the problem is there's going to be another team in that general area as well. Ryzen Esports is going to be occupying that if you're having a look at the map right now. But once again, the game, it has been fairly passive. That late game chaos that I was talking about, it might just be upon us. Over here, though, looks like the match is going to be going out in the end. Team GG official going up against the side of Team No One Esports. No One Esports with only a couple of members over here. And with one of them knocked down, are going to be at the disadvantage for a moment, but they will get a knock in return. Oh my god, another nade goes in over here, and Team GG official might just certainly have their hands full at the moment. The Jeep keeping him alive. He's using the medkit to heal himself back up. Can he finish it? Yes, he can. Sees the player inside the body, will start shooting at him, connects those shots, takes him down, but oh boy, cover was available for the side of Kadam OP, and they will be able to make sure that they get that finish going. Team GG official are going to be saying GG as they get eliminated in 16th place, and now Kadam OP will set their sights on the circle.
Well, they are moving inside the circle. In fact, the player was trying to boom away, but another fight breaking between Time Ryzen and Team 7.
Yeah, it looks like the side of Ryzen Esports are looking to take down the Haunters, haunt the Haunters instead. And the Haunters, well, they are still okay for the time being. They did lose Wolfbot, but will that sacrifice go in vain? The UNP at that distance, yes, I've seen it connect, but this is particularly ambitious. I mean, I don't think he's going to be able to connect those shots, at least not without an inkling of an idea about where he could be. And oh boy, well, speaking of the circle shift, it has shifted towards the lake, and that water finish dream is still very much alive, folks. And man, things are starting to get a little bit interesting now, as we see the side of KD Hunters continue to try and battle it out against the side of Ryzen Esports. But both teams being down a player over here are trying to look to avoid these engagements, or could look to avoid these engagements altogether, and maybe make their way from the foothills of Stalbert towards the inside of the circle. And at this moment, there is only one road that directly reaches the center of the circle, and that is being gate-kept by a bunch of other teams, Noel Esports in particular.
Well, especially KD Esports also having the shorelines of the water area bridge particularly is being held by Endgame Esports. On the tail of them, we had another team, but they have decided to change their rotations, are now going towards northern side of the rotation, and another team is already waiting for them. Ryzen Esports for now looking good on complete northern side of the map, but they have to move inside the circle. But another fights break in as the players of team number 10 are caught in open. This is a very bad position. Sandwich between two teams.
Yeah, Kadam OP is trying to make the most of it, trying to rattle off a few shots, seeing if he can take down Shit, and he will succeed. And guess what? Rohit is also caught out in the open over here. Syndicate gonna end up losing two of their members, left with only two. Let's see if they can try and make their way towards the end game of the over and still get themselves a couple of points. No one, in the meantime, do spot out a couple of members from Exile Esports, but they failed to connect the shots, although the information has been registered. Well, speaking of one of their members, such a drag going forward, trying to take the fight all by himself, using that high ground advantage, has the AK in his hand, but is going to get double peaked at the moment, and there's not much he can do over here. Is most likely going to be finished off, but his teammates are providing him with cover. Ryzen Esports, they have lost one of the players. Phoenix is on his knees at the moment. The flashbang going to be thrown out, unfortunately, instead of that smoke, so gonna have to take a little bit more time. And there you go, finally that switch is gonna come through. The smoke is gonna be dropped and the res is gonna come through. It has taken a little bit of time, but guess what? Ryzen has made the most of it, and one of the players has healed up. Now Exile Esports, they're turning their attention towards No One in the meantime, who've got 3 of the members up and running on top of that hill. And the question is, can they run it straight in? No, they cannot. No One Esports will not allow them to do so. They will be eliminated over here, and Exile Esports will be bidding adieu at the 15th place.
Well, not a position you want to say bye-bye to, but Ryzen Esports are going up against No One Esports, who have the height advantage, the position advantage. Team Ryzen better move inside the circle from some other direction, but though they are brave, they are going to take a head-on fight, and Scotch OP is trying to shoot few bullets in their direction. Let's see if we can find the knock, because zone is also closing in. They don't have much time to waste around, especially if the 4th circle. Drop the circle, the damage of the blue is gonna increase, and you can't afford to stay out, and that's what Ryzen do know, and they have already started their rotation. They are moving on their path, but look at the position of INS. They are in the best of the best position right now.
Absolutely, Team I inside out. I mean, they are close to the hill, trying to gatekeep everyone trying to come in from the blue, and guess what? They will secure the knock on Killer and take him out over here. Reborn, they're going to be a little bit upset about that, having lost one of their players out in the blue with no chance of getting him back up on his feet. And inside out, they continue to be a thorn that pricks everyone that try and get too close. Let's see if they can continue to do so and bleed out some of these other players as well every single player still standing from INS. And look at the positionings. Like you said, they're all very well spread out. So they're going to make sure that all of these areas are covered up. And the high ground, while it is available for the side of AKB Reborn, coming low ground from high ground is one of the hardest things to do in this game because you've got no cover whatsoever.
Well, lower ground to higher ground fight. Well, their advantage obviously on the higher ground, like you mentioned. But Team 3, Team INS has a job to do, has a inside the circle. But Joker, OG, he is really OP with his shot, with his precision. Shots the enemy in the smoke, eliminates him instantly. But two of the players of the opponent team are waiting on the lower ground. Team inside out still having a very good position. They can easily spot out the players if they expose or overexpose themselves. Better than they not make that mistake, because the only two teams who have good position is Team INS and the other team, that is AKB Reborn. They can gatekeep. If the circle shifts towards them, they can gatekeep all the teams coming from the southwestern side. But they have to wait for now because no one esports is making their entry.
Absolutely no one esports. Looking to get the party started over here and inside out, trying to see who are these uninvited guests, trying to take up a piece of their real estate. They try and move around and get a better line of sight going. In the meantime, level 4X turning their attention towards some of these other teams trying to get in the circle. But speaking of the circle, it has sort of hard shifted again up towards the north. That lake finishes, well, it's not going to come into play over here. We're not going to get to see that lake finish, unfortunately. And, well, it does look like the side of Team Inside Out, or rather Team Outset Esports, could be in a bit of trouble. AKB Reborn at that distance with the UMP rattling off a couple of shots. The scope does allow you to do so, but you have to account for the bullet drop coming in. And now he's trying to prep up a nade, but look at Joker. He's got the perfect angle on the members of No One Esports, and he can line them all up. Can we even prep up a grenade over here? But no, he's going to secure the finish, get the second one as well. Sees another player running away, and he's going to use that high ground to his advantage. Going to use it as cover, pulls out his car, takes them all out. No One Esports being eliminated by one single man, and it is the OG Joker himself who does it all. Team Inside Out, they're going to have him to thank as they manage to get themselves a couple more finishes.
Well, Team INS has just started because right now they have the complete control of northeastern side. And man, Joker is not just OG, he is OP. The way he is using VSS, enemies don't even know where the shots are coming from because VSS has lots of power. On the other hand, AKB is also taking the advantage of the higher ground, but they have to be very, very careful of INS mid especially.
Absolutely. Now look at that circle. Going to be closing in once again. Where is it going to go? Who is it going to favor? That is the big question. Well, in the meantime, we're going to be having a look at what the side of Inside Out are doing. They're going to be spotting out multiple members on the side of AKB Reborn. They will be able to clean them up, leaving only one member still alive, who is on the low ground. And guess what? They have an idea of where Agori is. Agori going to get hounded over here by Joker OG. He was on a killing spree at the moment, looking to get some more finishes under his belt. Can he actually continue the onslaught? Sees his feet, shoots at his toes and takes him out. Joker, what an absolute monster. This man completely wrecks everything in his sights, and he's not done yet. He's looking out over the shoulder for another player. Endgame Esports also going to be eliminated. Joker just having a field day with every single player in front of his sights. He just gets taken down. And Inside Out, they're just like, well, he's doing all the work for us. We just can chill over here. In the meantime, enjoy the high ground, just to make life very, very annoying for the side of Team Outside Esports.
Well, this is their
the
game
nade.
to lose, and the grenade.
Oh my god! Inside Out, they're just ripping their enemies apart. Little do they know that the term Inside Out refers to their intestines. I mean, they are going to be discombobulated as those grenades come pouring in. And Inside Out still holding on to the high ground in the meantime. They're at the periphery. They've got the perfect positioning over here. They can pick and choose their fights, and unless someone gets close and starts hurling nades, they have nowhere to go. I mean, they don't need to go anywhere at all, and they can continue holding on to this position. But in the meantime, looks like Team YWN are going to be eliminated over here as Team Inside Out once again continue their finish spree over here. Obeid also going to get in on the action over here, but they have lost one of their players. Joker OG has been knocked down. They probably want to look to get him back up on his feet. 18 finishes with 12 players still remaining. They could potentially break the record once again. Are they going to do it though? Well, with their positioning, they might just, but you have to remember, you gotta go for the loot as well. At this point, you're gonna start running out of bullets, start running out of utility, and rotating in could be a bit troublesome. Well, it doesn't look like that's even going to be a problem over here because he's still rattling off shots. He's still finding those picks, and doesn't look like Kadam OP are going to be too pleased about that as they're on the low ground and really taking the brunt of the aggression coming in from the side of Team Inside Out, as Inside Out with 4 members still standing strong. These guys just cannot get enough of the action. They want all of it to themselves. Level 4X desperately trying to get their members back up on their feet, dropping smokes left, right, and center, but still unable to do so. There is a supply drop that could change things up, but at the meantime, it does look like Kadam OP have got other problems to worry about, and that other problem is Joker OG.
Well, Joker is on a rampage. The way he is playing, he is on a killing spree. In
What
that,
the hell?
21 finishes already. Deep inside out is attracting all the flies like a honeybee
Oh
over
my
there.
God.
Look at them. Every player is going
22
towards them.
finishes.
22, and they are breaking their record. They are breaking the record, but...
Oh, do they spot the player? Oh,
yes,
they just move
they
past
have.
him.
They have spotted down.
No, they just moved past one of the players. Look at Viper.
They were-
Viper's got the backstab. They haven't seen him yet. This could be disastrous for the side of Team Inside Out. But he's waiting. There's another player that he needs to wait for. Is he going to dot his I's and cross his T's? No, he goes undetected. Viper still standing strong in the meantime. He's just trying to make sure he can get that backstab going. Letting the side of Inside Out run away, have that false sense of security. And guess what was in the receiving end of it? It's going to be Mav Esports. Their player's going to be taken out over here. Most likely Zeno, though, is going to be trying to get that finish, and he will succeed, leaving only one player on the card. Now they've spotted out Viper. 23 finishes. They've tied things up. They're going to look to break the record with two members still standing mid. And Obey Joker has bit the dust over here, but that's okay. He's done his work, and the record will be broken once again. Team Inside Out turning their enemies inside out as they single-handedly just get rid of at least 40% of the server. 24 finishes to their name. Woo! Oh boy, that is a big number.
That's a Christmas gift they earned for themselves. I'll say, what a aggression.
All right,
The
just
b-
let me take a breath.
Let that sink in. Can I give you one more shocker?
Sure.
Imagine the finishes of Joker. Single-handedly, 12 finishes.
What the hell? I mean, you have to be joking. Just leave something for the points table. I want to see what's going to happen over there at this point because, man, Team Inside Out, their performance has been absolutely wonderful. Before we actually jump into the points table, let's have a look at the highlights and see exactly how many finishes Joker OG got for himself because I'm quite sure that's everything that the chat wants to know at this point.
Well, Team Inside Out, like they started their rotation from the complete eastern side, went from the mansion area. Instead of engaging in initial fights and wasting away their time, they quickly went towards the Silver Hill because from the starting it looked like a circle that can tend to end over there, and it exactly happened. The circle was nearby the hilly areas. Team Inside Out had the complete control. Only one other squad that gave them competition was AKB Reborn, but they were on the low ground, and Team Inside Out was on the upper ground, having the complete vision onto the players. Team AKB, in fact, no other team can find a good cover for themselves when you're on such a huge height advantage. You can easily spot down the players behind the vehicles, behind the trees. They had the space to move around, considering they had complete northeastern control, and man, they were going finish after finish. The teams that were coming inside the circle were walking into their death because Team INS was ready with their bullets, with their guns to shoot in their direction. And that VSS, my god, you can't even know where the shots are coming in and can react to the shots because VSS is so damn silent, and you literally search for the player, where is he shooting from exactly, and that advantage Joker OG had, and 12 finishes, my god.
Absolutely, my man, Joker OG. This is the moment we were talking about. They had no idea where the shots are coming from. Look at them. They're running around like headless chickens. No idea whatsoever that Joker is over here. He runs out of bullets on his VSS, switches over to this car, gets those picks, and keeps going. I mean, this man has no chill whatsoever. Everyone else, they were not playing BGMI. They were just trying to survive and make sure they just don't die to Joker, because that's the last thing they want to do, is give such an experienced player as himself so much confidence to work with in one single game. And once again, I mean, look at that. Everyone else from Inside Out as well getting inspired after seeing Joker get those many finishes, going in aggressively, lobbing those nades, taking those opportunities, and once again making use of that high ground. Once again, that's all that really went well for the side of Inside Out. They had so much cover to work with over here. It was impossible to try and take a fight against those guys. Near impossible. I mean, everyone was just ducking. You saw nobody was moving at all. Everyone was terrified of where the next shot is going to come from. And Team Inside Out, I mean, they made things very, very interesting. Sure, some of these other teams, they also did a fair amount of work, like GZ Mav over here. He tried to pull off the 1v3, but there's only so much he can do. And even then, you know, level 4X, even though they had Viper on the flank, he was just running at this point. He was scared for his life.
In fact, he could have ruined the game of Team INS, considering they were not aware of his position. He knew from the very start he had to take a 1v4 fight. Better take it when the enemies are not aware of your location. At least you can get 1 finish point or 2 finish points for your team. But the player didn't do that, and he paid the price.
Absolutely, he most certainly paid the price. But let's have a look at the point standings and see exactly where these teams are. I have no doubt who's in the first place. It's all about the second, third, and fourth places at this point. Team Inside Out, 39 total points in one game of BGMI. Some teams can't even get the score after 2 games, but Inside Out does it in 1. And this is the first match itself. Boy oh boy, 24 finish points, 15 placement points, and in second place, look at that team, level 4X. They've not done bad. This is a good performance for this team. They've got themselves 20 total points, but Inside Out is just a level apart.
Well, they were on a rampage. You just, Inside Out, they were on a rampage, considering Joker, the veteran he is, the experience he has. He, in fact, was showing you don't need the best of the best weapons, AWM or the favorite sniper, Mini 14 or a 8-time scope. Even a VSS and Scarl is enough for the damage you can dish out. His shots were so accurate, pinpoint. If you noticed, he just needed 4, 5, 6 bullets to knock down the player. He was that damn accurate with the shots. But on the other hand, Kadam OP also having 8 finishes, Team GZ MAV 2 finishes, total 12 points. On the other hand, Ryzen Esports also started off really good, but later on they were caught in the rotations from the northwestern side. This time we were witnessing northwestern rotation instead of northeastern rotation. That's usually tends to happen, and Team Ryzen were caught off guard in those rotations. But if we talk about the finishes, all the finishes are going for Inside Out.
Absolutely. Well, we've talked a lot about Team Inside Out. Let's have a look at the MVP. Gee, I wonder who it could be. This is such a big surprise. Please reveal to me who it is. Oh, it's Joker OG. Who would have thunk?
Is it the highest damage? I'm very sure it is.
I think it should be. I don't think I've ever seen a player deal 1,367 damage with 12 finishes to top it all off. 1 assist and 2 headshots, and there you go. This man himself has just been, on top over here. It's not only about the damage, it's also the fact that he's converted so many of those into actual finishes, and he's done it all by himself. This man, by himself, has gotten more finishes than the team with the second highest points in the points table. Let that sink in. He outed a team of 4 people in the finish department.
In fact, shots, he didn't need any scope. He switched VSS to Scarl and his shots were so damn precise. But followed by his teammates, Myth is there with 6 finishes, 390 damage. Zeno with 5 finishes, 813 damage. Zeno was also doing a lot. In fact, I remember Zeno had no first aid on to himself. Or there was some player from Team Inside Out. He had no healings onto himself. But they were taking so many multiple fights. That shows the confidence that, dude, we are on a position, no one is going to shoot towards us. We don't need the healings. In fact, if all the teams tried to take a fight with INS, then they could have been in a difficult situation. But that was not happening. Everyone was trying to be on the defensive side, protect themselves from the damages or the bullets coming in from INS. They had no time to put up a fight against the players of Team INS. LV4 could have tried, especially the last player, but he didn't do. But Viper did too much. Damage is 958.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's have a look at the match summary and see how many grenades and grenade finishes were there. That is a total of 40 grenades, and I do believe we had a lot of grenade finishes. I think 8 grenade finishes out of the 40 that we used, so a very high conversion rate there. That basically means that every 1 in 5 grenades ended up getting a finish, so go figure. That is a very efficient ratio, and I think I know who we have to thank for that. It is the members of Team Inside Out.
Yeah.
Well,
it's everything about Team INS in this particular game. There was no time to loot the airdrop. That's why 0 airdrops looted, because everybody was engaged in rotations. They had to move quickly inside the circle. There was no time to go for the airdrops, considering they were also dropping into open field area. We did saw MK14. Looks like no one went for it. Total longest finish distance is 291 meters. I think this is from VSS itself.
Yeah, absolutely. It must have been the VSS in the hands of Joker that did this
Yeah.
deed. But yeah, 0 airdrops looted. A far cry from the 5 that we've seen from the previous one. But let's move on to the actual stats that we want to see. The finish to damage charts. Gee, I wonder who's going to be on top. Oh, it's Inside Out. What a surprise. I know it's getting old, but man, this is just ridiculous.
We can praise them enough, but we have to give credit to Team Level 4X also,
Yeah.
considering 2000 close damage. Yes, they were not able to convert all the knocks into the finishes, 8 finishes to their name. Not at all a bad performance. Yes, they were not in the advantageous position, but still a good game coming from Level 4X also. Another team was also performing good with the damage that they were dishing out, 1801, but that's okay. We have next game also. Another team, Ryzen, was dishing out 1000 plus damage and just 5 finishes. I think it's a good performance.
Absolutely. I mean, all of these teams just having an okayish performance, but a couple of teams are standing out, you know, head and shoulders apart. Team Inside Out, Level Esports, Kadam OP, even your worst nightmare. It just seems that these guys are just, you know, taking the bull by the horns and getting rewarded for it. Let's have a look at the top 4 squads, though, and see who it is in the 3rd and 4th place, because the first 2 places are not a surprise. But in 3rd place, we got ourselves Kadam OP and GZX Mav Esports in 4th place with 2 total finishes. My goodness, I mean, Inside Out, you could total up the number of finishes that the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place got, and you still wouldn't have the number of finishes that Inside Out have. I know I'm talking a lot about them, but they've broken a record today.
Yeah.
They have played super aggressively, and I believe they deserve the entire spotlight. So once again, kudos to the side of Team Inside Out over here. But Level 4X as well, 8 finishes to their name, not bad at all. Kadam OP, 8 finishes to their name. GCX Mav, 2 finishes, not that bad. You know, they still got themselves those placement points, so it doesn't matter at the end of the day. And I kind of want to say that this is not bad performances by Level 4X or Kadam OP.
Yeah.
These are actually quite decent performances. It's just that Team Inside Out had a ridiculous run. That's why they're overshadowing them all and making them look like children.
Well, they had the best of the best position from the very start of the circle, the
Yep.
quick rotation coming in. AKB also tried for the same spot, the hill advantage, but look, INS was the quicker one. They were the early to contest that hill area. It would have been more interesting if the final circle had turned around the Stelber Hill area instead
Yeah.
of towards the southern side, because that's when the grenades would come in, all the teams all around the Stelber area, and defending the hill on the top becomes a very big challenge itself, because enemy can come from any side. But looks like BGIS was little kind to us, not a full Stalber circle, but close to it.
Well, you know who's making this entire tournament possible and who's giving Inside Out the opportunity to get 24 finishes? It is the iQOO Legend 7 phone itself. It's got a lot of features. We couldn't praise them enough. You know what? Let them talk about themselves and see what they're all about.
Are you ready for this?
Well, I'm quite sure you're going to be tired after watching that last game, because I know I am. But guess what? That wasn't even the last match of the day. It was the second last match. We still got one more opportunity for these teams to come out on top. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, if the side of Team Inside Out, you know, if all the stars align, they get eliminated in 16th place right away, we could see another team take that #1 spot. But before we move on, we have a lot to talk about and a lot to discuss. More importantly, Joker's performance. Now, Joker is obviously a very experienced player over here. What is it that you think he's doing differently that is enabling him to, you know, be this aggressive and, you know, just get all of these picks? Is it his mechanical skill that's superior? Is it his decision making? Or is it everything about him?
Everything. His mechanical skills, his gun power, his shots were on point. He didn't needed full magazine to knock down a single player. In fact, in one magazine, he could easily knock down 2 or 3 players. VSS was enough for him to take down 2 players. In fact, I do remember in one magazine he took down 2 players of the enemy team of AKB, I think team number 8. And yes, decision making, early rotations coming into the picture. Instead of going for the loot, stopping by the mansion or somewhere else, they decided they will go straight towards the Salber area, no matter where the circle is going to form. From there they will decide where the rotation will take place if the circle shifts other side of the map.
Most certainly, I mean, you can make those decisions, right? But you have to be in a good spot yourself. You have to be the team that goes in first, make sure they get that prime piece of real estate and not give it up to anyone. And that's exactly what the side of Team Inside Out did. Early on, they rotated towards that hill. They realized it's the most important piece of land that needs to be held, and they held it. I mean, they just stuck to it like glue, and they never ever let go. And it seems like all these other teams, like you mentioned, they just never knew where those shots were coming from. So Team Inside Out, you know, they've got themselves the beautiful position. They've got themselves all the guns in the world to work with. Why not just rattle them off and, you know, just keep on piling numbers and piling those bodies sky high and seeing how far you can go? Well, the game 2 is certainly going to make it a lot more interesting, because I'm quite sure by now everybody in the server knows exactly who is it that they need to worry about. It's going to be Joker, and I wonder if there's going to be any other team that tries to contest the side of Team Inside Out, or, you know, worse yet, just runs away as soon as they hear the Inside Out is in the vicinity. Maybe they check the hood, see one of their members get a knock. Probably going to be Joker, you know, going out, you know, forward with his VSS or his arm or something and hitting a headshot at like 500 meters and getting a knock and scaring everyone into submission. But yeah, I mean, I hope that all of these teams don't let that get in, because once again, last chance. You don't perform over here, you're done for.
Yeah, it's a do or die situation. In fact, I would love to see a team going up against INS and proving their mettle, because certainly INS is one of the strongest team considering their mechanical skills, their IGL skills. Go against them and beat them down. INS is already in a safe spot. They have nothing to lose. I think they are most probably qualifying for the next round. But take a fight against them. You will get a very good confidence for the next round. If you can take one of the strongest team in the lobby, your confidence goes very up high. And let's say you win it also, but Team INS, I'm expecting the same performance in the match number 2, and the match is already ready. The Bluebird is ready to fly the sky, but
before we get there,
let's have a look at the teams.
Absolutely. Let's just jog your memory and make sure you're woken up over here and you're alert and paying attention to all these wonderful teams over here. We've got Team Level 4X starting off in the second place that they did manage to get in the last round. No One Esports, Team Inside Out, Team Outside Esports, Ryzen Esports, Exile Esports, KD Hunters and AKB Reborn as a part of the first 8. Now, of course, one of these teams stands head and shoulders above the rest. You know who they are. But we've also got Endgame Esports in the mix. There's going to be Syndicate, GZXMAV Esports, Kadam OP, Team Sword, Masked Maniacs, Team Your Worst Nightmare, and Team GG Official. A lot of good names over here, but it does seem that Inside Out has been trumping them all. Now, can they continue just their rampage over here, or are they going to get controlled and are they going to be stifled by some of these other teams coming in? Are teams going to drop in where they are and try to take them out early on? Remains to be seen, and guess what? We don't have to wonder for much longer, because from the corner of my eye, I can see that the Spawn Island is bustling with activity, in the words of Experiment Gaming himself. And soon enough, that Bluebird, like you mentioned, is going to be flying high in the sky. We could be having a look at what the flight path looks like, exactly where these teams can or cannot be dropping in, where the circle could potentially be formed, and I cannot wait. This time around, though, I do want to see an Eastern Circle.
Well, this time was also an Eastern Circle.
Not really. It was Northeastern. I want to see a pure Eastern Circle. Lipovka, Milta Power, any of that works for me.
Yeah, Milta Power will be quite interesting.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Milta Power finish, have we? Well, we're about to find out if we're actually going to see, as we should be jumping into the game soon enough and seeing exactly what's going to be going on. But yeah, Milta Power finishes are few and far between. They're kind of rare. Haven't really seen them as much before. But guess what? You don't have to listen to us anymore. We heard your yaps. We've heard your pleas. Caster, start the game. The game is live.
Well, the Bluebird is already in the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up your seat belts, because INS is all the time ready for the aggression, and the flight path is towards the southern side from Novorupnoy area towards southern side of the Gatka area, or you can say it's bisecting the Gatka area. So most of the teams are going to be very happy who likes dropping in towards the western hemisphere. But the teams who likes going towards Sivorny or the Stelber or Kameshki, might have to glide in a little longer or just find a vehicle onto yourself, because that's the easy way, but make sure you don't become the victim of drive-by. But this time already teams are dropping towards Miltap. However, another team like previous game going towards military base, but this time Novo Ripnoy is quite empty. There is no another squad present over there. So that means Southern Island is quite empty, and if we saw a southern circle, all these teams going up towards north are going to be wasting a lot of time rotating inside the circle towards southern side, but we don't want, we want an eastern finish. But
Mavi Sports.
Well, they are receiving shot.
What? No way on earth, no way, no one. Esports, you're firing off from there. He's pulling out a Bison. This man has no sense of shame whatsoever. You think you can get a shot in at that distance with the Bison? Come on. Show some respect, Gus. Yeah, he's dropped low, but man, that was some insane shooting coming out from their players. Holy moly, that is, I mean, that requires some cojones. That requires some confidence.
But Team INS Myth has already gotten the
Oh
information.
my
The player of
God.
level 4X is there. He has the grenades. He's deploying it. Can he
Oh
get
my
it?
God!
He knew exactly where the player was. That's where the experience comes in. That's where the sound comes in of the foot sounds and the brain, the perfect timing of the grenade. He has gotten the one knock, but he is still being careful. He's not being greedy to go for the finishes. He is waiting if another player are also present inside the compound area. In fact, he is also waiting for his cavalry to back him up, and on point backup is coming in for both the players, Myth as well as the player of team level 4.
Now, does he have a second nade? That's the only thing I'm thinking about. If Myth has got himself a second nade over here, this is going to start getting interesting. But oh no, Zero is coming in for the rotation, and he's going to get gate kept over here by one of the level 4X players. Vipery will be able to go on the first floor and get his buddy back up on his feet. But the question is, are INS coming in? Well, the numbers are coming in. I do see two of the players coming in on what looks like a buggy or a jeep of sorts, and they will try and take this fight against level 4 esports. Look at that. Level 4, they've learned their lesson. They're all running away. They don't want a part of this action over here. Rios is sticking around to see if he can find any stragglers, anyone who's trying to be a bit too aggressive over here, and maybe he can punish an overextension. But at this point, he doesn't see anyone. Well, he sees the Jeep moving in. He starts firing off a couple of shots over here. And Zeno is looking to go in and take matters into his own hands. Look at that. They've left all this loot for the other team to come and pick it up. And inside out, they're going to be super happy about this and try and go forward and potentially fight Rios. He's all by himself over here. He did not get the memo. Apparently, he will find himself one knock to start things off. But look at the members coming in from inside out. They know where he's going to be coming from. Rios will be cleaned up. That Uzi at close range just shreds everyone. And there you go, inside out. Even though they've knocked out, they did manage to, he did manage to knock out two of their players. But even then, no way to the other players coming in. Level 4 coming back in for the aggression. Now they're going to get themselves a third knock, and then will also be cleaned up. The stars, they all align. Looks like the side of Team Inside Out will be eliminated early on. Level 4X, this is the confidence that they needed.
Whoa. The most aggressive team has been eliminated by the second highest team in the leaderboard. Team level 4X is going to be very happy with themselves. The confidence is going to be get boosted up. But the player that got elimination, he shouldn't have crossed that wall because his teammates were giving the cover fire. The moment the players of Team INS exposed themselves towards another side of the wall, they were shooting in their direction. Look at that. That's where the things begin. He deployed the grenade, and like you mentioned, maybe there was no another second grenade.
Oh, it landed right at his feet.
Right in his face. Yes, but this time he shouldn't have gone for the other side of the wall, but he was protecting himself because two of the players, or might be three players, directly went against him. But man, level 4X is going to be very happy. This one loss, they are not at all worrying about. They are super duper happy.
Absolutely. I mean, Reds, his sacrifice was not in vain. We remember he got himself those two knocks, and he's the real MVP of the situation because without him, they would have never gotten these finishes. And Team Inside Out, they're now going to have to just sit back and watch the game unfold because, well, they've lost their opportunity over here in the second game. Thanks to their ridiculous performance in the first game, though, they're going to be okay with this and they're going to be not feeling all that bad. And guess what? They still might edge out some of these other teams because they still got one finish point, even though they got knocked out in that 16th place. So we could see them up there. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention elsewhere. while we were focusing on that singular fight that was breaking out, it does seem that your worst nightmare have also lost one of their players over here. So that is going to be a little bit unfortunate for them. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the side of Team Outset Esports and what they're up to. And it seems that at this moment, they're just looking to rotate in from that general Milta area up towards Shelter, or maybe even School and Rozhok.
Well, they can. Rozhok is still empty. Yasna is held by Team GG officials who are looking quite happy. In Mansion area, again, we have Team GZ. This time, all 4 players are together having a gala time in Mansion area. Team number 4 is still going for the rotations onto themselves. Let's see what's going to happen. They have 2 vehicles, 3 vehicles. They can easily find a good cover for themselves. School and the apartment area is for now held by the players of team number 10, that is Syndicate. Syndicate is having a good control of both the buildings. They are having a good cover for themselves. There is no worry for them. They can hold on to the position. They are inside the circle. There is nothing to worry about. In fact, the loot matter also, they are having a good loot because apartments and school buildings tend to offer very good loot. On the other side of the map, if we talk about Georgopol City, we have Team Ryzen. In fact, Floki Team Ryzen had a good outing in the previous match. Also, they had good finish points for themselves. It is also a very good promising team considering the finish points they had in the previous match. Let's see if the aggression is going to be amplified. In fact, all the teams in the lobby, Floki, are going to be very happy. They were reading the finish feed. They knew, now they know Team INS is out of the picture. That means they have the opportunity to qualify for the next round.
Absolutely, and I think they're gonna have just one man to thank for that. It's gonna be Rids, who has been doing all the work for his team after getting those 2 early knocks. But the rest of the game is still remaining. It still needs to be played out, and there's still a potential winner over here that could be crowned. You need to control that vehicle a little bit better, my friend. Don't think that's the ideal way of driving that. But in the meantime, we see a buggy over here in the hands of Maddie. Those tires not being shot out just yet. He's going to be okay for the time being. Let's see if he can regroup with his teammates and potentially try and rotate out. Now, he's got some information that there's someone on his tail. Soon enough, that buggy is going to be out of fuel because he is using that boost. So he's going to probably have to get a change of vehicles. And there you go. I mean, he's conserving fuel at this point, trying to play this one out properly, stretching it and using the acceleration and the downhill to try and make sure that he can make that buggy last just a little bit longer.
But look at North Georgopol also. 2 teams are rotating from the similar path. They might collide into each other. Most probably they are going to. But other teams, we can say they are pretty safe. The teams coming from Primorsk area also are pretty safe. But the question is where the circle is going to go. But KD Hunters are out right now preparing down few bullets in the direction of team number 14. That is Masked Maniacs. And are they Alan Walker fan?
I am not too sure.
On the way. And they are already on their way.
Yeah, well, they most certainly are. I'm guessing they're going to be blasting that on their speakers and the stereo system, in the stereo sound surround systems in their car. Well, I butchered that completely, but you get the general picture, so that's all that really matters. Speaking of the circle, it has sort of shifted towards the eastern part of the map. Now, it does cover a little bit of Pachinki, a little bit of School, a little bit of Yasnia Polyana, so everyone's going to get their piece of real estate. But for the teams coming in from Rozhok and shooting range, we could see them breaking out into a bit of a fist fight here.
Well, fist fight we all love to see, but when it's against the enemy, we love it more. But team number 7, buggy is not the appropriate vehicle, but I guess they didn't find a Dacia or
they don't have an option.
Yeah,
yep.
They'll find it on their way. But team number 10 still holding on to the apartment area. They are quite content. They are not in a hurry to change the position or to rotate because the circle is still favoring them. But team number 8 is not going to be very happy as the players of Outside Esports has got one of the Maddie knocked down while inside the circle, and they are going for the finish as well. And another players are also chiming in. Are they going to go for the race? It's a big mistake. And don't go for the finish. Team number 4 Outside Esports team player went all out. Now he is at the receiving end of the shots coming in from AKB.
Absolutely, AKB reborn. They've got one of the players on his knees. Maddie in a world of trouble at this point, but can he get someone to get him back up on his feet? They're trying to save him, but he will not be allowed to run away. WTFR, we will be able to find him, and there you go. That's AKB reborn saying sayonara, paying their respects, pressing F, and moving on with their lives. They still have a game to play. Oh boy, looks like they're going to be joining him in his grave soon enough if Syndicate keep this up. Shitij sees them, fires off a couple of shots over here, but instead they're going to get themselves this big mansion and have it all to themselves over here while we have a look at what the side of AKB Reborn are doing after losing Maddie. Well, they're checking these compounds, seeing if there is anything to be found over here near that mansion area, but I'm pretty sure it has all been looted dry by the teams who have come in over here. Maybe they find a couple of med kits, a little bit of gasoline, maybe a couple of bullets at best, but all the heavy weaponry should be taken.
Well, you should go for the heavy weapons, but team number 7 is there with the height control, good position inside the circle. They have the ridge onto themselves, and they have spotted down the players of Endgame Esports, but they are not going to fire any bullet in that direction. And Endgame Esports right now is safe. They are making their rotations, and team number 4, Outset Esports, good decision. They were not trying to attract unnecessary attention from the players rotating, because they were in the open. Any rotation, any flank could be very dangerous for them. Instead, fire bullets when you are very sure that you can take down the players. On the other hand, the players of team No One Esports are holding on to Oscar squad O's, and they have also spotted down in game. Endgame is grabbing a lot of attention in their rotations, especially the northern rotations that is coming in. I think no, it's the western rotation that is coming. They are attracting too much attention. Let's see what's going to happen right now. They are almost in the shelter area, centrish area of the map, but some of the teams are still taking the zone damage. But look at the circle, Floki. Our wishes are being granted. Not exactly a Milta power circle, but it can be a Milta circle. Urban finish, we all love.
Yeah, absolutely. Milta could still be in play over here. We see all these teams coming in from general shelter area. In the meantime, everyone on a vehicle, it seems. No one really rotating in on foot, and well, that's the way it should be. But look at what this team is doing that is coming from prison. Who is that? Let me just quickly figure that out. I do think it is the side of Exile Esports coming in. They could be in a very good position over here, but we'll find out soon enough. But in the meantime, we're going to focus on Ryzen Esports instead, who could be jumping into the thick of things over here as they look to rotate in from school all the way towards shelter. It's a long rotation, but on their way, they're going to stop by and see what sort of loot they can pick up for themselves. Be careful, you might break your ankles if you keep jumping up from those rooftops. But yeah, Ryzen Esports, they're going to be okay in the meantime. And they should be able to get inside the zone safe and sound. But elsewhere on the map, we could see some action breaking out over here. The supply drop as well being created. There you go, the ghillie suit being found. Everything in that supply drop going their way of Ryzen Esports. Great stuff by them once again. And now we can turn our attention elsewhere. It looks like the Outset Esports could be in for a fight over here. They've got themselves this compound over here that does give them a big line of sight. But oh no, level 4 Esports, they're going to be able to get the knock on one of those Outset members. Japan going to be in a world of trouble, trying to get himself towards cover so he can be rezzed back up. But that angle, it is not safe from nades. It's going to have to be a little bit well placed though. And that's not going to happen because Syndicate are keeping the side of level 4 busy. So level 4, they're going to try and take a fight on multiple fronts over here. If we could get a decent overview and see what the map looks like at the moment, that'd be great. But Team Outset Esports in the meantime are turning their attention over towards the side of Ryzen Esports as all of their players up on the high ground. And Team Outset Esports, they've got themselves decent vision, right, thanks to their compound, but there's still a couple of places where they can't see and a couple of places that they have to worry about. Syndicate, they've got the best compound possible over here. That balcony looks over the entire general area, and there you go, those glasses, those glass windows being knocked out as well is going to make sure that those shots deal full damage.
Well, Syndicate, like you mentioned, is having a very good advantage. They have the height advantage, they are in a good position, and these squad fights usually tend to go for the longer time because teams have the time to, even if you knock the player, their teams have time to raise their players, heal back, patch up, but you tend to have more healings. On the other hand, players of Ryzen are also falling down, and the circle is also about to shift. If we talk about Team GZMAV, they are inside the Milta area. That means they will have a very good advantage. In fact, the team of KD Hunters will have a good advantage because they are in kind of a southern side of the circle. Milta, a very good place to hold on to, because looks like the circle either can go towards Team Syndicate or towards the southern side. So both are in an advantage position, but if it shifts towards Team KD, they are going to be super duper happy. But northern side, so much congestion is there. No one esports can find so many finishes. They can keep the players. They better get a hold of the hilly area that is right beside them. On the other hand, Team number 16 nearby the shelter area, they are trying to block the area, have too many vehicles to get a cover onto themselves. And the shelter is also a good place to hold on to, because you have those underpasses where you can just hold on to the position and get as many placement points, but you have to be very careful if the enemy blocks the doorway.
Absolutely. Team GG official. Well, looks like they're going to be holding out in the main shelter itself. Lots of good loot to be found there as well. But in the meantime, some action breaking out elsewhere on the map. It seems that no one have found themselves in a bit of a crossfire over here, as Syndicate also joining the party and just bullying the side of Ryzen Esports. Some of the players being knocked out over here. Let's see if the other one can put in some work and maybe just dish out some revenge over here. Trying to do that, but can't really spot out their member. Jitij, with the TMR at that distance, can do a fair amount of damage, but he needs to see people for that first. He's even got a silencer, so that's going to mean that people don't figure out where he's going to be shooting from. So at this point, he's just hoping for a good angle. Let's see if he actually gets it. Just being responsible for the western side for his team at the moment. While everyone else, well, they seem to be okay with the real estate they're occupying. But okay, looks like a couple of vehicles are exploding over here, and Team Ryzen Esports will be eliminated as a result. Oh boy, not the sort of ending I was expecting, but no one esports are going to be responsible for this. In the meantime, Endgame esports are also going to be eliminated by Kadam OP. And now, KD Hunters, they're looking to do the same thing over here to the side of Team Swords, as Team Swords could be in a world of trouble.
Well, they are in a world of trouble, but another team that is going to be soon in a very big trouble is in the centrish area, because that's where the teams will slowly and steadily start moving towards. Let's see where the circle is going to shift.
Absolutely. The southern side of the map is where the action is going to be the thickest, because that is where the density of the teams is greatest. But as these teams start coming in from the northern part, as the blue starts closing in, we're going to be seeing a lot of battles breaking out at the periphery. Although, could still see a potential stalemate over here. When that fifth circle forms is when we're going to see those fights being forced, because that's when the real estate gets too small and there's just not enough room for every single team over here. Team Swords in the meantime trying to fight back against the side of KD Hunters, as both have 4-man rosters up and running. But KD Hunters, they have to be a little bit careful over here. They could attract some unnecessary attention in their general direction if they keep this up for too long. Now, there is no team that is directly around them who can hear those gunfights breaking out, but if the team that is to the left of them, that is, I'm not too sure who they are, but there is another team towards the north. If they get taken out, well, they open themselves up to aggression. In the meantime, towards the northern part of the map, GG official trying to make their way in. In their way stands Exile Esports, as the Exiles, let's see if they are going to be exiled from the circle, or if they can make it their place and establish a strong foothold over it. A wall of smoke's coming in. It's going to allow them to it's going to allow them to just juke and jive around and play from around them, maybe even peek out and catch them by surprise. But okay, look at that circle shifting in towards the western part of the map instead, leaving the southern part completely empty. And now Kadam OP needs to get their business finished with Team Swords. Team GG official, though, they've got themselves some good positions, and they're going to look to see if they can get themselves a couple of finishes. But in the meantime, well, we talked about this fight. It is finally on our screens, and KD Hunters, they are going to try and go up against the side of Team Swords.
Well, they are going for it. They are going for the finishes. They have knocked out 2 of the players. Last player showing his back to the enemy. This is a big mistake. This could be a mistake. He switches on to DP. He already knows the player is inside the attack area, and both the players are rushing in. With that, the team faces an early elimination inside the game, and KD Hunters are going to be very happy as they eliminate Team Swords, and they are good with 4 finish points already inside the game. But on the other hand, team number 16, Team GG officials, are quite spread out, but they are outside of the safe zone and they are receiving the shots when they start rotating in. It is Exile Esports, and the question is, can they find the knock? Because they have already made their presence known, and Team GG officials might gatekeep them if they don't eliminate them right now. On the other hand, Team Outside Esports still having a good control of the squad host area. Team number 11, very good position inside the circle, having a complete control of the northwestern side. But if you miss the action, that's how the fight begins.
Absolutely, there you go. Oh, wow, that is insane. Just 2 nades doing all the work there for the side of Outside Esports. But in the meantime, we are going to be bidding adieu to the side of AKB Reborn as they do end up being eliminated over here. KD Hunters being the ones responsible for it. A bit of a domination coming out from them, and they're not done just yet. Cyclops throwing down a couple of smokes, giving himself some cover to work with. They have one teammate knocked on his feet. They probably want to get to him and make a res happen, but it looks like he's going to be left for dead over here. And there you go. Envy is unfortunately going to end up biting the dust over here. Oh no! Your worst nightmare. They miss a couple of their shots and they get spotted and bought down by Wolfbot over here. As he doesn't just have a bot that's a wolf, he also has an aimbot of sorts that's lighting their heads up and knocking them all down. KD Hunters, in the meantime, still getting shot in the back over here. And look who's responsible. It's going to be Level 4 Esports. They managed to spot him out. It's going to be a very, very easy pick for him, leaving only Cyclops alive to the side of KD Hunters to fulfill their dreams.
Well, they have to better fulfill their dreams. On the other hand, Kadam OP is still having a good positioning. The other team that is on the northern side is going to be Masked Maniacs, still a good position. Better they don't get spotted down the players of Kadam OP. It looks like one of the player is already having the intel onto them, but on the other side, Team YWM is getting an early elimination. On the other side, the circle has shifted in the favor of team number 12, that is going to be Kadam OP. KD Hunters has been eliminated by Level 4. Level 4 is quite on a killing rampage, but team number 16 has spotted down the players of Team No One Esports, but the vehicle is still there to protect the player. Just blast the vehicle, man. Blast it. And you get a knock. But Team GG officials better be careful of the same thing happening to them, because their vehicles are still stacked, and No One Esports is at the receiving end of damage that the players of Team GG officials are doing towards them. Shots are being fired. Players are getting so much damage. Another player goes down. 2 of the players of Team No One Esports is already down, and they are going for the race. One finish is already coming in for the players of Team GG officials, and look at the positioning. They are in a very good spot.
Absolutely. Team GG official in the best of spots at this point. Let's see if they're going to try and rotate out over here, or if they're going to continue to stay here. Well, they are taking the cars and moving up, but oh no, No One Esports in the world of trouble. Those nades coming in from KD Hunters completely decimate the opposition over here. And KD continue to be a pawn in everyone's side as, well, once again, they are just able to end everyone standing in their way. Well, it was actually Kadam OP who got those finishes. Never mind, not KD Hunters. Apologies. They're a bit of a mix-up, but in the meantime, Team GG officials, well, they certainly are in a world of trouble over here. Those nades come pouring in. 2 of the players are on their feet, crawling on the ground, while the rest of Kadam OP try and get some picks for themselves. They've got 3 players up and running soon enough as soon as that res comes through, and they will just have to line up those shots and make sure they connect and put GG officials 6 feet under. But GG officials not saying die just yet. They are going for those reses themselves. And guess what? If MDOP is resing the other one, well, they could have a fair fight on their hands. In fact, if they buy themselves a little bit more time, they could work out a final run 8 being thrown in. Doesn't really connect on anyone, but Ninja is going to try and hold them back over here, trying to make sure that they don't really get backstabbed. And well, it does look like Kadam OP have to finish this fight. Uh-oh, GG official, they move out in the open and they get shot. KD X Power, he's gonna have to line up those shots, and he's doing just that. Lines up 2 in the blink of an eye. 2 of the players get knocked down. One of them is gonna be finished off as well. KD, they've come here to play, and boy are they playing in the meantime. Kadam OP really OP over here as they managed to take out a couple of members from the side of Team GG official. Only 1 member still standing, and it is going to be MDOP. Ironically enough, he's not standing, he is proning because he knows what's going to happen if he exposes his head. And there you go, he's just going to be happy with the fact that he survived and get his team some more placement points, because look at that. All of these teams are reeling. Nobody has a 4-man roster up and running. The best they have is level 4X with 3 members on their feet.
Well, Team GG officials deployed a lot of smoke OP is unstoppable as they get one more finish points for themselves. Total 14 finishes. Maskman Maniacs last man was eliminated just now by team Kadam OP. Now we are down to 4 teams, 7 players alive. Like you mentioned, no team is having all the 4-man standing on their feet. Team level 4X still have the safety in the numbers. 3 players are still standing. Team Kadam OP with 2 players. Team Outset with 1 and Team GG official last player is still inside the game. But the question is,
Oh my
grenade!
god, a vehicular explosion getting them that knock over there. My goodness, well, that's going to be the finish as well. Outside Esports going to be saying goodbye at this point, leaving only Kadam OP and level 4X in a bit of a 1v1. Who is going to be the one who comes out on top over here? Well, we are about to find out. Level 4X, they've got 3 players up and running over here, but Kadam OP, they are somewhat close to the center. They're proning about trying to get themselves some information over here. And Vipery, he's still got a compound. He's got the high ground over here. He's going to get spotted. The DP-28 at that range does not connect with those shots. And Ninja now going to have to tuck tail and run. Look to reassess, reevaluate, and potentially just re-peek over here because he might not have any other option. Thankfully, he's got a couple of medkits. Still got a couple of bandages. Can't stay alive. Can't see the same for O-Power. He is going to be in a little bit of a pickle over here, as I do believe that D-Power doesn't really have all that much healing to his name. Just a couple of bandages to work with. And there you go. That's him. That's all he's got. And he's got 3 members to try and take down those nades. Well, they are not really going to do all that much because they have been misdirected. That smoke, making them believe that they are on that other part of the map. And this could be big for the side of level 4 because look at their players. They're all spread out across the map. If they do end up going inside the smoke, Ninja could be in a world of trouble. D-Power just trying to spot them out over here by jumping up at this point. And you can see those nades starting to be tossed in over here. Let's see if they can actually do some work. In the meantime, Kadam OP still running around, still trying to scout, still trying to get himself some information. They have no idea, but I think at this point, with the process of deduction, they can try and figure out where they are. Well, let's see what's going to happen over here.
Let's see 2 of the strongest team. Which one is gonna win? Team Kadam OP with 2 players. Team level 4X with 3 players still standing. Smokes, grenades, all are going to come into the picture. But on the Team GG official also played quite well. Not many finishes. Outset with 8 finishes has already been eliminated. Grenades are already being deployed by Team Kadam OP. Let's see if they can find a pick on to the players of Team level 4. They are being prone. They are trying to go a little closer, find an angle onto the player hiding inside the trade area, and Ninja finally finds the knock onto the player of Team level 4, knocks him down and gets traded off himself, or his teammate also finds a trade on level 4, standing with the last player, Team Kadam OP, having the numbers advantage. No, it's a 1v1 duel, but is he going for the raise? No, he's going for the push onto the player of last player of Team level 4, Team Kadam OP.
Yeah, he's just being such a thorn in their side right now. He's still proning up, but he'll finally be eliminated over here. Kadam OP, despite not having the numbers in the end, will be able to get that first place finish thanks to the heroics over here. And L4 will have to satiate themselves with that second place finish. Once again, showing that the numbers advantage doesn't mean anything unless you know how to use it.
Well, you better use your numbers to the precision, otherwise the enemy is going to have the intel onto you and is going to use it to his advantage. But I want to talk about GG official also. They had a very good outing in this game.
Yeah, they most certainly did. I mean, this time around, they looked a lot better. They were able to finish in that top 6 spot. So kudos to them, kudos to them for actually being able to put up that performance after, early on that first match. Didn't really go that well for them. They got eliminated quite early. And hopefully this can make enough of a difference because you have to remember, well, inside out, they did get eliminated early on, which means that first spot is up for the taking. Speaking of which, let's actually jump to the highlights and see exactly how they went down once again. This time maybe in slow-mo, maybe in HD, or, maybe at 1 frame per second, just to see everything that went wrong. It started off great for them, getting themselves this knock, but the players were just not in the vicinity. And I know we can sort of just point out all the ifs and buts at this point, but clearly somewhere or the other, inside out, they were not anticipating this and ended up being eliminated. Once again, very easy to sit on our chairs and say that, everybody else should have been there while that knock was there. Players should have swarmed in, they should have gone in, yada, 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 yada. But you can only say so much and do so much, because at the end of the day, you have to remember, these guys were still riding high on that confidence. And to be perfectly honest, I mean, they weren't expecting Level to come back and take that fight to them.
Well, Well, as we can't play, we can't be pros. That's why we are the casters, so that we can give advice and the suggestions to the players. But so many fights were happening, so many precise grenades were coming in, especially from the players of Team Outside Esports. Also, the way they eliminated the squad from inside the squad was quite appreciative. In fact, Team GZ also had a very good outing in this one. They were no one esports. In fact, they were the victim of the grenades. The way all the teams were turning their attention towards no one esports. The final grenade came in. They couldn't really survive. Otherwise, no one esports was having a very good outing in this particular game.
Absolutely. No one esports was doing very, very well up until, towards the end, where unfortunately they did end up getting eliminated. They only got themselves 2 finishes and got knocked out a little bit early on. But hopefully this time around they can put up a better fight if they do make it in the next round, that is. And yeah, Kadam OP as well towards the end, I have to say, despite being at a disadvantage in terms of manpower, they still managed to take those fight, isolated those duels once again. Just seeing a pixel of them in the grass and just managing to take them out over there. Great stuff coming out from the side of Kadam OP once again. And I have to say, the way they played it, chef's kiss, that was perfection.
That was perfection. They precisely spotted down the enemy and took the bullet in their direction, turned the enemy down and eliminated the squad. But how did they get it? What they are getting out of it is the points. And let's see how many points.
Absolutely, the point standings. They're going to tell us the bigger picture or the bigger story over here. 17 finish points for Kadam OP. Again, absurd in their own right. 32 points total. But nowhere close to the 24 that we saw from Inside Out. In second place, we've got Level 4X with 9 finish points and 21 total points. Team Outside Esports with 18 points to their name. Master Maniacs in 4th place with 11 points. GG Official in 5th. KD Hunters in 6th with 8 finish points. If they got themselves to a better position, they could have easily been in the top 4. Exile Esports as well in 7th place and No One Esports in the 8th place.
Well, Inside Out, the fact they were the first one to be taken out are still not at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yep, that's what I said.
13th position, like you said. That's why we were so supportive of this team, the aggression that was coming in. But KD Hunters, I have to give it. Previous game also, good outing. This time also 8 finish points to their name, although they faced an early elimination, just 1 placement point. Otherwise, this team was also looking quite promising.
Absolutely, a lot of promising teams over here, but there can only be one grand champion in the end. So all of this could just be for naught, because you have to remember, when those grand finals come, only one team is going to walk away with that 50 lakh rupee prize pool. But you know what? That dread is still away. We still don't have to think about who's going to lose and who's not. Let's jump into something more positive with the iQOO MVP of the match. See who it is. It's going to be, well, it's going to be D-Power from the side of Kadam OP. 7 finishes, 804 damage, 2 headshots and 1 assist.
Well, good outing from the overall team, and maximum finishes are from this guy, that is DXD Power. He was really having power in his hands. 7 finishes, like you mentioned, 804 damage, a very good damage. But who are the other lads followed by him? Let's have a look at the top 5 players. It is going to be Ninja from the same team with 5 finishes, 800 plus damage, 3 assists, followed by Team, I think... I can't.
Well, it's Team Outset. I believe that's Team Outset, who have a different name tag. Yeah. They've got a different name tag, unfortunately. And well, there's KD Hunters in 4th place, DH Cyclops, of course, occupying that 4th place spot, and Ringstar from level 4 taking that 5th place spot with 4 finishes and 545 damage. Once again, a good spread, but the top 1 and 2 being occupied by Team Kadam OP. So kudos to them for being able to finish out in the first place. But the question remains, has Inside Out been dethroned? Do you think after all of this, when we turn on to the standings a couple of days later, we're going to see them on top?
I think yes, most probably yes. If not the first spot, better be second spot. They are having. Let's see. Total finishes or knock ratio is even. I think it's I think I can deal with it.
There are more finishes than knocks?
Yeah.
How the hell is that possible?
More finishes. It's okay.
It's a little weird, but I'll welcome it. I mean, it just means that a couple of these players either just couldn't even get knocked out. They were just the final men standing. And yeah, I'm really not sure how that came to be. But 60 grenades used, 7 grenade finishes. I'm sure that's the stat that we were waiting for. 1 airdrop looted, 38 players rescued in total. So lots of second chances in this game. The longest finish distance, nothing to write home about, but nothing too bad either. 207 meters.
207 meters, nothing to complain about. Overall, it was an interesting game. Yes, have a look at the FD performance, because that is what is going to tell us how much damage that was dished out by which team. And looks like 11-4 was the highest. And another team, Kadam OP, almost both the teams sharing equal damage ratios, but the team Kadam OP is having more finish, that is 17 finishes onto their name. But other teams also 1000 plus damage, 8 finishes, 9 finishes onto them. A good performance coming out from overall lobby as well.
Absolutely. It seems the teams that took a back foot in the first game have performed really well in the second game. This is like we talked about, if you perform really well in the first game, you could end up being targeted in the second game and not do as well. This only leaves us with one statistic to see, and that is the top 4 squads. We're going to find out who is there. Well, no big surprises here. Kadam OP in first place, Level 4X in second, Outset in third, and Masked Maniacs in fourth. Great stuff coming out from all of these teams once again to be able to dethrone the champions, and I think you really have the side of Level 4X with time for that.
Well, definitely. In fact, Masked Maniacs also 5 finishes, being in the top 4, a good outing from them. Also, a very good lobby, I'll say. The moment Inside Out was out of the picture, the confidence definitely started building up on the bottom half of the teams of the match number 1, and they made it to the top 4.
Absolutely, they most certainly did, and I mean, kudos to them for being able to do that. And well, I think this brings us to the end of this day. This is the final day of the round 2, and this was the final match that we had in store for you. But we're not just done with the tournament yet. There's still the round 3 remaining. There's still the quarterfinals, semis, and the grand finals remaining. And we want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. We hope you enjoy the coming holidays for the next 2 days. And we hope you come back and tune in again once you're well rested and ready for some more BGMI action. Because let's be honest, today's games, they were a lot of action, and I'm quite sure you could use that break very, very well. So thank you all for tuning in on this very day, and we hope that you guys enjoy the show. I have a lot of work to do though. I need to go around and make sure that every little child who's going to be getting cold, so they has been replaced with a little bit of, a couple of presents over there, because they also need some love, even if you're not team. Well, I'm going to be off. Thank you so much for tuning in. That's it from me and Shadow. We'll see you on the other side.